Her Roommate's Brother. By Hannah Jo Abbott. Copyright Hannah Jo Abbott. Chapter 1. Jackson Franklin had always wondered what it would be like to have a normal family. As he drove through the city of Twin Creeks, Tennessee, he admired the small-town feel, and it reminded him of the town he grew up in. But the sight of a family playing in the park, mom, dad, and kids, he knew it was nothing like his own childhood. The sound of his phone ringing distracted him. "Hey, Emily," he said. His sister would be wondering about his arrival. "Don't worry, I'm almost there now." "Good, I can't wait to see you," she practically squealed. Hearing the excitement in her voice made him smile. "I know, it's been too long." The familiar feeling of guilt washed over him. He knew that was his own fault. He hadn't meant to stay away so long, but he used the excuse that he was busy building his business. Now that didn't matter anyway. He promised himself he would do better. His siblings were the only real family he had, and he didn't want to push them away. Emily spoke again. "Just use the key and let yourself in." "I'm sorry I'm not there yet, but I'll be home in an hour or so." "No worries. I'm sure I can make myself at home. I'll see you in a bit." Jackson hung up as the navigation directed him into his sister's neighborhood. Jackson finally pulled into the driveway after what felt like the longest drive of his life. His brain felt like a tornado was taking place inside it as all the thoughts swirled. Thoughts about his home and life in Atlanta, about his business there, and about the real reason he had come to Twin Creeks, the one he hadn't told Emily about. He hoped he was doing the right thing, but didn't know for sure. Emily's house came into view, and it warmed his heart to be near family. If only he was traveling to a family home where his siblings had grown up together. Oh well, at least he had his sister. The loud music and energy drink had kept him awake for the last 30 minutes, and he was relieved to climb from the vehicle and stretch his muscles. When he reached the porch, he looked around for the plant Emily had said would be there. Jackson spotted it and flipped it over with his toe. Whoops, a little dirt spilled out, but he found the key underneath. He picked it up and tried to gather up the dirt from the concrete, then brushed his hands off on his jeans as he let himself into the house. Through the front door, the air conditioning hit him in the face, a contrast to the June Tennessee heat outside. He dropped his keys on a table in the foyer and made his way through to the living room. Since Emily had said she would be home in a little while, he ignored the rest of the house that he'd never seen before and looked for Emily's room where he could catch a nap before she got home. He didn't think his sister would mind. Allie Hughes liked her job and her predictable routine, but today she was glad she had gotten home earlier than usual and was able to take a luxuriously long shower. The hot water felt amazing on her sore muscles after an afternoon workout. She grabbed the shampoo bottle and inhaled the vanilla scent as she washed it through her long dark hair. She had hoped she could relax under the water, but her brain had other ideas. As usual, it was busy making a to-do list for the next day: monthly reports, check office supplies, water the plants. Her job as an office manager for a large accounting firm kept her busy, and she liked it that way. Still, that didn't keep budget numbers and spreadsheets from sticking in her mind all the time. With her work checklist done, she switched to her list of plans for the weekend: dust, vacuum, clean out the car and take it to the car wash. Sighing, she decided her relaxing shower was only making her brain work overtime. She turned off the water and stepped out onto the soft bath mat. She squished her toes into it and breathed in the steam for a few moments, repeating to herself as she often did, "And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose." Allie wrapped the towel around herself and reached for a second cloth to carefully wipe the fog from the mirror. She stared at her eyes and skin, wondered if she'd been drinking enough water. Smiling, she checked her teeth and squinted at her eyes. She made a mental note that she was due for dentist and eye doctor appointments soon. Deciding that was enough of an inspection, she wrapped the towel tighter around herself and opened the bathroom door. Before she stepped out, she made sure the water had drained properly in the shower and flipped the light switch off. She never could be too careful. The air in the hallway was much cooler than the bathroom, and she almost felt a chill. But 2 steps out and her heart sank to her stomach. She heard heavy footsteps and someone clearing their throat. It sounded nothing like her roommate, it sounded like a man. Her hands flew to her mouth as she held back the scream that burned in her throat. She begged her feet to move, but they might as well have been stuck in concrete. Were the steps coming closer? She listened carefully. Her eyes dropped to the floor, and her heart rate tripled as a shadow appeared across the hallway doorway. When a pair of men's shoes came into view, she couldn't hold it anymore. Her scream echoed through the house. Fear gripped her body as she ran the few steps to her bedroom. Hands shaking, she locked the door and grabbed for her phone. She was just about to press the button to call 911 when a knock sounded on her door. "I'm calling the police." "Get out of here," she yelled. Allie," said a male voice. Her skin prickled all over when he spoke. Her panic rose even higher when he said her name. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" "It's me, Jackson." "Jackson?" Her mind reeled as her thumb hovered over the call button. She bit her lip and almost pressed the screen. "Emily's brother." Oh, her voice fell quiet and she stood unmoving for several beats. She cracked the door, her heart still pounding wildly. A quick glance at the man in her house had her pulse picking up for a different reason. Her face flushed as pink as her towel at her realization she had almost called the cops on her roommate's brother. Jackson's eyes washed over her, then dropped to the floor as he rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't know anybody was here." His eyes flickered back up to hers. "I didn't mean to walk in on you. I didn't mean to almost call the cops on you." She cleared her throat and said, "Sorry. I'll be out in a minute." She closed the door and fell onto the bed in relief and a little embarrassment. Once her heart rate began to slow, she told herself she shouldn't be the one embarrassed. Who walks into someone else's house unannounced and stands outside the bathroom door? She quickly dressed in dark jeans and a pale blue, short-sleeved shirt. She glanced at herself in the mirror, wet hair and all. It went against her nature to walk out to see him without being completely ready, but she didn't feel right about not going out to see her could have been assailant. So out she went. Jackson Franklin sat on the couch in her living room. He held a cup, her cup, in one hand and the TV remote in the other. He glanced up as she came into the room, but didn't move from his spot. "Hey, sorry I scared you. Did Emily not tell you I was coming?" "Obviously not," Allie said. She had checked her messages twice to confirm that, but knew that Emily could be a little forgetful. Allie looked Jackson over as he lounged on her furniture. His dark hair and eyes were a match for his sister, except masculine. Very masculine. She might have even thought handsome, but he was her roommate's brother. She couldn't let herself think that. "Oh," was all he said. Allie waited for any further explanation, but none came. She tentatively sat on the edge of the chair furthest from the couch. "So which brother are you?" again, she asked, as if her roommate had a handful of brothers instead of two. "The architect who lives in Georgia or the pilot who lives in Tennessee?" "I know you're not the sister who lives in Alabama." "The architect." "Oh. Are you just coming through town?" He kept his eyes on the TV. "Just visiting for a bit." "A bit?" Her eyes were wide. "How long is a bit?" "A couple weeks maybe." "Weeks?" Now this was really crossing a line. "Are you staying here?" That seemed to get his attention. He looked at her and seemed to be taking her in now, his eyes going from her wet hair to her bare feet. Would that be terrible? His crooked grin made her heart beat faster again. Not. She tried to keep her composure and kept her voice even. "Emily just didn't say anything about it is all." "Don't worry, I'm just kidding," he laughed. "I'll only be in town a few days, and I'm staying at a hotel. I'm here on business. Just stopped by to see my sister." Allie let out the breath she didn't realize she was holding. He stood then, and his presence seemed to fill the room with his 6-foot frame. Allie couldn't help but notice the way his jeans fit him just right and the words on his t-shirt spread across his muscular chest. "Mind if I look around the kitchen for something to eat?" he asked. Allie pulled her eyes from his chest and tilted her head at his forward question. Sure. Help yourself. I'm going to finish getting myself ready." "Alrighty," he tossed over his shoulder as he headed into the kitchen. Odd. Under her breath she whispered, "Rude." A short while later the front door slammed loudly, startling Allie, who was still a little on edge. She came out of her bedroom to find Emily greeting her brother. "Hey there, stranger. I've missed you." "Good to see you, Em." The siblings embraced before seeing Allie in the doorway. "I guess you've met my brother." Emily was beaming as she smiled at her roommate. "Something like that." Allie gave a tense smile. "Oh." Emily raised her eyebrows. "I nearly called the police on him." "You did what?" Emily's face was filled with horror. "I got out of the shower and came out to find him here." "You didn't even tell me he was coming." Allie wanted to be nice, but her irritation leaked through her words. "I didn't?" Emily looked puzzled. "Are you sure?" "I meant to." "Nope, you didn't." "By the way, how did you get in the door anyway?" Allie asked Jackson. "With the key." Jackson fell back into the spot on the couch where he seemed to be making himself quite comfortable. "What key?" Allie looked back and forth between Emily and Jackson. I gave him a key a while back. Just in case I ever needed someone to, get in the house," Emily said. "Someone who lives in another state?" Allie asked. Emily hung her head. "Okay, I left the key for him. I put it under the planter by the door." Allie covered her face with her hands. She loved Emily, really she did. The two had been roommates ever since they met at college. But they couldn't be more different. Of course Emily would leave a key out where any stranger could find it. She had a gift for taking care of people, but she might leave money and the keys to her car if someone asked. "Why didn't you just tell me so I could let him in?" "I didn't think you would be home." Emily shrugged. Allie sighed and told herself to let it go. "It's all right, it's done now. I'm just glad he wasn't arrested." She tried to laugh it off, but the whole thing made her nervous. Allie liked to take every precaution, and leaving a key out was the exact opposite. She had already suggested to Emily that they have an alarm system put in, but Emily wasn't concerned, and Allie hadn't brought it up again. "You and me both," Jackson said from his spot on the couch. Emily went to join her brother. "So what's up? How long are you in town?" "A few days, a week maybe. I've got a project going on downtown. So it could be a little while." He didn't give any specifics. "Can you stay for dinner?" Emily asked. "Sure, I don't have to get to the job until Monday, so I'm good." Allie narrowed her eyes at the way he lazily lounged on her leather couch, one of her throw pillows tucked under his arm. "We could go out to eat," she suggested. "It will be cleaner." "And miss out on Emily's cooking?" "Nah, I don't think so." Emily blushed at the praise. "Of course, I'll make your favorite." "The chicken?" he asked. "Of course." Sounds good." Allie wanted to say that Emily had been in a kitchen all day, as a chef at the restaurant where she worked. But she kept her mouth shut. She knew a little something about wanting to please family. She eyed Jackson as he picked up the remote and changed the channel on the TV. "So Allie, why are you home now anyway?" Emily's voice came from the kitchen. The sounds of pots and pans banging and cabinets opening and shutting echoed through the apartment. Allie rolled her eyes at the man on her couch and went to help her friend. "I have to go in early tomorrow to submit end-of-the-month reports, so I had some hours to swap. I left early today and went to a class at the gym since I won't be able to go in the morning." Emily reached for an ingredient that was too high. Just when she started to put her knee up on the counter, Allie pushed a step stool over and tapped Emily on the shoulder. "Thanks," Emily smiled as she got the item and safely returned to the floor. Allie shook her head good-naturedly. Emily continued, "So wait, you left work early today and went to work out to make up for the class that you normally go to at 5 in the morning?" "Yes." Allie didn't see anything wrong with that. Emily gave a short laugh. "I love you, Allie. I wish I was half as dedicated as you are. You make up for it by being 10 times as creative as me." Allie nodded at the ingredients lined up on the counter. Even though she had no idea what Emily was making, she knew it would be delicious. She was immensely proud of her friend. Emily rubbed the back of her hand across her forehead and spread a mixture of seasoning on her face. "I hope that's true." "I promise it is. And if you weren't such an amazing cook, then I might not have to go to the gym no less than 4 times a week." "Who goes to the gym 4 times a week?" The deep voice boomed behind Allie, and she jumped. "Besides me, of course." Emily had turned her back and didn't notice. "Allie does." "What do you take?" "Self-defense classes?" "I've never seen somebody as jumpy as you." "No," Allie scowled at him. "I'm not jumpy. But finding a stranger in your house is enough to give anybody a scare." Jackson laughed and the sound filled the kitchen. "I'll try my best not to scare you anymore." Chapter 2. Noise from the hallway outside his hotel room pulled Jackson from his thoughts. He stared at the papers on the desk in front of him and tried to make sense of the numbers. The black and white blurred together as he looked at them for what felt like the millionth time. He pushed back from the desk and rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. "I've made a mess of this. I don't know how I'll ever get out of this hole." He hadn't said out loud to anyone that his business was failing. He couldn't, that would finally make it real. He couldn't bear that, not yet anyway. Knowing he would be telling everyone that he failed made him sick to his stomach. Most of all his siblings, who had always depended on him, and Coleman, his best friend and business partner. Would they even be friends anymore if the business went under? 2 years ago, when Jackson and Cole had started their own architectural firm, they had been ready to take on the world. Or at least build part of it. Now the budget sheet and income and expenses for his small business haunted him day and night. He knew his partners and employees would be disappointed, but no one would be as disappointed in him as he was with himself. Jackson sighed, his dreams for the future disappearing. Business hadn't been going well for several months, and now that the expenses were more than the jobs were bringing in, he was afraid it was time to call it quits. "I can get another job. It's not that I'm bad at designing buildings. Just at running a business, I guess." His phone buzzed on the desk. Reaching for it, he saw a text from his sister asking about plans for dinner. "I can't let Emily know," he said. "Not Emily, or Lacey, or Graham," he said of his other siblings. "At least not until I have a new plan. I can't stand for them to be disappointed in me too." He let out a slow breath and closed his eyes as he whispered, "God." He had hoped other words would flow after that, but nothing came. He was at a loss at what to do, and he didn't even know how to pray. "Help me," he said as he balled up his fists and pressed them against his forehead. "Show me how I can get out of this. I've got to make it happen somehow." He didn't have any answers, and he didn't feel better, but he had to move forward. He typed out a quick text to his sister and stood to get dressed. He would put on a smile and go eat the dinner his sister was cooking. No doubt it would be fantastic, and just maybe her success in her chosen career would rub off on him. Jackson felt bad about keeping the truth from Emily, even though he hadn't exactly lied to her. He did have a business project to work on, but it wasn't what she thought. He wasn't there on a building project, and he didn't have a job site to be at on Monday. He had a job interview. He wasn't sure what was going to happen with his company yet, but he knew he needed options. He picked up his phone and keys. He laughed as he stared at the key to his sister's house that he had slipped on his keyring. He felt sure Allie wouldn't like that he still had it. Ollie's face came to mind, terrified, then embarrassed. Jackson had to admit, he hadn't been the best version of himself. He had been tired from the long drive and hadn't expected to walk in to find a woman he'd never met walking out to meet him. He took a deep breath at the memory of seeing her come out of the bathroom in nothing but a towel. He told himself not to dwell on that, but the sight of her perfectly soft, pink skin and her dark hair across her back was hard to forget. He shook his head to clear his mind of all thoughts of Allie. He was here to interview for a job and to spend time with his sister. He didn't need a distraction, and if he wanted to make up for lost time with Emily, he certainly didn't need to be thinking about her roommate. No matter how beautiful she was. Allie just barely kept herself from rolling her eyes as she watched Jackson walk right into her house, again, without knocking. She would have said something, but he was Emily's brother, and she cared enough about her roommate to not make it an issue. "Hey, Jackson called out. "What you got cooking?" Allie turned to face the wall so she could roll her eyes this time. "Roasted pork loin with bacon-wrapped asparagus and sweet potatoes." Jackson licked his lips. "Bacon-wrapped asparagus. My favorite." Emily beamed, obviously knowing that and preparing them for him. Allie didn't want to think about what it would cost to feed Jackson for however long he was in town. Emily did pretty well for herself, but that didn't mean she needed a freeloading brother eating her out of house and home. Jackson stepped out of the kitchen and Allie tried not to watch him leave, but it was hard to resist. If the goal of his dark jeans and t-shirt was to show off the results of his workouts, Allie had to admit they were doing their job. She gave her head a little shake as she pulled out plates and silverware. Heading to the modest-sized dining room table in the next room, she could see Jackson had seated himself on the couch and propped his feet up on the coffee table. He sat staring at his phone with a look of zero concern. "Jackson, how long are you planning to be in town?" He took a moment to finish whatever he was doing on his phone before he looked up with a wicked grin. "Trying to get rid of me?" Allie blushed at the accusation, and at the way he looked when he met her eyes. No, of course not. You're welcome here. I was just making conversation. I'm just here for a few more days, maybe a week." A look washed over his face, as if that wasn't the whole truth, but Allie didn't know him well enough to push him for more. "I'm sure Emily is glad to see you. She visits with your brother and his family pretty often. Will you see them while you're here?" Allie kept her eyes on the table as she set out a plate at each seat. Jackson shook his head. "Not this trip. Graham is out of town on business this week, and my sister-in-law has the kids at her parents' house." "Oh, well, that's nice. We haven't all been in the same place in a long time," Jackson said. "Oh, really? Not even for holidays?" Allie turned and raised her eyebrows at him. She knew from Emily that their family dynamics were strained, but she must not have realized how badly. Emily worked a lot of holidays at the restaurant. "Nah. Holidays have never been our family's thing." She tilted her head as she looked at him. Was that sadness in his eyes? Her family was together at least once a week. She couldn't imagine not seeing them that often. She only let herself look at Jackson for a moment before she forced herself to focus on setting the table and placing the forks and knives exactly at the same level. She didn't ask him any more questions, but she made a note to pay more attention and maybe invite Emily to spend the holidays with her family. Once she was pleased with her work, she went to help Emily finish in the kitchen, ignoring Jackson, who seemed content to let his sister do all the work. With the food laid out beautifully on the table and every glass filled with ice and sweet tea, Emily told Jackson they were ready. Allie felt quiet as they gathered around the table. Jackson offered to pray, which surprised her. Jackson bowed his head and said, "Dear God, thank you for this day. Thank you for providing this food and for taking care of us. Bless our time here together and be with us always. Amen." Allie lifted her head and snuck a quick glance at Jackson sitting across the table. Maybe there was something more to him than she realized. She tucked her napkin in her lap and ate as the siblings bantered back and forth. She had known the two were close, the oldest of their 4 siblings, but watching them now, She could see that they both teased each other and cared deeply. For that reason, she knew she would put up with him and his feet on her coffee table. But she still hoped he wouldn't impose on Emily too long. Allie cared about her too, after all. And brother or not, she didn't want her roommate taken advantage of. Chapter 3. Allie propped her phone on her ear as she maneuvered the dusting cloth over the dining room table. "Yes, Mom, I'll be there for dinner." "Are Julie and Travis coming?" she asked of her sister and her husband. They lived in town with their 6-month-old daughter. "Yes, they'll be there. We plan to eat at 6:30, so you should probably be here by 5:45. Ollie's mother, Elise, liked things just so. Dinner had been at 6:30 for as long as Allie could remember, but her mom still felt the need to say it. "That's fine. Anything you need me to bring?" "Just yourself, and wear something nice. Maybe that new dress I bought you." "Mom," Allie stopped dusting and straightened out. "What?" Elise said. Allie gripped the phone tightly as she spoke. "That dress is a little dressy for a family dinner at your house." "No, it's not, it looks nice on you." "Mom," Allie could feel her head beginning to pound and her irritation was rising. "Yes. What did you do? What are you talking about? Why do you want me to be dressed up?" "No reason." Her mother's tone said that wasn't true. "Elise Hughes, what did you do?" "Nothing," Elise feigned innocence. "I only thought you should look nice since we're having company. I invited that nice young lawyer I met at church." Allie groaned and put one hand over her face. "Mom, I said no more setups." "Who said this was a setup?" Elise's voice rose an octave. "I merely invited someone who is new to our church over for dinner, like a good Christian should do. You know, we are very fortunate to have a family to gather with, not everyone has that luxury." "So this nice, young lawyer doesn't have a family? Is he an orphaned, young lawyer?" There was a short pause. "Well, now, I'm not sure about his extended family. But he is single, and you know lawyers work long hours and don't get home-cooked meals every day." "That's just fine, Mom. I'm sure you and Dad will give him plenty of home-cooked food and conversation. You'll have to talk to him. I know a daughter of mine wouldn't be rude to our guest." "I didn't say I wouldn't talk to him. But I won't be set up with anyone anymore." "And why not?" Allie sighed inwardly. "Mom, we've talked about this. I'm just not ready for that. Ever since Derek, it's just too hard." "But Allie, it's been 4 years. I think it's time to move on." Elise's voice was kind, but serious. A familiar wave of emotions washed over Allie as she remembered the one man she had loved. "Would it ever be time to move on from losing the person you thought you would spend the rest of your life with?" "Mom, I just don't want you to set me up. And again, I ask, why not?" Allie put her hands on her hips and pressed her lips together. She had told her mother countless times, why not, but it never seemed to matter. The only reason her mother would accept was that she was in a relationship. Allie knew that. As the silence grew, she wanted to get her mother off her back once and for all. Before she could stop herself, she uttered the words Elise wanted to hear. "Because I'm seeing someone." Allie thought she had inserted enough sarcasm into her tone, but she had never been very good at making jokes or saying things insincerely. The loud gasp and shriek that Elise let out only confirmed that. "Allie. This is wonderful." Allie had to pull the phone away from her ear when Elise's voice rose several octaves. Oh no. What had possessed her to say that? "Allison Hughes, why in the world haven't you told me this yet?" Allie opened her mouth to tell her mother she was just kidding, that she had been single for a very long 4 years now, and she didn't see that changing anytime soon. But Elise never even stopped for her to answer. The excitement in Elise's voice almost broke Ollie's heart, and a pit began to form in her stomach. "Well, never mind about the lawyer, I'll see if I can find someone to set him up with. But let's talk about you. I want to meet this man." "Who is he?" How did you meet? Well, Allie felt her throat closing up. Never mind. Never mind. Elise always started saying things twice when she was excited. You just bring him to dinner on Sunday, and I'll find out all the details then. Allie could just see her mother wagging a finger at her as she spoke the next words. But don't think you're not in trouble for keeping this from me. I'm only letting you off the hook for now, because I have planning to do. So just tell me you will bring him to dinner. Allie knew she should tell her the truth. She wanted to tell her the truth. But deep down, more than anything, she wished she didn't have to go alone to family dinner. She wished she could say that her boyfriend would be with her, and she wanted that to be the truth. But she couldn't risk her heart again. Allie sat silently for several beats before murmuring the only word that would come. All right. Wonderful. Bye, honey, Elise's voice rang out cheerily. Bye, Allie said quietly, even though her mother was already gone. She let her face fall into her hands the moment she dropped the phone on the table. Oh no, she groaned. What in the world have I done? Her mind began running laps as she thought of all the ways she could tell her mom. But every one of them ended with her mother's disappointment. Allie could see her, tears brimming her eyelids and her voice shaking, as she said, Oh Allie, I had such high hopes for you. Allie sighed. Of course, her high hopes hadn't included a successful career and a life on her own. Even though she had been an office manager for a large accounting firm for almost 2 years now, she still felt the weight of being a disappointment to her mother. There had been a chance, of course. Allie had thought she was headed that direction for a long time. For 3 years, in fact, while she had dated Derek, she had known they would get married and live happily ever after. She squeezed her eyes closed, blocking the memory of the day of the accident. The day she had lost him and the life she had planned. After that, Allie had thrown herself into her career. She was good at planning and details and spreadsheets. She could go to work every day and keep everything the way she liked it and protect herself. She was proud of the way she had worked her way up to managing the office. But she knew her mother, the entire family really, still wanted something else for her. Allie stood and told herself that she was happy with her life now. Maybe it wasn't exciting, and maybe it wasn't what she thought it would be, but it was her life. It was safe and normal, and that kept her going. But I still can't convince my mom of that. She headed to the kitchen, bent on making herself a snack while she sorted out what to say to her mom and how to let her down. Just as she opened the pantry door and stepped out of sight from the hallway, she heard the front door open. She gasped at the sound, but calmed when she heard Jackson's now familiar voice speaking rather loudly into his phone. Listen, Luke, I know the accounts don't look good. I've been going over the numbers and trying to figure out a plan. Ollie's irritation rose as she stayed hidden in the pantry, but her interest grew more than her displeasure at her roommate's intruding brother. She leaned back slightly to hear him talking in the living room. She couldn't see him, but she could imagine he was sprawled on the couch with his shoes on. Allie closed her eyes and pressed her fingertips to her forehead. I have an interview set up for Monday. I just need to have a plan before I move anything. Okay? There was a long pause and Allie heard him sigh loudly. No, Cole doesn't know yet. It's not what I hoped for, but I'm not sure what else to do. Suddenly Allie could hear his footsteps coming towards her, and she froze when he entered the kitchen. Oh, his deep voice rumbled and caused goosebumps to appear on her skin. I gotta go, he said into the phone. Allie turned to face him. Hi. She stared him straight in the eyes. Hey. He dropped his gaze to the floor and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here. I'm meeting Emily here when she gets off work. And I guess you still have a key. Allie raised one eyebrow at him. Yeah, Em said to keep it while I'm in town. So guess you heard me then? He finally met her eyes, and his face showed a hint of embarrassment for the first time since she'd met him. She shrugged, feeling sorry for him. Yeah, kind of hard not to. I was just talking to my accountant. We have some things to move around with the company finances. Allie thought for a moment that she should pretend she believed him. But she had taken in enough to understand better than that, and she couldn't resist. Really? It sounded like you said you have an interview. You couldn't have meant a job interview, could you? Jackson hung his head. Allie bit her lip and wished she could take it back. She didn't want to make him feel worse. But he snapped his head back up before she could apologize. Yes, I have a job interview next week. We've had some problems with the company, and I'm considering all my options. Allie tilted her head. Really? Yes, he said firmly. I'm sorry you're having trouble, her tone was sincere. Have you told Emily? No. I haven't. She doesn't need to know. Everything will be all right. I'm taking care of it. And that's the real reason you're in town? Allie crossed her arms and leaned back against the counter. Yes, it is. But it's all temporary. So I would appreciate it if you just let me tell Emily in my own time. Allie took a deep breath and let it out. I don't know, she said, tapping her chin with her index finger. That's a pretty big secret to keep. Emily was fiercely loyal. Allie didn't want to betray her trust. Jackson crossed his own arms and rose to his full height. Ollie's breath caught as she watched his arm muscles tighten. Look, he said. I'll tell her, and she won't be mad at you if you keep it a secret. She'll be mad at me. He rolled his eyes, and a slightly wicked grin spread across his face. Believe me, I have plenty of experience. Allie couldn't help it, a small laugh escaped her lips before she pressed her mouth together and covered it with her hand. She could just picture tiny Emily letting out her fury on her 6-foot-tall, well-built brother. Please? Jackson didn't laugh, and his face was serious. I'll do anything. It's important to me that Emily doesn't know about this yet. Ollie's face turned serious too. She said, tapping her chin again as an idea began to form in her mind. She let it sit there for a minute as she stared at him. Anything? She asked. Do you have a shirt and tie? That's a ridiculous idea, Jackson blurted out. He pulled his crossed arms tighter over his chest, but he let his eyes roam the woman standing just a few feet across the kitchen from him. Might not be half bad though. But really? Posing as her boyfriend at her mother's Sunday dinner? They couldn't pull that off, could they? How is she going to believe you're dating a guy you've just met? We don't tell her that we just met. She knows Emily has a single brother. We'll just say we met a while back and we've been doing the long-distance relationship thing. And why wouldn't you have told her about it before now? I didn't want to say anything until it was serious. Jackson's eyebrows shot up. So you want me to pretend to be a serious boyfriend? Allie gave him a wry smile. Why? You think that will be too difficult for you? She squinted her eyes, and he knew she was trying to look menacing. Jackson found it adorable. He grinned. You don't think I can be serious? She shrugged. I haven't seen that yet. That hurt. He'd had more seriousness and responsibility as a child than some people do in their whole lifetime. She didn't know him at all. I can be serious. I'm a grown man. A grown man hiding at your sister's house because your business is in trouble? Jackson set his jaw as heat flushed through his body. I'm not hiding out. All right, whatever you want to call it. So is it a deal or not? He forced himself to calm down. Let me get this straight. I go to dinner with you at your mom's house, and you won't tell my sister about my business? Yep, that's right. And what happens after that? I have a plan. When we break up, my mom will be so upset for me that she won't try to set me up with anyone for a long time. Jackson shook his head and laughed. That doesn't make any sense to me. But as long as you keep up your end of the deal, I'll keep up my end. He reached out and shook her hand. He didn't expect the softness in her touch, but he reminded himself this was a business deal. And one thing was true about him, he always kept his promises. Chapter 4. Allie wrung her hands and paced the living room. This is a bad idea, she thought. A pit had formed in her stomach as she dressed in a knee-length navy blue dress and curled her hair, just like her mother would like it. At first, she had felt pleased that her mom would be so happy. She could just imagine her face when Allie walked in with Jackson, tall, dark, and handsome. And for just a second, Allie thought she would be happy too. But then she remembered it was a lie, and she wasn't sure she could go through with it. She had almost texted Jackson and told him to forget the whole thing. She didn't like lying. Not to her mom, and not to her roommate and best friend. And now she was doing both. Why? She told herself it was to get her mom off her back. She had been to enough dinners, family functions, and church events where a nice, young, single man just happened to be in attendance. Allie knew her mom meant well, but she also knew she had had her one chance at love, and it was gone now. No use looking for someone else when she knew they could just be taken away. But Jackson? A grin made its way across her face, but quickly faded. Jackson wasn't a real relationship. They had made a deal, and it meant Allie didn't have to worry about it ending, because it wasn't starting. And he was also pretty good to look at. She only hoped her parents would buy the charade. She felt sure her mom would be so happy she wouldn't notice the act. There was no more time to think about it since she heard the front door open. Jackson was still letting himself in. Hey. You ready? Allie stood and smoothed her hands over her wrinkle-free dress. So much for chivalry, she said under her breath. She didn't expect Jackson to pretend this was a real date at her house. She only hoped he would use his manners in front of her family. If he had any. I'm ready, Allie said, walking through the doorway into the living room. But when she lifted her eyes, she stopped. How could anyone that ill-mannered look that good? Jackson wore dark slacks and a light blue button-up shirt with a striped tie. He stood with his hands in his pockets as if he didn't have a care in the world, and even though it irritated her a little bit, Allie couldn't deny that his competence made him even more attractive. Alrighty then, let's go. Jackson only glanced at her for a second, and Allie tried to pretend it didn't bother her that he didn't notice how she looked. He opened the front door and walked through, pushing it open behind him for her. Allie rolled her eyes as she caught it and walked through. In the driveway, she headed for Jackson's car and tried not to make a comment. Of course he drives a tiny sports car. She slid into the seat and buckled up for safety. Jackson climbed in his own seat and cranked the engine, then he turned up the music loud enough to drown out any chance of conversation. Allie couldn't say that she minded. She pointed out directions on the way and in a short time, they pulled into her parents' driveway. Allie could see her sister's car already there. Allie took a deep breath and pushed it out. All right, here we go. You nervous? Jackson's voice held a hint of concern. Allie gave him a slight smile, thinking that it was nice that he might be the slightest bit worried about her. I'll be fine, she said. Great, I'm starved. She clenched her teeth. She had a feeling she was going to be doing that a lot tonight. Just be polite, and I hope you have table manners. Jackson pressed his hand to his chest as if he had been wounded. I have manners. I know how to act in public. Is it better than how you act in your sister's house? Jackson squinted. He seemed to want to say something else, but changed his mind. I'll behave. Let's go. They both climbed from the car and walked up the driveway to the front door. Allie had walked through that door thousands of times, but never as nervous as she was now. Suddenly a thought came to her. We didn't talk about holding hands, or being, affectionate. No worries, Jackson reached over and took her hand in his. Allie would have been less surprised if lightning had struck her on the porch. And it might have affected her less too. His hands were strong, and as he covered hers with his, it shocked her how well they fit together. She cleared her throat. Well, all right then. She pushed the door open and walked through with Jackson at her side. She hurried them through the wide foyer with the 20-foot ceiling. Her heels and his dress shoes clicked across the hardwood floor, the sound echoing the speed of her heartbeat. Hey, Mom, we're here, Allie called out. In the kitchen, Elise's voice rang out. Ollie's pulse picked up again as they entered the kitchen doorway. She didn't know whether it was because of the impending meeting or because of Jackson's hand holding hers. Hello, hello? Elise practically sang. Allie forced the words out quickly. Mom, Dad, this is Jackson. Jackson, these are my parents, Elise and Darren Hughes. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Hughes. Only then did Jackson release Ollie's hand to reach out and take Elise's outstretched hand in his. Thank you for inviting me. Your home is lovely. Why, thank you. Elise beamed. We're thrilled to meet you. Ollie's been keeping you a secret for too long, so when she finally let the cat out of the bag, we just had to have you over as soon as possible. Well, I'm happy to be here. Jackson's wide smile showed off all his perfect teeth. Allie didn't know whether to swoon or roll her eyes again. It took her breath away when Jackson stepped close to her and slid his arm around her waist. Yes, we're all happy to be here. She gave a tense smile and pulled away from his grasp. Mom, can I help with anything? Oh no, Elise waved a hand in the air. Everything is ready. Come on into the living room and I'll introduce Jackson to everyone. When she said his name, her face lit up and her voice practically sang to the high ceilings. Jackson took Ollie's hand again as they walked out of the kitchen and entered the living room. The house was as familiar to Allie as her own name. Her family had moved here when she and her sister were in junior high. Every important life event since then had been celebrated in this room. The hardwood floors were covered in the middle of the room with a large gray and white rug. The dark brown couches sat adjacent to each other and offered plenty of seating for the growing family. Allie was thankful the ceiling fan was blowing down on her as her cheeks flushed from the stress of the meeting. Julie, Travis, this is Jackson, Elise said as they entered the room. Ollie's sister rose from the couch with her 6-month-old baby on her shoulder. Hi, Jackson, it's nice to meet you. She reached out her free hand to shake. Nice to meet you too. Jackson reached for her hand before turning to her husband, who had stood as well. The two men shook hands. Of course, we don't know anything about you. Julie's southern drawl lilted the jab at her sister. Allie gave a tight-lipped smile. I just wanted it to be a surprise. Malarkey, Julie said with a wave of her hand. You don't even like surprises. Maybe I just wanted to take some time before I told you all about it. Besides, it's been long distance. You can't tell your family about a guy you're dating because he lives far away? It's just a little complicated. All right, girls, that's enough of that. Elise smiled at Jackson. You know how sisters can be. Oh, yes, ma'am, I have 2 of them, so I have some experience. 2 sisters? Are you the only boy? I have 1 brother. Jackson casually took a seat on the couch and pulled Ollie's arm until she sat next to him. Everyone else took the cue, and the family sat around on the couches. Mr. Hughes stood, leaning next to the mantel. With one glance Allie could tell he wasn't quite sure about all of this. And did you grow up around here? No, ma'am. I grew up in a little town called Pinehaven in Alabama. Oh, that's nice. Is your family still there? We're all over now, really. Of course Emily lives here, and my brother Graham does too. My other sister, Lacey, is still in Pinehaven with her husband and family. And your parents? Elise asked. Mom, Allie spoke through gritted teeth. What? Elise raised her hands in the air. I'm just trying to get to know him. Is there something wrong? Her southern graces took over. I'm sorry if I asked about a sensitive subject. It's all right. Jackson reached over and placed his hand on Ollie's. I don't mind, sweetheart. He winked at her before turning back to Elise. My dad died when I was young. My mom hasn't always been the best parent, so we've been through some rough times. But she's been living in Georgia for a while now, not too far from me. She's working a steady job and doing well. So my family is in Tennessee, Alabama, and Georgia. But you like Tennessee, right? Do you ever think about moving here? Allie sighed loudly. But Jackson looked straight at her mother and without wavering said, every day. Jackson inwardly took a deep breath. What in the world am I doing? He took his seat next to Allie. The large cherry dining room table was filled with more food than he had ever seen. He had agreed to this charade to protect himself, but it was becoming too easy to fall right into this role. It had been an impulsive move to take Ollie's hand the first time, but he was glad she had looked away so she didn't see the shocked look on his face. Her hand fit so perfectly in his, and he could have sworn he felt electricity rush through his arm. While she had looked ahead to the door, he had stared down at their hands touching. Her smooth, tan skin was impossibly soft, and he had to resist the urge to run his hand up her arm. Are we ready to pray? Darren asked as he took his wife's hand. I think so. Elise was beaming as she smiled over the others at the table. Jackson watched as Julie and Travis linked hands, and without hesitation, he put his hand on the table, palm up, and waited for Ollie's touch. He barely heard a word of the prayer over the pounding in his ears. So this was what it was like to have Sunday dinner with a family. He knew Allie was nervous, but he wasn't sure why. It seemed to him like her family cared about each other, and they had accepted him so genuinely. He would have run to this house any time if it was his family. As he heard the amen echo around the table, he gave his head an imperceptible shake and told himself to focus. Elise was asking him another question. So far he had answered everything perfectly honestly. But when he heard her, he felt that was about to change. So how did you two meet? Elise casually lifted a bowl of salad and began to pass it around the table as she spoke. Jackson glanced at Allie, meeting her chocolate brown eyes before he spoke. I was in town to see my sister and we just ran into each other at their house. That had been true. Yep, we just started talking and hit it off. Allie said. That was a stretch. And now here we are, Jackson said. And what do you do for a living, Jackson? It was the first question Darren had voiced. I'm an architect. Wow. Elise didn't hide how impressed she was. What buildings have you designed? I worked on a team that designed some of the new city buildings in downtown Atlanta. But I started my own firm 2 years ago with a partner. We've been doing smaller projects lately, but we're hoping we'll get our big break soon. Allie gave him a look. Even though it was technically true, it wasn't the whole story. It's a lot of work, though. Keeps him busy. Yes. I wish I could work less and visit Tennessee more. Jackson cut his eyes at Allie. Could you find work here? Elise asked, waving her fork in the air. He cleared his throat. Maybe. I'm not sure, really. There are some projects I've put in proposals for in the area. He could sense Elise was already thinking about a long-term relationship and wondering if he would take Allie away. Well, wouldn't that be wonderful if you could work here in Twin Creeks? Jackson wouldn't commit to that. I'm not sure if it will happen, but we'll see. Mom, how's the planning coming for the 4th of July event? Allie attempted to change the subject and Jackson gave her a grateful smile. Oh, everything is coming along just wonderfully, Elise gushed. She began to detail a list of decorations and activities without pausing for a breath. Obviously, Allie knew that topic would keep her mom going. And it did, right through half of the meal. Then Allie asked Julie a question about the baby, and that topic took them right into dessert. Jackson finished his last bite of chocolate-covered cheesecake and leaned back in his chair. He listened with great interest as Travis and Julie told about little Eleanor trying her first solid foods. He smiled as the baby giggled at the table and the adults fawned all over her. What would it be like to really be a part of this family? With family dinners and stories and parents who cared enough to ask a bazillion questions of a new guest? He told himself not to get too wrapped up in it. But he decided just for today to let himself slip in and pretend it was real. He gently reached over and laced his fingers with the beautiful woman sitting next to him. Chapter 5. I guess that went well. Ollie's voice was quiet back in the car as they drove towards her house. She stared out the window at the riverfront, a view she would never tire of. Twin Creeks was her home. She had never lived outside of the small town, except for her time in college, and she planned to stay there. They passed historic houses, and Allie admired the classic architecture. Memories flicked across her mind of looking at houses in those neighborhoods, dreaming of living there. She had even saved pictures of some of them, the ones with the Yard of the Month sign and the smiling family in the front. But that was before the accident and before she bought the 2-bedroom townhome and moved in with Emily. Yeah, I guess so. Jackson's voice brought her back inside the car. Sorry they asked so many questions, Allie said. Jackson shrugged. No big deal. I guess if I had a daughter and she brought a guy home, I would have a lot of questions too. Especially if she had been keeping him a secret for months. Allie scrunched her eyebrows and stared at him. But we haven't actually been hiding it for months. He cleared his throat. Right. I know. I just mean, they think that, so if I thought that, you know what I mean. Yeah. She paused. So is it really true that you were on a team that designed those buildings in Atlanta? Yeah, it's true. Everything I said, except for when we met, was true. I don't really like lying. Me either. The pit in her stomach was back. Are you really thinking about moving to Tennessee? Yeah, I've thought about it. I don't think Lacey will ever move here from Alabama, but my other siblings are here. It would be nice to live close. Maybe. Allie crossed her arms. Jackson glanced over at her. What? You don't like living near your sister? No, I mean, yes, I do. But it's hard sometimes too. Mostly, just being compared. She gave a little shrug and turned to look out the window, hoping he would leave that alone. Being compared to your sister? She sighed. Yeah, mostly about getting married and having a family. But I'm happy with my job, and I've made my own life. I have a nice house and a good roommate, and I like the town. But seeing my sister live the same life as my parents, it's just hard to not feel like they compare us. I do like seeing them all the time, but sometimes it's a lot. There's a lot of pressure that goes along with it. Jackson was quiet for several beats before he said, I think you should do whatever you want to do. If you're happy, then great. He cleared his throat before asking his next question. Is there, another reason you don't want to get married? I never said I didn't want to. I did want to once, her voice drifted off, but she knew she didn't want to tell that story now. I just don't like being compared to my sister. Jackson nodded, his eyes focused on the road. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Allie crossed her arms and looked back out the window. Anyway, thanks for doing this today. If you hadn't come, I was going to have to be set up with a nice young lawyer that's new to the area. Oh, really? Jackson's eyebrows went up. So your mom really does try to set you up? Oh, all the time. This time a nice young lawyer, last time it was a nice older banker, I guess next time it would have been a nice middle-aged doctor. She laughed at the absurdity of it. So is being with me today better than a lawyer, a banker, or a doctor? She turned and looked him over. A slow smile crept over her face. I guess it was. I'm not such a bad fake date then? Allie wondered if he would be a good real date, but she couldn't admit that. It was just an act anyway. They wouldn't be a good match. And she would never risk her friendship with Emily over that. Not too bad. I guess that brings me to an important question. How exactly are we going to break up? Jackson grimaced. Allie shrugged. You'll just go back to Georgia and maybe we just can't make the long-distance thing work anymore. Jackson seemed relieved. Why? Are you worried about it? I just hope it's not because I do something terrible. He kept his eyes focused on the road, but Allie watched his expression and wondered what he was thinking. "You're concerned about what my family thinks of you." He cleared his throat. "Well, yeah." "Why?" Allie was genuinely surprised. "They're just really nice people. They treated me well, and I would hate to think they were just thinking I was a terrible person who broke their daughter's heart." Allie let that thought mull around in her head. "I don't know. That might be the only way I can convince them it's over." They pulled up in front of Ollie's house and she noticed that Emily's car wasn't there. "I guess your sister's still at work." "Yeah, she said she was working all day today." "That's how I knew we could make this work." "Oh, right." Allie hadn't said anything to Emily, because she couldn't think of a way to tell her without spilling Jackson's secret. "Well, thanks again. I know my mom means well. But it will be nice to have her off my back." "Sure thing." Allie fiddled with her purse. "So, I guess I'll see you around." Jackson looked up and met her eyes. "Sure. I'll be around town a little while longer. And as long as my sister keeps feeding me, I'm sure to stop by." He grinned from ear to ear. Allie shook her head. He was impossible. "Goodbye, Jackson." "Bye, Allie." Her reluctance to leave surprised her, and she took her time walking to the front door. Despite his laid-back attitude and willingness to mooch off her roommate, she had to admit that she had enjoyed being with him today. She turned to wave, taking one last look at him before she walked inside. With the door shut behind her, she leaned against it and let out a long sigh. She touched the tips of her fingers together, remembering what it felt like to have them wrapped inside Jackson's hands. The Jackson that had showed up today was a nice guy. It might have been a pretend date, but she knew that she had for real liked it. Chapter 6. Jackson sat in the unfamiliar office lobby and resisted the urge to straighten his tie for the 100th time that morning. "Maybe I had too much coffee." He tapped his fingers together over and over again. "Why am I here? Why am I interviewing with another company instead of trying to save the one I own?" He was afraid that might be a question in the interview, and he didn't have an answer. For the interviewer, or for himself? Jackson Franklin? A petite woman opened the door from the inner offices as she called his name. He stood and walked to the door. "Good morning. If you'll just follow me." "Yes, ma'am." Jackson flashed her his best smile. She wasn't the interviewer, but he knew that every little bit helps. "Mr. Peterson, this is Mr. Franklin." "Hi, there." The stout, older man didn't get up from his chair, but reached across the desk to shake hands. "Jackson Franklin, sir." Jackson gave him a firm handshake and took a seat when the man gestured to the chair. "Thank you for seeing me today. My business partner insisted that I interview you when he saw the work you did on the buildings in Atlanta." "Yes, sir, that's the project I'm most proud of." "I understand it was a collective effort. So tell me, just how much of the work did you do?" Clearly they were cutting right to the chase. Jackson cleared his throat and told himself this was no time for modesty. "It was a team effort, and I was lucky to get to be on the team. The senior architects came up with a lot of the overarching vision, but I don't think it's exaggerating to say that I took their ideas and created the drawings and most of the details. One of the senior partners also had an illness in the family midway through the project, and I stepped up into a leadership role to see it to completion. He returned in time to sign off on the project, but most of the work was mine." Mr. Peterson eyed him from across the desk. "You're a little young, aren't you?" Jackson smiled and gave a short laugh. "Only compared to some." "How old are you?" "I'm 28. "And you started your own company at 26, is that right?" Jackson told himself to stay strong and not let his confidence slip. "Yes, sir, I did." "And how exactly did that go?" "I still have the company. We've done mostly smaller projects around Georgia. It's a growing business, but the growing is slow going." "I see." Mr. Peterson rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. "So why are you here, interviewing for a position at my architecture firm, when you own your own company. Jackson launched in before he could worry about the answer. I'm just considering my options. I think I could grow my business to be successful, but truth be told, I don't love the business side of business. I think I might be happier just doing the architectural work that I am trained to do and that I really love. Dividing my time between architecture and running a business is keeping me from my passion. Mr. Peterson seemed to consider this. Yes, he spoke slowly. I can understand that. I started in this business a very long time ago, and I love the work. But these days it seems like I just oversee projects and sign paychecks. He gave a deep chuckle. I can't say that I would change anything, but if younger me could look and see what I do now, well, I might have stayed in the drawing room longer. Jackson smiled, knowing he had answered the best he could. Yes, sir. It's satisfying to see your work go from a blank page to an actual building. Yes it is, Mr. Peterson said. So tell me more about the other projects you have worked on. I assume you've brought a portfolio. Yes, sir. Jackson reached for his briefcase. And let's drop the sir business. Yes, you got it. Jackson spent the next 30 minutes showing Mr. Peterson examples of his work. Drawings he had done, even if they weren't chosen as a final design, and pictures of completed projects. When it was all done and he shook hands with Mr. Peterson again, he felt like he had said and done all he could do. I'll be in touch, Mr. Peterson said. Jackson hoped and prayed that it was true. Outside the building, he breathed a sigh of relief. He dropped his briefcase in the seat beside him when he climbed into his car and quickly reached for his sunglasses. It was late afternoon now, and his stomach was starting to grumble, reminding him that he skipped lunch in his nervous state. He grabbed his phone and texted Emily. What are you up to? At home, just doing stuff around the house. You up for dinner? Sure. Are you buying? He sent her a laughing emoji. Sure, why not? I'll swing by soon. As he turned toward Emily's house, a thought came to him, but he tried to shake it off. No, he told himself. I won't wonder if Allie will be there. I just won't. He cranked up the music and sang along to distract himself. When he pulled up in front of the house, he had mixed feelings about seeing that Ollie's car wasn't in the driveway. Of course she's still at work, he thought. Why am I thinking about her? I'm just here to see my sister. He tossed his glasses on the dash and took quick steps up to the door. He turned the knob and walked in. Hey, Em, he called out. I'm in my room, he heard her reply. Want me to come there or wait for you out here? I'll be out in a minute. No worries, I'll make myself at home. I'm sure you will, Emily laughed. Jackson chuckled. He took his job as a big brother very seriously, and part of that job was annoying his little sister, no matter how old they were. He made his way to the living room and flopped on the couch. He tugged his tie loose and dropped his shoes on the floor. Tucking his arm behind his head, he closed his eyes. He knew when Emily said be out in a minute, it could be a while. He told himself he would just rest his eyes for a few minutes. The sound of a door shutting startled him awake. His eyes flew open, and for a moment he couldn't remember where he was. He nearly fell off the couch when Allie walked in the room. She stopped and stared at him. She wore black dress pants and what he assumed was a designer silk sleeveless shirt. Her heels made her look taller. Or maybe it was just that he was staring at her from his position on the couch. Allie tilted her head and crossed her arms. What are you doing here? Jackson sat up and opened his eyes wide, trying to wake himself up. He ran his fingers through his hair. I was waiting on Emily. She said she would be out in a minute, but well, you know Emily. Allie laughed. The sound made his heart ricochet against his ribs. Yeah, I do. She sank into the chair, her bag still over her arm and her car keys in her hand as she let her head fall back against the chair. So how long have you been waiting? Half an hour? He glanced at his watch and squinted. Something like that, maybe 40 minutes. I didn't mean to fall asleep though. At least this time your shoes aren't on my throw pillow. Nope. Allie folded her arms across her chest. What are you waiting on Emily for? Emily entered the room and answered for him. We're going to dinner. Want to come with us? Jackson looked to Allie to gauge her reaction. He told himself he wouldn't ask, but now that his sister had, he had to know what she would say. Oh, I don't want to intrude. Allie waved a hand in the air. Intrude? Not at all. We're just going to grab a bite. It's no big deal, Emily said. I don't know, I just walked in the door. Oh, it's all right, we can wait. Emily assured her. Says the woman who took an hour for her just a minute. Jackson was only joking, but Allie didn't seem to take it that way. He saw it immediately. Allie narrowed her eyes at him, and he could feel it to his soul. He needed to say something, but did it sound too desperate to beg her to come? It's fine. I'll eat something here. You two go on. I didn't mean anything, just picking at Em. He stood, hoping to change her mind. He could see that he had upset her, but he didn't know what to say to fix it. No, it's fine. Allie stood too, carrying her things to her room. Have fun. Jackson wanted to kick himself. But Emily didn't seem to notice. All right, sleepyhead, you ready to go? Sure. Jackson turned to follow her to the door. One thing he knew, the pretend relationship had been a one-time thing. And as he shut the door behind them on the way out, he knew he had managed to slam the door shut on the girl they left inside. Who does he think he is? Allie asked herself. Showing up here and dropping his shoes on the floor and sleeping on my couch, then being too impatient to wait for someone to join them for dinner. Allie huffed as she changed out of her work clothes and into leggings and an oversized t-shirt. She heard the front door shut and knew they were gone. She felt free to talk to herself out loud. Not that I want to go anyway. He can spend time with his sister. That's fine. But for a man his age, he's a little immature. She headed to the kitchen and reheated some leftover chicken and rice and steamed a bag of frozen vegetables. She was irritated when she sat at the table with her plate. She briefly considered sitting on the couch and watching a show, but she refused to eat on the couch. Just because it's only me doesn't mean I need to eat junk in front of a screen every night. Like every night, she carried her plate to the sink, rinsed it and carefully loaded it into the dishwasher. Straightening up a pillow here, and a stray item there, she made her way through the house. Once she was satisfied that everything was in place, she settled in on the couch with a book. She tried to focus on the words, but she felt herself wondering how long Emily and Jackson would be gone, and if he would come inside when they got back. Ugh. She slammed the book closed and turned on the TV just for the background noise. She knew better than to let a man get under her skin like that. Didn't she? As the sound of the TV filled the room, her thoughts drifted to the reason she was still single. Derek Landry. He had been the perfect boyfriend. He never would have left his shoes on the floor of someone's home. But he had left her, and she knew she would never get over it. Allie remembered the day they met her freshman year of college, at the freshman ice cream social. You like vanilla? He had walked right up to her and asked. Yes, I do. She took another bite of the ice cream from the paper cup she held in her hand. Really? It's sort of plain, isn't it? That's one way to look at it. There are about 1,000 toppings over there you could put on it. She shrugged. I don't think it needs dressing up. Vanilla has a deep, rich flavor, if you take the time to enjoy it for what it is. He had smiled at her then and practically melted her along with her ice cream. I think you're right. I'm Derek. Allie, she said, hoping she wasn't as pink as the strawberry ice cream on a table nearby. Are you a freshman? Of course, aren't you? He shook his head. Sophomore. But I'm a transfer student, so this is my first year here. They asked the usual questions. What's your major? Where are you from? Derek talked her into a second cup of ice cream, and she even got chocolate with sprinkles on top. Now she stared at the TV and felt like she could eat a whole tub of ice cream if she had it. Memories of Derek always had that effect on her. She sighed. Missing him was hard. If only he was still here. It hadn't been long enough for her to know if she would see Jackson again tonight. Part of her wanted to put back on cute clothes in case he came walking through the door, without knocking, of course. But the other part didn't care if he saw her as she was. Because he didn't mean anything to her. She didn't wait any longer for Emily and Jackson, but went to her room for the night. Allie told herself she hadn't wanted to see him again anyway. Maybe he was a nice guy, and he played the role of pretend boyfriend perfectly, but it was clear that's all it was, pretend. Allie climbed into bed, knowing she had had one real love in her lifetime. And maybe that was all she would ever know. Chapter 7. Jackson had suffered with a headache for 2 days now. He knew the interview had gone well, and he felt good about how he'd answered the questions, but he still couldn't seem to convince himself that it was really what he wanted. When the secretary called to set the time for a second interview, his stomach twisted in knots. He went back and forth between hoping he would get the job and wanting to get back home to sort out things with his business. But that morning, he was ready to call it quits. He'd already had 4 calls from a job where they needed revisions to plans, but the project leadership was in disagreement and kept calling to tell him not to do what the other person had said. Business politics was exhausting. It was the texts from Coleman that left him feeling like a real dirtbag. His best friend was still determined to make this work and was keeping his positive attitude. Jackson couldn't stand the thought of telling him it was over, that he was giving up on their dream of a successful business together. And knowing Cole didn't know the real reason he was in Twin Creeks made him feel worse. How many lies of omission would he come up with before this was all over? He couldn't stand the hotel room anymore, it was suffocating and he needed to breathe fresh air, so he grabbed his keys and just started driving. He didn't know where he was going, just like his life at the moment, but he knew he needed to go. Jackson rolled the windows down and let the air run through his fingers as he drove down an unfamiliar road. The wind blew across his face and reminded him to take deep breaths in and out. Emily had lived in this town for 5 years, but he hadn't taken the time to visit and see the small town she loved. He could see why she liked it, but he would have to pack up and head home soon if the job interview didn't pan out. Home. What did that mean anyway? Seeing Ollie's family in their house only served as a reminder of what he'd never had. When he left for college, he never went back to the house where he grew up, not that his mom still lived there anyway. She had lost that place and moved into a smaller house with Jackson's youngest siblings still at home. There was never a family home to go to for Christmas or Thanksgiving. His brother and sisters tried to get together, but it didn't always happen. Sometimes their mom came if she was in good spirits and if she wasn't mad at anyone. He came to a fork in the road. The road on the left looked like it led back to town, but the other seemed to turn off to the countryside. He tapped his thumb on the steering wheel a few times in indecision before turning to the right. He drove 2 miles, maybe 3, he'd lost track of it, really. There weren't many houses, just land as far as he could see. A barn or a house dotted the landscape every once in a while. At first he itched to turn on the radio or pick up the phone to call someone to pass the time, but the more he drove, the more he knew he needed the quiet. Needed to think. The farther he got, the quieter he felt inside. His thoughts had been swirling for days, but now his mind seemed to empty, leaving him feeling more alone than ever. When the road turned to dirt, he kept going, hoping he wasn't trespassing. There were no signs. He passed a house and a barn and a long fence with a field. A few horses meandered in the pasture. Still, he kept going. His mind wandered, and he wasn't paying much attention when he realized the road was coming to an end. But he didn't feel ready to turn around. He pulled off to the side of the dirt road and parked underneath a big oak tree. When he stepped out, he was surprised to see the sun setting in the distance. He must have been driving around longer than he thought. He walked around the oak tree and found a nook to lean back against as he watched the sun going down. Without meaning to, he spoke. God, I don't know what I'm doing. He let those words hang in the air without knowing what else to say. His heart pounded and his brain felt as if it was spinning circles. What can I do? He stooped down and picked up a stick and began to roll it around between his fingers. I started this company with great plans and dreams, and I just knew we could make something great out of it. And now look at me. He tossed the stick and watched it fly across the grass. I'm here looking for a new job and hoping to make a new start where people don't know about my failures. Ollie's face drifted to his mind, and he knew at least one person would know. He thought about the day he'd told her of his plight. But when he explained about his failing business, the look on her face had been a look of compassion. Could she ever care about him and his business? Or would she be ashamed of a man who lost his company? Jackson shook his head. Why am I thinking about her? I need to focus on my business, or the lack of it, and figure out what I'm going to do with my life. He closed his eyes and began again. God, show me what to do. I've got to find a way. I've got to figure this out. He didn't see anything written across the sky or hear a voice from above. Maybe God wasn't that concerned with his business problems. Or maybe he was ashamed of him too. Jackson turned back to his car with his head hung low. On the way back to town, he thought about calling Emily, but decided he had imposed on her enough for 1 week. Besides, she would know something was wrong, and he might end up spilling his secret to her. He wanted to keep her disappointment at bay as long as possible. Chapter 8. Allie walked into work with her head held high. She was ready for another day at her job, doing what she was good at and enjoying it. Good morning, Megan, she said to the receptionist as she walked in the front door. How are you? I'm good, thanks. You look nice, is that a new dress? Megan's eyes widened. Allie nodded, pleased that someone noticed. The fitted dress, with a floral pattern, was different for her. At work, she was usually more of a neutral colors kind of girl, but this morning she felt like she needed a boost of color in her life. The outfit seemed to have lifted her mood too. She happily chatted with Megan for a few minutes before making her way to her office. She hung her bag on the hook on her wall and set her coffee and her phone on her desk. Her coffee cup went on the coaster with her monogram on it, and her phone sat in the polka-dotted cell phone holder. With everything in place, she opened up her computer and checked her schedule for the day. Allie was typing away on an email when her phone buzzed with a text. She only glanced to see that it was from her mom and decided it could wait. When she finished the email, her work phone rang, and her day went on with one thing after the other from then. One of the printers upstairs wasn't working. She had to request a service call. And today was her monthly paper and office supplies order, so she went to the workroom and checked every item on her list. Before she knew it, it was lunchtime and she hadn't slowed down. Managing an office with 30 accountants was a busy job, and her cheeks flushed with the thrill of a job well done. On Monday, just like every Monday, she had stacked her lunches for the week in the fridge. She went there now and pulled out the pink container. Pink for Wednesday, she thought to herself. She carried her lunch back to her desk and turned on some quiet music while she ate. Only then did she realize she had marked her mother's text message as read, but never looked at it. When she clicked on it and saw the words, her eyes grew wide and she nearly dropped her fork into her lap. Oh no, she whispered. What am I going to do about that? As she realized what she had to do, she wrung her hands together and let out a long sigh. Before she could think too hard about it, she pressed the phone screen and placed a call to the one person she didn't want to talk to. Hello? Jackson's voice came over the phone. Loud noise in the background made it hard to hear him. Jackson? Did her voice sound higher than normal? It's Allie. Yeah, hey, what's up? The noise stopped. What was that sound? What? Oh, just a video game. He's playing video games in the middle of the day. Allie shook her head. Never mind. Listen, I hate to say this. I know our deal was for the one dinner. But I need a favor. Oh, okay, sure. What is it? Was it just her, or was there excitement in his voice? My mom is planning an event, the 4th of July thing? Yeah, I remember. Oh right, Allie couldn't help but think how her mother would hate her event being referred to as a thing, but she moved on. I'm supposed to help with some of the setup the day before. Then, of course, I'll attend the event. Mame. So what do you need from me? Allie was surprised by his willingness, but swallowed twice before she could get the words out. Well, Mom's begging for you to come help. For 4th of July? Yes, Allie bit her lip, afraid to actually ask him to come. Sure, I'll come. What kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't spend a holiday with my girlfriend? Allie could hear his smile through the phone, and it almost made her smile too. Almost. Then she remembered the video games. Right. So do you think you'll actually still be in town, or gone back to Georgia by then? That's next weekend, right? Yes. Friday is the 3rd, so I'm off that day, then Saturday is the 4th. Allie bit her lip. I'm heading back to take care of some business in a couple of days, but yeah, I can be here that weekend. Allie sat straight up in her chair. What did you say? I said, sure, I can be here. She closed her eyes and let out a big breath. You don't already have plans for the 4th? Nah. If I were home, I might hang out with some of the guys, but it's nothing formal. So the 4th of July event sounds fun. You're sure? Yep. Allie wrinkled her nose, afraid to ask. And what will I owe you in exchange? Jackson was silent, but Allie was certain she could hear the wheels turning in his head. I didn't want to ask. But now that you have, I think it's a pretty even trade. Oh. She bit her lip, waiting to hear his next words. I interviewed with an architectural firm here in town. The boss liked me, and they want me to come in for a second interview with some of the partners. But they are kind of a family operation, so they like to know the families of the people they're considering. They said they'd like me to bring my girlfriend to the meeting. You told them you had a girlfriend? Not exactly. They said, bring your wife, and I said, well, I don't have a wife yet. So they said, your girlfriend then. He sighed. I didn't say anything after that. If they want me to bring a wife to an interview, I'm not sure they would love to hear that I'm a 28-year-old bachelor. Yeah, or that you sleep on your sister's couch. Only once. That I know of, Allie said. But you're right, bachelor doesn't scream long-term commitment and responsibility. Especially since they already know I'm considering closing my own company to take this job. I don't want to seem like somebody who won't stick around. A girlfriend who lives in town would look really good. I can see that. She considered this. She wanted to say no, that it was too dishonest to try to get a job. But she knew what she was doing wasn't any better. All right. When's the interview? Thursday at 11. But if that doesn't work, I could ask if they could change it for your schedule. Allie thought that was the most considerate thing he had said to her. Clicking a few buttons on her computer, she found her schedule and took a look. Thanks, but I think I can make that work. She typed a note in her schedule. Yes, it's all set. Great. Thanks, Allie, you don't know what it means to me. His voice sounded so sincere. It impressed her that he wanted the interview to go well. She might have judged him too harshly, but she reminded herself that this was a trade-off. A deal's a deal. I guess I should let you get back to your game. Oh. Was that disappointment she heard? All right. I'll talk to you later then. Bye. Allie hung up and folded her hands on the desk. A funny feeling fluttered in her stomach. She thought the gnawing feeling that she was lying was returning, but this felt different. Was she actually excited about the idea of pretending to be with Jackson again? She looked down at her hands and immediately she remembered the feeling of Jackson holding her hand in his. A tingle ran down her spine at the thought, and without her permission a smile spread across her face. A knock on her office door startled her. "Come in," she called. She felt her face flush pink and hoped it didn't show to whoever was about to walk in. One of the secretaries entered and told her they were almost out of the particular sticky notes that her boss likes. Allie let her know she had already put them in her supply order. As the woman turned to go, her engagement ring caught the light and a rainbow flicked across the wall. With her office door shut, Allie sat and stared at the place where the rainbow had been. It had been a long time since she had thought about the idea of getting engaged. A very long time. Since Derek. The thought came unexpectedly and brought with it a wave of sadness. She knew if she didn't push it back, she would be tempted to wallow in it. Her phone rang then. A welcome distraction. Jackson was calling again. Did he forget something? Hello? Hey, Allie, it's Jackson again. I know, your name is on my phone screen. Oh. So you saved my number, huh? He sounded pleased with himself. How else do you think I called you before? Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, I was just thinking. Since we have the interview, and the thing with your mom, people might ask more questions. Allie squeezed her eyes closed and rubbed her forehead. Why was she doing this again? So I was thinking, it might be good if we got to know each other better. Her eyes popped open. Oh. Did he really want to get to know her? Yeah. You know, we could just talk. All right. She paused and waited for him to say more, but he didn't. Like, now? Oh, nah, it doesn't have to be now. But maybe we could get together later. She thought about his hand on hers and staring at his goofy grin with his scruffy face. She shook her head. I'm kind of busy this week. But maybe we could just talk over the phone. Would that work? Sure. I can do that. There it was again, that tone that sounded like disappointment. Did he really want to see her? Her stomach fluttered at the thought, but she shook her head. She didn't have to see him in person. A phone call would be good enough. All right. You can call me tonight then. Great, I'll call you later. Allie hung up and stared at the wall again. She didn't expect those words from him to cause her heart to leap with excitement. Chapter 9. Jackson stopped pacing and sat on the edge of the bed in the cheap motel, staring at his cell phone. He kept telling himself to pick it up and call her, but the thought made him stand and start pacing the room again. What's wrong with me? He asked himself. He forced himself to stop and stand by the window. The curtains were barely open to the view of the parking lot. Nothing like the hotel he had been sketching on a scrap of paper for no real reason. That would have an amazing skyline view of the imaginary city where he could build incredible buildings. Too bad it was only a daydream. Just like the relationship with Allie. He had to admit it was fun to be with her and pretend. But it only made him wonder what it would be like to have someone beside him in real life. And even more, what it would be like to actually be with Allie. There had been other women over the years. Jackson had been out with a few girls in college and dated in Georgia. But he was usually the one who let things fizzle. Sometimes a project at work needed his attention, and he turned his focus to that instead of returning a phone call. Other times his mom's impeccable timing for needing him to rescue her came into play. He hated letting those girls down, but in the long run he knew they couldn't be the one. Surely if he had met the right girl, he wouldn't be distracted by those other things. And now there was Allie. He couldn't put his finger on it, but there was something about her quiet, reserved personality that made him want to get to know her. He could tell she was particular about her stuff. Especially her house, with the perfect throw pillows on the couch where she didn't want him to put his shoes. But why? What made her that way? And what kind of person really wanted to bring home a fake boyfriend to her family? From what he could see, her family was just about perfect. Her parents looked like they loved and respected each other. And her sister knew her well enough to question her about a secret, long-distance relationship. Jackson sighed and went back to lay on the bed. It was a family he wouldn't mind being a part of. Sure, his siblings were great. He cared about them more than anything else in the world. But he had never had a dad around to teach him or a mom to care about who he brought home. The look in Ollie's eyes right before they walked in her parents' house told him she felt the same way he did about family. That what they thought of her meant the world. She might be particular, but he also saw that she cared about the people in her life. And he found himself wishing he was one of those people. He took a deep breath and grabbed the phone off the bed. Before he could change his mind, he pushed the button to make the call. He went back to pacing in the small room. Hello. Ollie's voice came over the phone and Jackson felt the one word wash over him. Hey, he replied, sounding much more casual than he felt. What's up? I just finished up my to-do list for tomorrow. Oh. What's on your list? He asked. A long pause hung before she said, Do you really want to know? Sure. I have to go to the gym, drop things off at the dry cleaner, order my grocery delivery, and pick up dry cleaning. Where do you go to the gym? Jackson sat on the bed and leaned his head against the wall. The fitness center. Cool. He cleared his throat, trying to think of his next question. I've been wondering if there's a good gym close by. The hotel gym here is pretty lacking. I like it. But I don't know if it would be your kind of place, Allie said. What do you think would be my kind of place? He couldn't imagine what she must think of him. Oh, I don't know. Ollie's voice told him she was flustered. Maybe you would like it. I don't really do the weight room or anything. Jackson scrunched his face, wondering what anyone would do at a gym besides the weight room. Do you take classes or something? Yes. Mostly spin class, sometimes yoga. Yeah. That doesn't sound like me. Allie laughed the smallest laugh and Jackson felt like he had won a little victory. Well, I guess the weight room is good too. There are usually people in there. What else do you like to do? Besides yoga? Jackson teased her. Ollie's high-pitched voice drifted off. Well, I work, and I go to the gym, and I run errands. You know, just usual stuff. Hobbies? Do you have hobbies? Allie turned the question on him. Sure. I like to go to the gym. I like sports, baseball, basketball, football, pretty much any sport really. And video games? She asked. Jackson could hear the disdain in her voice. Sometimes. My college buddies and I play from wherever we are, so it's kind of like guys' night from home. It's just a fun way to keep up with each other. But I'm not a diehard fan or anything. Really, I'd rather be outside somewhere. Outside? Allie sounded surprised. Yeah, hunting, fishing, hiking. Outdoor stuff. Interesting. But back to you. I'll ask again. Hobbies? I like to read. But really, I mostly stay busy with work and keeping up at home. She paused slightly before changing the subject. Tell me more about this job and the interview. I want to be prepared. I can't imagine you being unprepared. What is that supposed to mean? Ollie's tone turned defensive. Nothing. The jolt in her voice made Jackson stop pacing, and he stood again at the window, fingering the cheap, polyester curtain. I just meant that you seemed so prepared all the time. So I'm sure you'll be ready. I just like to know what to expect, and I like to know that I have what I need, she said. I can appreciate that. Jackson nodded, even though she couldn't see him. Can you? Her voice sounded like she wasn't sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a little more of a fly-by-the-seat-of-my-pants kind of guy. But I usually end up wishing I had something I didn't bring, or realizing that I forgot something. So prepared is good. He cleared his throat, hoping that it smoothed it over. But really, you don't have to do anything. Just wear something like you would wear to work and bring your smile. Jackson felt his heart do a little flip-flop when he thought about her smile. We could grab lunch before, my treat. Isn't the interview at 11? She asked. Oh yeah, it is. Before 11 is a little early for lunch. True. After then? Jackson squeezed his eyes closed, not wanting to sound desperate, but hoping she would say yes. Allie was quiet for a minute, then sighed before she said, "All right. I guess I can do that." Great. They talked for a few more minutes, deciding on what time to meet and where, then Allie said she needed to go. "I'll see you later then." "It was nice talking to you." "It was nice talking to you too," Allie said, and Jackson thought she sounded a little surprised. But he also thought she sounded like she actually meant it. Chapter 10. You look nice. Jackson's voice was as smooth as silk and as rich as chocolate. Allie couldn't help the goosebumps that appeared on her arms despite the mid-morning heat. "Thanks, so do you," she said. She let her eyes roam his dark suit and his royal blue tie with tiny white dots. His collar was just slightly turned up, and she could imagine reaching up and fixing it for him. He had shaved his scruff off, and she wondered if his cheeks felt as smooth as they looked. She ducked her head to hide the blush at her own thoughts and ran her hand down the black pencil skirt she wore with a white button-down shirt. "Your collar is a little crooked," she said. "Oh, thanks," he said, reaching up to fold down the offending corner. "I thought it would make sense if we drove over together. But my offer is still good to buy you lunch afterwards." "All right." Jackson held open his car door, and she slipped into the passenger seat. The car smelled as if it had been cleaned, and she noticed the floorboards and seats looked freshly vacuumed. She couldn't help but wonder if he had done that for her. "So you're meeting with Mr. Peterson, right?" "Yes, and some of his business partners." "But you haven't met them before?" "That's right." "Anything else I should know?" "You mean, like what would I have told my girlfriend about this job?" Allie felt a slight blush creep over her face. "Yes." Jackson effortlessly reached over and slid his hand into hers. Ollie's stomach flip-flopped at his touch. "I would have told my girlfriend that this job would be good for me, and it would allow me to go back to being an architect and designing buildings instead of spending so much time managing the business." Allie furrowed her eyebrows at him. "Is that really how you feel?" Jackson breathed out heavily and pulled his hand back. "In some ways, yes, that's exactly how I feel. I wanted to run my own company, but I'm just not sure if that's what I'm best at." "Architecture? That's the one thing I know I can do well." "So it's not just because your business isn't doing well? This is what you would want, if you could pick anything to do?" Allie arched her eyebrows. Jackson shifted in his seat and looked over at her. For the first time, he seemed uneasy and like he had to think about what he wanted to say. "If I could pick anything to do," he repeated the phrase. "Yeah," Allie shrugged. "If you could have any job in the world, and make enough money, and live where you wanted, and all of that. If you could pick anything, what would you want to do?" Jackson rubbed his chin. "I don't know if I've thought about it that way. I'm not saying we always get to pick whatever we want. It's just a good thing to think about. So if you could pick anything, would you be doing what you're doing now?" Allie nodded slowly. She had told herself so many times that she would. "I like my job. I'm good at it. I like the people I work with, and I like managing the office and using the skill set God gave me." Jackson narrowed his eyes at her, but he didn't say anything else. "Well, I'm not sure I can say what I would do if I could pick anything at all. But for now, I know I would be very happy if I got this job." "Well then, let's go see if we can make you look like someone they should hire." Allie gave him a smile. The look he gave her said that her words meant something to him, and that meant a lot to her. Her heartbeat picked up speed as Jackson pulled into a parking spot and came around to open her door. They headed for the front door, and Jackson straightened his tie before he opened it and held it for her. He followed behind her, and she stepped to the side as he approached the secretary. "Hi, I'm Jackson Franklin, here to see Mr. Peterson." The secretary nodded and told him they would be right with him. She gestured to the seats in the lobby, but it didn't matter. The door behind her opened at that moment and an older man appeared. "Jackson, good to see you again." He reached out and shook hands. "And who is this? She can't possibly be with you, can she?" "Believe it or not, she is." Jackson smiled as he placed his hand on the small of Ollie's back. "Mr. Peterson, this is Hughes." "I'm pleased to meet you," Mr. Peterson said, taking Ollie's hand in both of his. "It's so nice to meet you too." Allie smiled brightly. "Thank you for inviting me today." "Well now, of course. We are happy to have you. It's always nice to see what kind of people our potential employees spend time with. You can learn a lot about somebody that way," Allie said. "That's right." He winked at her. "Why don't we all head back to the conference room? Jackson, I've got some people I want you to meet." "Yes, sir." Jackson led Allie through the door and down the hall. Just before they entered the room, he took her hand. Mr. Peterson cleared his throat as they walked in, interrupting the conversations already going on. "Gentlemen, this is Jackson Franklin and his girlfriend, Allie." Allie felt her heart miss a beat at the word girlfriend. She smiled as the men nodded to acknowledge her. "Please, both of you, have a seat." Jackson pulled a seat out and waited expectantly for Allie to sit down. She tried not to look surprised, as if her boyfriend did that for her all the time. Jackson ran his hand across the top of her shoulders as he passed behind her and took the seat next to her. Her body shivered slightly as a chill ran down her spine. "So, Jackson, I know a little bit about your work history, and I've shared those details with my colleagues, but refresh our memories and just tell us about yourself." "I grew up in a little town in Alabama, an old town really. And I always loved the buildings downtown. I was drawn to the designs of them. I started drawing on my sketch pads as a teenager. But I didn't visit a bigger city until I was older, and that's when I knew I wanted to draw buildings for the rest of my life." "So that bug bit you early in life?" "Yes, sir." "And what about now? What have you been working on?" "I started my own company 2 years ago. I thought it would be my dream to set out on my own, and in some ways it has been. The company is still open. But I found that I miss the actual work of architecture when I'm busy with running accounting and managing employees. And," he glanced over at Allie, "now I'm finding myself wanting to move closer to family and people who are important to me." Allie heard Mr. Peterson talking about details of the job and what was expected, but she couldn't focus on them. She turned her head to watch Jackson. His eyes were serious as he nodded, and his jaw was firm. Every time he spoke, his voice was full of passion and determination. He truly seemed to care about the work he did and wanted to excel in his profession. And when he spoke about being near family, his eyes softened just the slightest, showing how important that was to him. "And what do you think, Allie?" Mr. Peterson's voice interrupted her thoughts, and she realized she had no idea what he'd said. She turned to him and raised her eyebrows. "About Jackson moving here to Twin Creeks." "Oh yes, that would be great." She glanced at Jackson and saw the look on his face. It held a little smirk, like he knew it pained her to say this. She told herself to ignore him. Instead, she pushed him a little further. "It would mean that we could move forward in our relationship. You know, he's a little nervous about it, but we've been talking about the future, and I think we're ready to settle down together." She pressed her lips together and lifted her shoulders as she grinned at him. "That's wonderful. My wife and I have been married for 38 years, and I am always happy to see young people committed to each other. Marriage is truly the most wonderful gift." Allie darted her eyes over to see Jackson pulling at his collar, as he took a few quick breaths. "Yes, sir. It's nice to see people who've gone the distance and stayed committed. Family is very important to me too." Jackson met Ollie's eyes when he spoke again. "I would go so far as to say family is the most important thing." Allie wanted to look away, but she couldn't. His chocolate brown eyes held her own, and she was mesmerized by the man in front of her. Who is he really? Her mind screamed. The guy who's losing his business while he lounges on his sister's couch. Or the guy who loves his work and wants a family? I know which one I like, I just don't know which one he is. Jackson turned his attention back to the men around the table. I don't know how many candidates you are considering, and I don't know who they are, so I can't compare myself to anyone else. But what you should know about me is this: I want to work hard and produce the best work possible. Designing buildings is my dream, and I want nothing more than to design quality buildings that are beautiful and intriguing and will last for years and years to come. And if you hire me for this job, I will be committed to it from day one. I will come in ready to work, and I will leave it all on the table every day. That's what we want to hear, Mr. Peterson said. There was more talk around the table as the other men asked Jackson questions and Mr. Peterson detailed some projects they were working on. Allie listened intently and memorized every detail. She didn't need the information, and she was sure she didn't need to know about the projects, but she wanted to keep her mind focused on smiling and looking the part to help Jackson get the job. Because if she didn't, she knew exactly where her mind would go, and that wasn't a road she was going to let her heart walk down. Chapter 11. Allie sat at her desk staring at her computer screen, but her mind was anywhere but the numbers on the spreadsheet. She couldn't help it as Jackson's face came to her mind. The smile he flashed her as they sat in the interview and the way he squeezed her hand as they walked through the door to leave. She knew he only meant it to say, "Thanks, and we did it." Still, the way they had worked together as a team felt like there was something between them. A secret only they knew. Of course, the secret was actually a lie, and Allie squirmed in her seat remembering that. But what if he really was the guy he had been in that meeting? And at the dinner table with her parents? She hadn't liked him when he barged into her house without knocking and kicked his shoes off. But the Jackson in a suit and tie that held the door for her and smiled in a way that made her heart beat double time? She had to admit she liked that man. Too bad that wasn't the real Jackson. Was it? Allie tapped her index finger on her desk and found herself imaging herself with Jackson, the version that she liked. What if he got the job and moved to town? She let her mind wander down that path until she remembered one thing: if he moved to town, they would have to fake a breakup instead of pretending like long distance wouldn't work. Allie swallowed hard as her breath caught in her throat. Why was she doing this? Her parents would be so upset if they learned the truth. How would she recover from that? She shook her head and told herself to put the thoughts away. With a few deep breaths to refocusing her mind, she turned to her computer screen and thought about work for the next few hours. No matter how tempting that handsome face was. Allie couldn't help thinking about that face when she saw it walking into her house later that afternoon. Oh hey, Jackson seemed surprised to see her. In her own house. Allie shook her head and reminded herself how different they were. Emily said I could keep the key. I'm just waiting on her to get back from work. Allie had changed into leggings and a tank top when she got home, but she was thankful she still looked somewhat decent. You headed to work out? He asked. She noticed how his eyes wandered over her figure just briefly. No, settling in at home. I work out in the morning. That's right. 5 a.m. not p.m. Yep. Jackson took a seat on the couch. Allie expected him to pull out his phone, but he kept his focus on her. So no exciting plans tonight? No hot date? And cheat on my fake boyfriend? Allie raised her eyebrows. Never. Jackson grinned. It's nice to know how faithful you are to a fake relationship. I don't do anything halfway. I believe that. Allie eyed him to see if he was being sarcastic, but he seemed to mean it in a good way. So what is it you do again? She cleared her throat, wanting to roll her eyes at his lack of ability to remember the details. I'm an office manager for an accounting firm. That's right. And how did you get into that? Is that what you always wanted to do? Allie stared at him and thought for a minute. was it? She had been there so long, she could hardly remember if there was something she had always wanted to do. I started at the firm after college. I was hired as an administrative assistant, and I've worked my way up. The accountants all have their own assistants and employees, but I oversee the entire office. That sounds like a big deal. Yes. It is. So, are you like the boss then? Not really the boss. I just manage the business part. Finances, office supplies, building maintenance, those kinds of things. Huh. That sounds cool. I should have an office manager. Cole and I pretty much run everything ourselves. We have a secretary, but she just answers the phones. I'm not a secretary. Oh yeah, I know, that's what I meant. She's not the same as you. Allie tilted her chin up, without even meaning to. Why was she letting that ruffle her feathers? She knew what she did was more than being a secretary. But it still bothered her when people thought that's all she did. What about you? Did you always want to be an architect? Jackson nodded. I guess so. For a long time, anyway. I didn't always think it would happen though. Oh. Allie tilted her head at him, waiting for him to go on. Well, with my family situation. Right. I mean, I know a little from Emily. She doesn't like to talk about it too much. Jackson rubbed his chin. Yeah, I guess I'm not big on it either. But our dad died when we were just kids. Yes. I'm so sorry. He shrugged. It was so long ago now that most of the time I don't really remember my dad. But when he was gone, I knew it was up to me to be the man of the house. How old were you? 10. Wow, that's so young. Yeah. But I kept going to school and coming home and making sure my siblings had what they needed. My mom was there, but she was out of it most of the time or working weird hours. So, no. I wasn't sure I would get to go to school and be whatever I wanted to be. But with hard work, determination, and a heavy dose of faith, I made it. Faith? Allie didn't mean to sound so surprised. Sure thing. We went to church every Sunday when I was a kid. My mom had taken us when we were little, because I guess that's what you do when you grow up in Alabama. Then I didn't really care for it. But after my dad was gone and my mom was, well, what my mom was, church became a safe place. I knew we would get snacks and there would be adults to watch the little kids for a while. Allie pressed her hand to her chest. What had it been like to grow up that way? Jackson, she whispered. He looked at her and his eyes filled with compassion. It's all right, he said. I know it sounds sad, but really it was a good thing. I heard all the Bible stories, and I was so glad to be somewhere that I didn't have to be in charge, so I really took it all in. When I was 12, I started going to the youth group. A guest speaker came in and spoke one week, and he said that we could trust God with our life, all of it. And that God would always take care of us. He chuckled. I think some of the older guys wanted to act like they didn't need anybody to take care of them, but I knew better. I wanted someone I could trust and depend on. So when they asked if you wanted to know Jesus and put your faith in him to come up to talk after the service, I was the first one up there. Allie sat staring, without knowing what to say. But Jackson continued. I haven't been an angel, but I've tried to follow Jesus the best I can. But I've never doubted that he loves me and is with me. That's gotten me through the hard times. I'm glad you had that to lean on, Allie whispered. What about you? Jackson leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees, his eyes locked on hers. Do you have that too? Allie felt the familiar answer rising up in her throat. She was ready to say yes, she knew Jesus and trusted him. But her faith had slipped a long time ago, and even though she still believed, she hadn't been as close to God as she used to be. She took one look at Jackson and knew she could be honest with him. She opened her mouth, but at that moment the front door opened and Emily called out. Hey, I'm here. Sorry, I'm later than I thought I'd be. Allie brushed at her eyes and stood quickly, breaking the contact with Jackson. In bed that night, she wondered what would have happened if she had told him the truth. She had felt like she could open up and talk to him. When he left the house, he had reminded Emily and Allie that he was leaving the next day to return to Georgia. Allie stared at the ceiling and worried about him making that long drive. She whispered a quick prayer that he would be safe. And she surprised herself by counting the days until he would be back. Chapter 12. Jackson stared at the stretch of interstate in front of him. An old country song hummed quietly over the radio. He could feel his eyes getting heavy and he shook his head to wake himself up. At the next exit, he planned to stop to fill up the car with gas and get an energy drink to keep him alert. He had only made the drive from Georgia to Tennessee a handful of times since his siblings moved there, but it had never felt as long as it did today. "I feel like I'm driving straight to the end of something." Jackson had called Georgia home ever since he graduated from college. At 24, with his degree and his life finally looking up, the only thing he had known for sure was that he wasn't going back to his hometown. His mom had made life difficult, and with his dad gone, he had taken on the role of man of the house when he was much too young. When Jackson's best friend, Coleman, said he should move to his town, Jackson had no reason not to. The two men had been hired at the same firm and worked together ever since. When they decided to start their own company, Coleman said, "I'll only do it if you go with me," and Jackson had agreed. Jackson wiped the back of his hand across his forehead. Thinking about telling Coleman their partnership was ending made him sick to his stomach, but there didn't seem to be another way out. There had been too many jobs they didn't land, and too many jobs they did that cost them too much money. The overhead was high, and Jackson knew the end was coming. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel as anger pumped through his veins. Mostly, he was mad at himself for thinking he could make this work, and for letting himself get into this position. He couldn't let his family know about it. His brother and sisters would be disappointed in him, and he couldn't let them see him fail. They had seen enough failure from their father. Jackson remembered the day of the accident. The phone rang and his mother answered it. He heard her let out a small yell, then watched as she dropped the phone on the floor. He was only 10, but he picked up the phone and listened as the man on the other end said his father had been hurt and they needed to go meet him at the hospital. The injury was bad, but he would survive. But with the damage to his hand from getting caught in one of the machine wheels, he would never work in the factory again. That had been the beginning of the downward spiral for both his father and his mother. When he began to heal and still couldn't find work, his father began to drink. A little at first, then more and more. Until one night he didn't come home and instead of a phone call, the police showed up at their door. His mother was in bed and wouldn't get up, so once again, Jackson stepped up and received the news for the family. That day Jackson vowed two things: he would get an education and a good job, and he would never touch alcohol. Those two goals had kept him focused when his mother took a job at night and Jackson stepped up to take care of the family. And they kept him in line when he was older and thought about leaving and never looking back. But now, what was he going to do? His siblings looked up to him and expected him to set an example. How would it look for him to tell them he lost his own company? He hoped he would be able to tell them he was taking a new job closer to them instead. He hadn't considered living in Twin Creeks before, but now it was looking more and more like a good idea. Ollie's face flashed in his mind and he couldn't help but smile. He remembered the way she had laid her hand on his arm during the interview. She had made it look effortless and normal, and he wondered what it would be like for that to be real. But he looked at the empty fast food bag in the passenger seat of his car and knew that would drive her bonkers. What made her so uptight anyway? Did anybody really need to control every detail of their lives that much? She probably didn't eat cheeseburgers from the drive-thru in her car. After his stop for gas and caffeine, he was back on the interstate and made the rest of the trip without stopping. He pulled up to his apartment and parked in the space out front. After he turned the car off, he sat with his hands on the steering wheel, taking several deep breaths. Coleman's car was parked in the driveway. Jackson gathered his nerves and told himself to get out. The apartment door creaked loudly as he opened it, and a burst of hot wind blew it out of his hands. The sound of it slamming into the wall could have woken the dead. So much for sneaking in. Jackson? Cole's voice carried from the living room. Hey, man, Jackson answered. He walked through the narrow foyer and into the room that was the definition of a man cave. Dude, I didn't know you were coming back today. What in the world have you been doing in Tennessee? I told you, I was visiting my sister. I know, but it's been a long trip for just a visit. Jackson sighed. He had never kept a secret from Cole, and the guilt was eating him up. Sit down. We need to talk. Cole drew his eyebrows down as he slowly sat back on the couch. He propped his elbows on his knees and folded his hands in the air. What's going on? Jackson sat too. He ran his fingers over his short hair before he spoke. I was in Twin Creeks for a job interview. What? Shock registered on Cole's face. Why? Look, man, you know why. The business isn't going well, and we both know it. We just don't want to admit it. Cole looked at the floor. I know things aren't great. But that's part of owning a business. We'll make it. We just gotta keep pushing. He had always been an optimist. Jackson rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes before looking back at his friend. I don't think we will. We're not bringing in enough money. We probably can't pay the rent next month. He sighed. I think we bit off more than we can chew. I'm sorry, man, it's just time. Cole rubbed his hands together, slowly. Jackson could see the wheels turning in his head and knew he was processing it. After a minute, he looked up. You're probably right. I just don't want it to be true. I know. Me either. Could we cut back on expenses for a while and try to land a big job? Jackson shook his head. I don't see how. We could let go of the office space, but if we can't bring in enough to pay rent, I'm pretty sure we don't have a business. Cole's shoulders dropped as he sighed. Tell me about the job in Twin Creeks. Jackson cleared his throat. It's a mid-sized firm and I'd be a senior architect. I'd get to design and not worry about the pressure of a business. He looked at Cole. I'm not sure either of us really want to spend our time balancing a business checking account. Cole chuckled. Yeah, it's not a strong point for us. We gave it a good shot. Starting my own company with my best friend was more than I could have asked for. But I'd rather keep my friend and lose the business. Better to get out while we still get along. Cole grinned. Yeah, that's true. But are you really going to move? Jackson shrugged. I didn't get the job yet. But you know my sister and brother both live there. It would be nice to live close to them. Have you thought about what you'll do if we close down? Nah, I haven't let it cross my mind. But I'll probably go to work with my dad. Is that what you want? As Jackson said this, he was reminded of when Allie asked him the same thing. Nah, not really. But Dad's getting older and has always wanted me to take over the business. Jackson rubbed his chin. That's good. I'm glad you have a fallback. And I understand why you would want to be closer to family. I've always felt like you were like a brother to me. I might leave town, but that doesn't mean you're getting rid of me in your life. Cole tipped his head back and laughed. No way, man. Jackson smiled as Cole clapped a hand on his shoulder. But a pit in his stomach formed at the thought of leading the friend he had been close to for so long. It was another reminder of the failure of his business, and what it would cost him. Chapter 13. The 3rd of July had been a day full of preparation, and they had worked into the evening setting up. Allie was proud to be a part of it. A slow smile spread across her face as she watched Jackson make 15 trips to her mother's SUV carrying flowers, galvanized buckets, and other odds and ends. Elise seemed to have taken to Jackson now, and she carelessly waved her hand in the air as she said, Jackson, can you grab the small white clutch purse from under the front seat of my car? Yes, ma'am. Jackson had obliged her every wish. Allie stifled a laugh and pressed her lips together when Jackson, with his manly form and his windblown hair, wearing dark shorts and a green t-shirt, came walking back with the girly purse held tight between his hands. Elise thanked him. "All right, I think we're just about done here. Jackson, why don't you and Allie go pick us all up some dinner at Opal's Cafe and bring it back to the house? I'm sure we're all starving." She reached into the clutch purse and handed him several bills of cash. Allie watched Jackson's expression. She thought that might be the last straw, but Jackson nodded, took the money and walked straight to Allie. He slipped his hand in hers and pulled her towards his car. He just turned to toss over his shoulder, "See y'all in a little bit." All the way to the car, Allie had wondered what he must be thinking. But the smile on his face seemed to say that he was enjoying all of this. She expected it to fade when they got in the car, and he could complain about all the work and yet another meal with her family. But he cheerfully drove to the cafe and asked Allie what her family usually ordered. "We get the family feast for 6. She glanced at him, "But since you're here, maybe we should get the one for 8. Jackson's eyes grew wide as he looked at her. "You think I'm going to eat as much as 3 people? Allie laughed out loud. "You did work pretty hard today." Jackson put on a serious face and flexed his bicep. "I do need plenty of protein for these muscles." Allie pushed his arm down, still laughing as she rolled her eyes. "It's small portions, but I just said 8 because the meals only come in even numbers." Sure. Jackson gave her a grin and a sideways glance. "Really though, thanks for all your help today. I know my mom can be a little demanding." He shrugged. "No problem. I was happy to help." "Well, you deserve extra dessert today. I might just take you up on that." Jackson didn't admit to Allie that he had immensely enjoyed helping out. Sure, her mom had asked him to do a lot, but isn't that what families do? He wanted to kick himself for letting himself get wrapped up in it, but it was nice to pretend he was part of it. He watched Ollie's face as she laughed now. She seemed to let her guard down just a little. He took that as a good sign. "How long has your mom been doing the 4th of July thing?" She blew out a breath. "I think maybe she started when I was in junior high. Might have been longer than that, but I remember those years when I started helping set up. All my friends would hang out at the festival, but by the time it actually started I was ready to go home." "Really? Why?" Jackson couldn't fathom missing the celebration. Allie lifted her palms towards the ceiling. "It was just a lot of work. I can appreciate it more now than I did then. But my mom wanted everything just right, and sometimes that's a hard standard to live up to." Jackson nodded, but couldn't say he really understood. "But tomorrow there's food and fireworks, right?" "Yep. Probably more food than anybody should eat, live music, booze and games, and fireworks after dark. It's a very full day. You had me at food and fireworks." Ollie's eyes lifted to the ceiling in an eye roll that he was becoming familiar with, but this time it seemed more good-natured. "I might have known." "What?" Jackson shrugged. "Haven't you ever heard the way to a guy's heart is through his stomach? And with anything involving fire." "You got it." "Wow, if only I had known, I could have found a fake boyfriend long before now." "True, but would they have been as fun as me?" "I highly doubt it." "I agree." Jackson wiggled his eyebrows up and down. "So just feed me and take me to the fireworks shows." "Easy enough," Allie said. "Come on, let's go get the food." "Now you've got it." Jackson grinned. They both climbed out of the car and returned a few minutes later, both of their arms loaded with bags of takeout food. "I think we got enough." "Are you sure? Earlier you thought we needed 3 servings just for me." "Oof." Allie heaved the bag into the floorboard in front of her seat. "Next time, remind me to let you go hungry." Jackson pressed his hand to his chest and pretended to be wounded. "You wouldn't dare." Allie squinted her eyes as if considering this. "Nah, probably not. Besides, my mother would be horrified to not have enough food on the table." the epitome of a Southern party foul. You've got that right, Allie said. They both took their seats and Jackson started the car. Allie reached out and put her hand on his arm. But all jokes aside, Jackson, you've been great today, and I really appreciate it. Jackson's eyes twinkled. Anything for my fake girlfriend. Chapter 14. Allie smoothed her hand over her red dress, with the white polka dots. Her low wedge sandals were crisp white and her hair was perfect, not a strand out of place. She knew that wouldn't last long in the heat and the wind, but at least for now she would meet with her mother's approval. There was a knock at the door. She heard the doorknob jiggle and knew Jackson was trying to walk in, but she had made sure it was locked when Emily left for work earlier. Allie opened the door prepared to walk out, but before she could make a step, Jackson barreled in and enveloped her in a hug. Hey, happy 4th of July. Allie was surprised at the show of affection and held her arms in the air as if she didn't know what to do with them. Cautiously she patted him on the back as her senses were overwhelmed with the scent of cedar wood and spice. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before she pushed back. Did she mind him hugging her? She couldn't say for sure. But the wide grin that spread across Jackson's face made her raise her eyebrows. You're in a good mood, she said. Sure, why wouldn't I be? You're not tired of parading around in front of my family yet? Allie tilted her head to the side. Oh, that. He shrugged. Nah, it's not so bad, really. Besides, I told you, if I were at home, I'd probably be sitting around doing nothing. So a celebration with a festival and good Southern food and seeing fireworks? Sounds good to me. Allie couldn't help it when the corners of her mouth lifted up. The more she was around him, the more fun Jackson seemed. What was it about him that just made him more and more interesting? Jackson let out a low whistle, interrupting her thoughts. You look amazing. She felt her cheeks flush. Thank you. You look nice yourself. She let her eyes wander his khaki shorts and navy blue polo shirt. They would make a perfect red, white, and blue couple. Her mother would be thrilled. Let's go then. Allie grabbed her keys and purse and led the way out the door. The rest of the morning felt like a whirlwind. Jackson told her about his time in Georgia on the drive to the festival, and when they arrived, Elise took his arm and pointed out all the attractions and explained the schedule for the day. Allie let herself relax the tiniest bit as the family gathered in their usual spot for the celebration, near the food tables and the large Happy 4th of July Twin Creek sign. Let's all take a photo together, the whole family. Elise beamed as she said the words. She picked up baby Eleanor and stood close to her husband and motioned for the others to join them as she walked towards the photo backdrop. Allie felt the pit in her stomach returning as she slowly walked to stand next to her dad with Jackson beside her. Julie and her family stood on the other side of her parents. Just as they all said cheese, Jackson slipped his hand around her waist and tucked her into his side. She could feel his breath on the back of her neck. Part of her wanted to lean back and enjoy the closeness. The other part of her filled with guilt at how she was lying to her family. Her insides warred, and she hoped her smile didn't show it. And she hoped this wouldn't be the photo that haunted her for the rest of her life. When the photo was done, Allie breathed a sigh of relief as Jackson lowered his hand and stepped away. Let's get one of each of the couples. Allie and Jackson, you go first. Allie gave a weak smile. She wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, they didn't need a photo of a fake couple, but she kept her thoughts to herself. Jackson didn't seem at all bothered. He moved over so they were situated in the center of the display and held out his hand to Allie reluctantly. She went to him and placed her hand in his. Without missing a beat, he tucked her hands behind his back so her arms were wrapped around him and put his arms around her waist as her head came just under his chin. She pulled back to glance at him. Jackson smiled effortlessly, and his ease made Allie forget the moment and smile too. As the camera snapped the photos, Elise stood close by and practically squealed at the two of them. Allie caught a glimpse of her smile out of the corner of her eye and her heart squeezed with guilt. Just as she thought, how can I be doing this to her? Jackson's chin dropped down and pressed against her cheek. His beard was softer than she expected, and she had the sudden urge to turn and press her lips to his cheek. She closed her eyes for just a moment and let herself imagine what that would be like. Jackson must have seen it, because he laughed and Allie felt the rumble from his chest against her. What if she just leaned into that? What if she let herself believe that it was real, just for today? Something deep inside of her wanted to, so desperately. But she knew better. She pulled back, knowing she had smiled for the camera long enough. Hey, Jackson caught her hand as she stepped away from him and he held it firmly. He tugged her arm until her head was close to his again. He moved his lips near her ear and whispered, "Want to go for a walk?" She felt the impact of his words down to her toes. Was he thinking the same thing she was? But she knew that couldn't be. She cleared her throat. But why? Wasn't the point that they were showing off for her family? Jackson moved only a few inches back and met her eyes. Just to talk. Allie wanted to look over and see what the rest of her family was thinking about their close proximity, but she couldn't pull her eyes from his. Sure, she heard herself say. Great, come on. He tugged her again and only paused to say, Allie and I are going to walk around a bit. We'll be back for lunch. Allie stared at him, her mouth falling slightly open at the way he took charge. They walked past the tables and out to the main area. When they were out of sight, Allie came to her senses just enough to drop his hand and take a few quick steps to put a little distance between them. She could feel her heartbeat and knew that distance would be a good thing right now. Otherwise, she might just press that kiss to his beard. Worse, she might fall for him for real. Jackson kept his steady pace and asked her which direction she wanted to walk. I don't know, this was your idea. He stopped in the middle of the walkway. Allie stopped too and turned to look at him. What? She put her hand across her forehead to block the sun. Don't you have anything you'd like to see, or anywhere you'd like to go? She shrugged. Maybe. I just thought you had something in mind. And you would let me pick? She put both hands on her hips. What is that supposed to mean? Jackson's grin spread wide across his face. Just that you usually already know what you want, and you like to tell me what I'm supposed to do. I just like to have a plan. She crossed her arms. What if there isn't a plan? Allie felt her skin crawl at the thought. Jackson seemed to be able to tell. Really? What if we don't have a plan, and we just wander around aimlessly and see where we end up? Allie eyed him, not sure if he meant today at the festival or life in general. So what happens when we end up nowhere? Jackson smiled. Then I guess that's where we're supposed to be. Allie bit her lip, fighting the urge to make a list, to say they should go this way and do this, then that way and do that. Something about the look of adventure on his face made her want to jump. She breathed out slowly, trying to convince herself. All right, let's go. One condition. She tilted her head. What's that? He took quick steps towards her and slipped his hand into hers. He leaned close when he said, "Don't let go." Jackson must have thought she would run the other direction, but she hadn't pulled away when he took her hand and headed off toward the booths on the other side of the field. She could feel his eyes on her as she perused the handmade items in the craft row, then he carefully guided her toward the food tents. But we're going to eat lunch soon, Allie protested. And I don't want to fill up before the meal. Oh, come on, live a little. Besides, have you ever had a fried Oreo before? He wiggled his eyebrows up and down. No, of course not. But she had imagined it. I don't eat fried food. Jackson's eyes opened wide in surprise. Not at all? Not since college, she thought. Nope. But, why? For goodness sake, you're from Tennessee, and we're at a 4th of July carnival. You can't leave here without eating something fried. Sure I can. I've done it successfully for a long time. Fried food isn't good for you. Come on, how about one bite? I'll share it with you. Just try it. Allie let her eyes wander down his face to his lips. The image came to her mind of them sharing a fried Oreo lady and the Tramp style, where they met right in the middle. She jumped as she realized what she was thinking and shook her head. But before she could answer, Jackson came behind her and gently put his hand to the small of her back as he pushed her towards the line. Oh, all right, but just one bite and just this once. She promised herself she would do extra cardio the next morning at the gym. Jackson passed the time in the long line by playing I Spy and making her guess what wild and crazy thing he had spotted. By the time they made it to the front and placed their order, Allie was smiling at his antics. Jackson took the paper plate in one hand and Ollie's hand in the other as he led her to a table in the field. He continued their game, and she couldn't help but laugh when he said he spotted something red, and it turned out to be a stuffed bird riding on the shoulder of an older lady. All the crazies come out at a carnival, Jackson said, laughing. And what about you? You're a little crazy too. Jackson squinted his eyes as he grinned at her, but he seemed to be thinking. And you? Me? Allie pressed her palm to her chest with a look of shock. Yeah, don't you ever just want to do something a little crazy? Maybe just run away for a day and not think about what might happen. Try something new? Allie bit her lip as she looked at the man in front of her. She was crazy for faking this relationship with him, that was for sure. But she was even crazier for wishing it was real. She looked away as she spoke. I guess everybody thinks about it once in a while. But then you realize that you have responsibility and a life, and you need to stick to the plan. That's what being an adult is like. And is being an adult all it's cracked up to be? Jackson raised his eyebrows, daring her to think differently. She sighed. It's my only choice. Why is that? Allie met his eyes and wondered if she should tell him. Maybe it would be easier if he understood. Then he would know to stay far away. Because the man I loved died. She watched Jackson's happy-go-lucky smile fade away. His jaw was set, and his eyes dropped down as he fumbled for his words. I didn't know. I know. What happened? Emotions flooded her as she replayed the weekend in her mind. We dated all through college. We met my freshman year and just clicked. He was fun and outgoing and treated me like a princess. I thought everything would be just like a fairy tale. She stopped to look at Jackson and saw the concern on his face. My senior year, I was expecting him to propose any day. But he and his buddies had planned this guy's trip for spring break. She shivered despite the sun beating down on them. They were going rock climbing. He was so excited. The day they got there, he was the first one to climb. She swallowed hard to get the words out. His rope wasn't properly attached. He made it almost to the top before it snapped. Her heart snapped again at the thought of it, and she let the story end there as she stared off, away from Jackson. Allie, I'm so sorry. She turned back to him and gave him a weak smile. I remember now Emily telling me a friend lost her boyfriend, but I didn't know the whole story, and I didn't put it together that it was you. I'm so sorry you went through that. I know. Everyone has always been sorry. I'm sorry too. But I just had to keep going. You know, it's strange, if someone loses a husband, they're a widow, and everyone lets them be a widow. Maybe even if you're engaged, people treat it differently. But when your boyfriend dies, people expect you to get on with your life as if you hadn't been making plans together. Allie shrugged. So I had to move forward. You seem to have done pretty well taking care of yourself. Thanks, Allie said. It didn't seem like the right choice, but she wasn't sure what else to say. As she glanced at him now, she saw the look of pity, but something else was in his eyes. Kindness and care. It warmed her inside. But in the same moment, she reminded herself that allowing Jackson in would mean opening herself to that kind of loss again. She had promised herself she wouldn't do that. And that was one promise she would keep. Chapter 15. Jackson dropped his keys on the table inside his hotel room, long after the fireworks had died away. He dropped on the bed and sighed, remembering the look on Ollie's face. He knew what it was like to lose a parent, but what was it like to lose someone you loved and planned to marry? He shook his head, he couldn't imagine. His own childhood hadn't turned out the way he would have hoped, but he had grown up and had his future in front of him. But her whole future was gone. How did someone handle that? In her case, he could see she had moved on and created a new path for herself. But did she really mean she wouldn't be in a relationship again? Not a real relationship anyway. He threw an arm across his eyes and groaned. What had he gotten himself into here? He wasn't even supposed to be in Tennessee right now. He should have been back home working to save his business. Or maybe applying for more jobs. He checked his email for the 100th time to see if there was any news from the Peterson architecture firm. No matter, he knew they wouldn't be working on the holiday. Still, he wanted to know something soon so he could move on too. For a moment, he let himself imagine getting the job and moving here. That would change things with Allie, wouldn't it? She couldn't fake break up with him for being far away if he was here in town. He grimaced, facing the hard truth. No, if he stayed in town, they would have to break up for worse reasons. And he wasn't sure what that would mean. He couldn't let himself hope that maybe it could turn into something real. Could he? A heart skipped a beat at the thought of a real relationship with Allie. It would be different, that was for sure. They were opposites in almost every way, but he could see it working if they wanted it to. And he was pretty sure he would be happy with that. Jackson drifted off to sleep with thoughts of the fireworks in his mind. He hoped he would dream of Allie next to him and the voices of the entire family surrounding them. Sunday came and went, and Monday morning, Jackson wondered how much of the day he would spend waiting and hoping for a phone call. By mid-morning, when no news had come, he grabbed his keys and headed out to lunch. Before he could tell himself not to, he picked up his phone and called Allie. "Hey," Allie casually answered. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm at work." Allie didn't offer any more information. "Gotcha, I'm heading to grab some lunch. Want to join me?" There was a long silence and Allie sighed. "No, I can't. I'm busy at work." "Really? They must work you super hard if you're not allowed to take a lunch break." "I'm allowed to take a lunch break." Ollie's voice was filled with frustration. Jackson held his hands up, even though she couldn't see him. "Okay, I was just joking. I'm just really busy today. And I brought my lunch, so I just plan to eat at my desk." "All right, sorry to have bothered you." "You didn't bother me," Allie huffed. "I just can't go to lunch today." She paused just briefly before she delivered the jab. "I plan my lunch more than 5 minutes in advance." Jackson felt his face flush red and he jutted his chin up as he spoke. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Like you said before, I like to have a plan." "And I don't?" "I don't know. Seems like you prefer to live by the seat of your pants." He tried to keep the anger from his voice, but he felt it edging through. "And what about you? Don't you ever just think about letting go and doing something off the cuff once in a while?" "I like to stick to the plan. Like an adult who can't fly off at every whim." "So you still think I don't know about being an adult, huh?" "You can think what you want. But I know all about responsibility and plans. And sometimes things are out of your control and you have to learn to live with that." Allie fell silent. Jackson almost felt bad. But she needed to hear it. "I'll let you go," he said. "Bye," Allie barely said before hanging up. He turned the music up in his car and pushed the speed a little more than he should on the street through the middle of town. He had hoped to drown out his thoughts, but they just kept screaming. Why is she such a control freak? He shook his head, telling himself to focus on the road or sing along with the lyrics. But he couldn't. He turned down a road he didn't know, but he just needed to keep driving. Why does she act like that? He blew out a puff of air. And why does she think I'm such a loser? The more important question was, why did he care so much what she thought? Before he could think anymore, he pushed a button on the screen on the dash to call his best friend up. "Hey, man, what's up?" Cole answered after the first ring. "Nothing, just driving around." He didn't mention the whirlwind in his head. "Are you driving back home yet?" Cole sounded hopeful. "Not yet. A few more days." "Aw man, hurry up and get back here. Surely your sister doesn't need you to hang out there anymore." Cole paused, and Jackson could practically hear the wheels turning. "Wait a minute, unless you're sticking around there for a girl." "Trust me," Jackson said. "There's no girl you need to know about." Because it's not real, he told himself. And after their last phone call, it never would be. Chapter 16. Allie banged the pots and pans as she stacked them in the cabinet. Then she let the cabinet door slam shut. She could still feel the tension from her phone call with Jackson that afternoon. Even though their time at the festival had been exhilarating in a way she hadn't known in years, he still infuriated her. How can he just act like everything will be fine if you wander through life? Isn't that why he is losing his business anyway? Hasn't he learned anything? Whoa there, what did the dishes do to you? Emily came into the kitchen and watched wide-eyed as Allie shut the dishwasher with force. Nothing. Then why are you punishing them? Allie put one hand on the counter and the other over her eyes. I don't know. I'm just frustrated. At what? Emily raised her eyebrows. Your mom trying to marry you off again? Allie looked at her friend and was tempted to lie. Again. She could just say yes, and Emily would know where her frustration was aimed. But she didn't want another lie with her friend. She waved a hand in the air. Oh, just stuff. Work is crazy after the holiday weekend, and I'm just tired of all of it. Okay, Emily shrugged and opened the refrigerator. I was going to make a big salad with grilled chicken for dinner. Want some? Allie sighed. No thanks, I'm about to go to the gym. Again? Didn't you go this morning? Allie rolled her shoulders. I planned to, but I went into the office early. The instructor of the class I usually go to canceled her morning class today. Allie knew there was a substitute, but she wasn't in the mood for something new. Jackson texted earlier, so I'll see if he's coming by. He might want to eat dinner. Ollie's blood began to boil all over again. She couldn't stop the words from spewing out of her mouth. Don't you get tired of him just showing up for food? Emily didn't look away from where she was gathering ingredients. Nah. That's just Jackson. He shows up, and I feed him. I am a chef after all. Yeah, but doesn't it just seem like he's freeloading off of you? You don't get the food for free, and he isn't helping cook or clean up or buying the groceries. Emily stopped and seemed to move in slow motion. She closed the fridge and turned to face Allie. Her voice was calm, but stern. Jackson is welcome at my house and at my table anytime. I didn't mean he's not welcome. I just meant he should respect you. Respect me? Emily's eyes flashed with determination. It was as close to angry as Allie had ever seen her. I respect Jackson, and he respects me too. It might not look perfect, but Jackson and I have taken care of each other for a long time. She paused and took a deep breath. And if you want to talk about owing somebody something, you should know that Jackson put me through school. Allie gasped and her hand flew to her mouth. Emily continued. He took 2 years off from college to work and pay for me to go to school. Then he worked part-time while he went back to school to finish his degree. I offered to help pay for his school, but he wouldn't let me. So yeah, I feed Jackson, and I put up with his mess. I smile and hug him when he walks in the door unannounced. Because Jackson is the reason I have an education and a job and a life. Allie could have sliced the air with one of Emily's knives. She tried to breathe in and out slowly as she struggled for words. Finally, she spoke only a little above a whisper, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Em. A pit formed in her stomach as she thought about how she had called him irresponsible. How did she not know how he had sacrificed for his sister? Emily didn't drop her gaze. I know you didn't know. Because Jackson's not the kind of guy who wants everybody to know that. He stepped up when my dad died and when my mom couldn't handle it. I helped too, and we were a team. Jackson has taken on a role in life that was hard for a 10-year-old boy, but he did it. And he still tries to take care of all of us. He sends me money at random times, and I know he did the same thing for my sister before she got married. I'm sorry, Emily. Really, I am. I shouldn't have said that. You're right, I shouldn't judge your sibling relationship without knowing the whole story. Emily seemed to soften at that. It's all right. I know our family is different. I didn't mean to sound harsh. I'm just protective of Jackson. Allie guilt grew. She had been so negative about Jackson. Yeah, she said lamely. That's nice that you care about each other so much. She cleared her throat as she looked at her friend. But why have you never mentioned that before? Emily turned away slightly as she began cutting vegetables. She raised one shoulder as if protecting herself. Because your family is so perfect. What? Allie, I love you, and I'm so glad we've been friends for so long. But our lives growing up couldn't be any more different. You have this wonderful family with parents who have supported you emotionally and financially your whole life. I guess I just didn't want to talk about how my parents never did that, and my brother was the one who worked hard for me to go to college. The words hit Allie like a rock in her chest. She didn't think, just went straight to Emily and put her arms around her. Emily, I'm sorry if I made you think you couldn't tell me that. Really, I am. I'm so proud of you and how well you've done for yourself. Maybe Jackson helped pay for it, but you made your way through college and you found jobs and built your career. She leaned back to look Emily in the face and placed her hands on her shoulders. You are an amazing person, and I'm so glad you're my friend. And trust me, my family is not perfect. She laughed. I know, but it's hard to not compare our situations. I'm sorry, Emily. But I'm so glad for who you are now. Thanks, Emily smiled before she turned and went back to her food preparation. You know, I think you and Jackson should get to know each other. Allie swallowed and hoped the panic didn't show on her face. Oh. Yeah, he's my brother, and you're my best friend. I would hate to think all you think of him is that he mooches food from me. Allie knew that wasn't all she thought of him. But she pushed away the thoughts of how he made her laugh and the feel of his hand on hers. So how about the three of us going to dinner at the restaurant tomorrow night? Okay, Allie nearly choked on the word. Sure. I mean, if Jackson's all right with it. Oh, I'm sure he will be. I'll comp his meal, and we both know that means he'll come. Emily laughed and Allie forced herself to join in. She was glad Emily wasn't mad, but Allie couldn't imagine what it was going to be like to pretend they were getting to know each other right in front of Emily. Chapter 17. Jackson cleared his throat and wished he could clear his mind as easily. His thoughts had been a roller coaster ever since Emily had suggested he have dinner at her restaurant with Allie. It had already been a miracle that they had kept their secret from Emily for this long. She worked so many hours that they had skirted around the times when she was at home, but now? How could they sit there and pretend they didn't know each other? And that I also don't have feelings for her? It didn't matter since he couldn't stall any longer now. He was in front of their house and only paused on their front porch to try to calm his nerves. Emily would forgive him if she ever found out, right? Maybe they should have let her in on the fake date to begin with. She would have understood Ollie's need to get her mom off her back, but Jackson's own secret was the problem. And he never expected it to be more than one date. Then he didn't expect to wish for more. Now it was too late, wasn't it? The night before, Allie had sent him a text. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said what I did. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? He had only texted back, "Okay, see you tomorrow." That didn't mean her words hadn't hurt. Now he wasn't sure what he would say. Did he pretend things were fine so they could go pretend they weren't pretending to be in a relationship in front of his sister? Ugh, stop thinking, he whispered to himself. Just go in. You'll figure it out as you go. His collared shirt was pressed and crisp. He forced himself to act casual and turned the knob and walked in the front door. He called out. I'm here. He took the few steps into the living room and stopped in his tracks. Allie stood in the kitchen. She wore a black dress and her hair hung around her shoulders in soft curls. Wow, he breathed out, letting his eyes travel down to her black heels and back up to her face. You look amazing. He hadn't planned to say that, but it had tumbled out of his mouth. Emily's not here. Didn't she tell you? Confusion washed over his face. No. Where is she? She was called into work early. She still wants us to come, but she'll be working when we get there until they close. Oh. Jackson pulled at his collar. Well, I guess she won't have time to figure out that we already know each other. Yes, I guess not. Allie seemed to avoid making eye contact. Jackson desperately wished she would look at him so he could gauge her feelings somehow. Sure. He held out his hand and hoped, instead of expected, her to take it. He was right, and he watched as she walked past him and headed to the door. When they walked into the restaurant, Jackson reminded himself for the millionth time not to hold her hand or sit too close to her. Somehow it seemed easier to pretend they were together than to act like they didn't know each other. He approached the hostess and told her who his sister was. Oh yes. The hostess brightened and looked him over with interest. She flashed a smile and twirled a piece of hair. Jackson, right? Emily told me to expect you. We've got a table waiting for you. Allie watched as the hostess smiled at Jackson and an unexpected wave of jealousy washed over her. She almost reached out to take his hand in hers, but she knew Emily might hear about that. Instead, she cleared her throat, and the hostess gave her a less enthusiastic smile as she led them to a table near the kitchen. Emily asked me to sit you here so she could stop by when she gets a minute. I'll let her know you're here. Thanks, Jackson said to the waitress, but he didn't take his eyes off Allie. With the waitress gone, Allie fingered her menu as she pretended to be very interested in the appetizers page. What are you doing? Jackson asked. Looking at the menu. Why? That got her attention. She looked up and met his gaze. To decide what I want to eat. Even though she could barely read the words on the menu for all the questions in her mind. Jackson laughed. Have you been to eat at Emily's restaurant before? She grinned, knowing what made him laugh. Yes. Then you know you don't need to look at the menu, right? Yes, I know. Emily will bring whatever she thinks I should have. And you know the best part? Yes, she's always right. It's like she brings me exactly what I would want to have, even though I didn't know it. She's always been that way. It's like she can look at someone and know what they need. Not just food, but other things too. I know. She did it the first time we met at freshman orientation. Really? Jackson crossed his arms and leaned back, ready for a story. Yes. We were in line with a group of other freshmen, all holding our class courses list and trying to pick what we would register for. I was a nervous wreck. Knowing that I was planning out my future and worrying that I was going to get it wrong. She smiled as the memory fluttered across her mind, but not Emily. She sidled up to me and said, "Are you going to take English? It's a required core class, but there are so many sections." I said, "Yes, I was looking at those, but it was hard to know which one to pick." She said, "We could pick one together. It would be nice to see a familiar face in class." So I said, "But you don't know me." But she reached out her hand to shake mine and said, "I'm Emily, now you know me." And I told her my name. Then we picked out a class together and we've been friends ever since. That sounds like my sister. I was just about to panic, and she stepped in and made that one decision easier. Then the rest seemed to fall into place. You know, I think it gave me a little bit of confidence to just pick that one class. We decided to become roommates 2 weeks later, and we've been best friends ever since. She glanced at Jackson and saw the look of admiration she assumed was for her friend. He looked like he might say something, but Emily appeared at their table. Hey. Emily wore her chef's coat and her hair was pulled back in a bun. She must have slipped her chef's hat off before she left the kitchen. I'm glad y'all made it. Me too, Jackson said. I'm starved. Emily gave him a punch in the arm. Of course you are. Don't worry. I've already started your appetizer and salads are coming too. What's the main course? It's a surprise. Emily sounded very pleased with herself. Thanks for inviting us, Allie said. Sure thing. I want some of my favorite people to get to know each other better. But I'm sorry I can't join you. I was hoping to have a few minutes to sit and talk, but we're slammed. I think I can leave a little early, so maybe we can hang out later. Sounds good, Jackson said. Emily beamed as she turned back to the kitchen. I think she's glad we're here. Allie barely lifted the corners of her mouth into a smile. She takes great pride in her work. Jackson leaned close and lowered his voice. I think she really wants us to get to know each other. You don't think she suspects anything, do you? Ollie's heart skipped a beat at the thought. She shook her head. No, I'm sure she doesn't. She thinks we don't know each other. And Jackson raised his eyebrows as if waiting for more. And what? Nothing. A look of concern flashed across his face, and he reached out and took her hand. Tell me. Ollie's eyes met his quickly, and she tried to pull her hand away, but Jackson held on. And she thinks that I don't like you very much. He dropped her hand and pulled his own back to his side of the table. Oh. He didn't look up for a minute. And why is that? Allie shook her head. I didn't say that right. I meant she knew I didn't like you very much before. Because I complained about you mooching off of her. Is that what you think of me? Well, I guess I did. Ollie's voice dropped off and she shrugged. What was I supposed to think when you showed up here because your company is failing and you let your sister cook for you every day? Jackson's voice ticked up a notch and his face turned a slight shade of red. That I miss my sister and she's the best cook I know. Allie put her head in her hand. I know. She really is the best. It's just, what? Jackson demanded. I just never saw you try to help or offer to pay for food or anything. She's not wealthy, you know. I was just worried about her. Allie knew this wasn't going well. She wished she could convince herself to stop before she dug a deeper hole. But she took one look at Jackson's face and knew it was too late. Chapter 18. Jackson couldn't sit there and listen to Allie accuse him of not caring about his sister. He gritted his teeth as he stood up from the table. Excuse me, he managed to say. He laid his napkin on the table with more calm than he felt before turning to walk from the restaurant. He pushed the heavy door open, and the thick humidity in the air hit him in the face. Normally it would have been uncomfortable, but it was pleasant compared to the air inside the restaurant. How could she say those things about him? He loved his sister more than anyone else in the world, besides his other siblings. But was he really that immature and dense to not realize he might be putting his sister in an uncomfortable position? He put one hand on his hip and the other he wiped over his face. He could only hope that wasn't true. That wasn't who he wanted to be. He didn't think it was who he really was, but maybe if she saw him that way, he sighed, unsure of what to think. Not knowing what to do with himself, he walked on, his feet heavy on the sidewalk. When he looked up, he found himself behind the restaurant, away from the noise of the traffic and the people. He put his hand on the brick wall and closed his eyes. Jackson. Her voice was quiet but sure. He didn't want to look at her, but the fact that she had followed him was just a little bit comforting. "Jackson," she said again. He sighed before he turned to meet Ollie's eyes. Her beauty again drew him to distraction. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I wanted to say more, but I just didn't know how you would react. I didn't mean to upset you." "What more did you want to say?" His heart begged that she would say she felt differently now. "I talked with Emily yesterday. She told me some things about you." His heart pounded as his nerves rose to the surface. "Like what?" Allie swallowed and bit her lip. "She told me about how you put her through school, and how you were the man of the family." He dropped his gaze, but he couldn't have expected the shock when Allie reached out and lifted his chin. "Jackson, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I thought you were just a guy who was down on his luck and weren't taking responsibility for yourself. I could only see how you were letting your sister take care of you. I didn't know how you spent most of your life taking care of everyone else." Jackson shrugged. "I don't talk about it much. But even if you wanted to, I didn't give you a chance. I only saw what I wanted to see so that I could keep you at a distance." Understanding dawned on him. "So you could control how you feel?" Allie looked at him as if he had nailed it. "Yes. And now? I'm not sure. My feelings are all over the place. I feel like there are too many Jacksons for me to know what's real. The Jackson that walked into my house the first day we met seemed inconsiderate and a little juvenile. The Jackson Emily knows is caring and supportive of his family. And the Jackson pretending to be my boyfriend is kind and funny and charming. So I'm not sure what to believe." Jackson stepped close. "What if I'm all of them? I might like to put my feet up on the coffee table at the end of the day and be lazy." "I didn't say lazy." He grinned, and he could see the flicker on her face that said she relaxed just a little. "But you wanted to." She grinned at that. "Maybe just a little. So maybe I am. Maybe I'm a typical guy. But I want to be better. My sister probably thinks too highly of me. But when I'm with you, that's exactly who I want to be. I know we made a deal. But there have been so many moments when it has just felt." He stopped and gazed into her eyes as he let the words drift off. "Real," Allie finished for him. "Yes," he whispered. Allie closed her eyes for a long moment, and when she slowly opened them, she whispered the words he had only dreamed of hearing her say, "I want it to be real." Jackson barely let himself breathe, afraid the moment would disappear. He smiled. "Me too." It had felt so natural to put his arms around her waist, he didn't even know he had done it. He pulled her closer and a warm scent of vanilla filled him as he touched his nose to hers. With one last look into her eyes, he lowered his lips until they met hers. The second he did, he felt like he had arrived at home. She intoxicated him as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He kissed her gently and slowly, wanting the moment to last forever. He kept his eyes closed as he pulled back and put his forehead to hers. When he opened them he saw her eyes, bright and open, the look of distance and control was gone. Unable to resist, he kissed her once more, longer this time. When he finally stepped back, he put space between them but caught her hands into his. "Allie," he whispered. "Yes." She looked into his eyes, and the word sounded more like a statement than a question. "Yes," he agreed. The silent message between them felt clear, but he confirmed it. "Real." "Real," she replied. She smiled with a dreamy look washing over her face for only a moment. A look of panic replaced it as she said, "But what will we tell Emily?" He shrugged. "The truth. She wanted us to get to know each other, and because of her, we did." Ollie's eyes were still wide. "Yes, but she won't expect it to be this fast." Jackson sighed. "I know. We'll just say we started spending time together, and in a few days we'll tell her we like each other. It will move forward from there." Allie seemed unsure. "We better get back inside before she realizes we're gone." "You're right," Jackson said reluctantly. He pulled her close with one arm and breathed in deeply as he kissed her. Then he let her go and nodded for her to go in before him. He watched her go around the corner and waited a few more minutes to go in himself, just in case Emily was there. Those few minutes were the longest of his life, and he didn't want to spend any more time away from her. Chapter 19. Allie laid in her bed and stared up at the ceiling. It was Saturday morning, and for the first time in as long as she could remember, she didn't jump up and get started with her day. A dreamy grin had pasted itself on her face, and she hoped it would stay forever. All night long she had replayed the evening before. Now she placed her fingers on her lips and remembered the feeling of Jackson's kiss. It had been pure torture to go back in the restaurant and sit across from each other and practically act like strangers. When Emily came out to tell them she couldn't leave and apologized, Allie hoped her face didn't show her excitement. Jackson hugged his sister and said he would talk to her later. He ushered Allie out of the restaurant and only waited until they were a few steps into the parking lot to pull her in close to his side. At the car, Allie waited for him to unlock the door. Instead, he put his hand on either side of her against the door. Excitement filled her as their eyes met, and she tilted her chin up to accept his kiss. He seemed reluctant when he pulled back and finally opened her door. The drive back to her house was too short, and she couldn't believe that now she actually wished he could come inside. "I would invite you in, but it might tip Emily off if she came back and found you here. Especially if she walked in to find me kissing her roommate." Allie had smiled as she felt her cheeks flush. "Right. Can I see you tomorrow?" Sure. Ollie's brain tried to run through her schedule for the next day, but she told herself to ignore it, that she would make it work. "I'll call you." He leaned over and pressed his lips to hers. His hand went behind her neck and she felt like melting into the seat as she kissed him back. She ducked her head as she pulled back. "Good night, Jackson." "Good night, Allie." The rest of the night their texts flew back and forth, and her mind went from elation to what in the world is happening and right back again. Now her phone rang, breaking the silence of the morning, and she answered it before it finished the first ring. "Hi," she kept her voice low, wondering if Emily could hear from the other end of the hallway. "Morning." Jackson's voice was smooth as butter and as warm as coffee. "Did you sleep well?" Allie stretched her arms over her head. "I slept great." "What are you doing today?" "Well, for starters, I was hoping to take you to breakfast." "Really?" Allie sat straight up and started running her fingers through her hair. "Of course. But you'll have to recommend a place. I still don't know the area very well." "No problem." Allie already knew just the place. "I'll text you the name. I can meet you there in about an hour?" "I thought I could come pick you up." Jackson sounded disappointed. "Oh no, Emily's here this morning. We can't do that." "Oh, right." Jackson was quiet for a moment. "I'll meet you there then, just tell me where." "Will do." "Ellie?" Jackson said. Hearing him say her name sent butterflies scurrying around her stomach. "Yeah. I can't wait to see you." She blushed. "Me either." Allie hung up and jumped out of bed, almost wishing she hadn't laid around so long. But it had been nice to relax for a little bit. Now she needed to hurry if she was going to meet him on time. She made quick work of showering and getting dressed. She tried to keep the noise down, since she was pretty sure Emily was still sleeping. Her roommate had come in late last night, and Allie knew she deserved the sleep. Dressed in a white tank top and pale pink linen shorts, she grabbed her purse and tiptoed out of her room. "Hey." Allie gasped and dropped her phone on the floor. "Oh, hey, I didn't realize you were up." Emily sat at the dining room table with a bowl of cereal, still wearing her pajamas. "I know, I wish I could sleep. I was exhausted last night, but I also didn't eat much, so my stomach woke me up." "Sorry about that." "Where are you off to?" Emily asked innocently. I'm just going to grab breakfast and run some errands." Allie said. Her thoughts completed the sentence, "with your brother." Alright, I'll be home today. Want to do dinner and watch a movie tonight? I could use some chill girl time. Sure, Allie said, biting her lip. They wouldn't be able to keep this from Emily for long. She knew she should get out of there before she lied again, or spilled the truth. I'll see you later then. Later, Emily said around the bite in her mouth. Allie closed the door behind her and let out a sigh of relief. She pushed away and hurried to her car. And to Jackson. Hey, Jackson met her at her car as she climbed out. He didn't waste any time pressing his lips to hers. Good morning. Good morning, Allie met his eyes, but knew the worry she felt was showing. You all right? Jackson furrowed his eyebrows. You look nervous. Emily caught me leaving. Oh, do you think she suspected something? Allie rubbed her hands up and down her arms, even though the temperatures were already climbing. No. I just don't like keeping things from her. I don't either, Jackson's gaze was tender. Come on, let's get something to eat and we'll talk about it. When they were settled at a table in the little cafe, with full cups of coffee and heaping plates, Jackson's with biscuits and gravy, and Ollie's with a spinach and cheese, frittata, Jackson reached out his hand palm up on the table and waited for Allie to take it. Want to pray? He asked. Allie smiled as she slid her hand into his. Sure. She watched as he closed his eyes, then did the same. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for this food and this beautiful day. And thank you for letting me and Allie enjoy it, together. Amen. Allie whispered amen as she looked up and locked eyes with him. He winked at her before he picked up his fork and dug in. Allie laughed as she began to carefully eat her own food. So what do we call this? She pointed her fork from herself to him and back. This? Jackson repeated her word and her motion with his own fork. Well, we've already told your family we're dating. He paused and gave a slightly wicked grin. Seriously dating, if I recall your first description. So I say we go with that. I think we're seriously dating. And what does that mean? Allie wanted to know. It means that I have strong feelings for you, and you're head over heels for me. And we spend time together and hold hands and kiss. He swirled his fork in the air. The kissing is an important part. Allie felt her cheeks grow pink. What about you living in Georgia and your business and job situation? He reached out and put his hand on hers. Just like a real relationship, which this is, we'll figure all that out. All right, Allie said quietly. She desperately wanted all the answers now. And what about Emily? Jackson thoughtfully chewed a bite and nodded as he swallowed. Yeah, that's the difficult part. We're going to have to tell her. But how? And when? Jackson rubbed his chin. I think we need to wait a little bit. Not too long, but long enough that it seems like we hit it off at dinner and have decided to date. Allie nodded slowly. That makes sense. I hope it will work. Jackson squeezed her hand. It will. Don't worry so much. It will all work out just fine. She could only hope he was right. Chapter 20. A week after their dinner at the restaurant, Allie walked through her house with a spring in her step. She could feel the smile spread wide across her face. She had felt it all day, and maybe even all night. In fact, her jaw ached from smiling so much, but she just couldn't help it. Jackson had that effect on her. What's with you? Emily's voice made Allie stop smiling for the moment. What do you mean? Allie cleared her throat, trying to act calm. You've been walking around smiling like a clown. So she had noticed. I guess I'm just in a good mood, Allie said. I'm not buying it. You've been this way for days, and haven't told me anything. I know something's going on. So spill. Emily sat on the couch and crossed her arms, telling her roommate she wasn't going anywhere until she got information. Allie shuffled her feet nervously and glanced at her watch. she couldn't tell her yet. She and Jackson had agreed they would tell Emily together. They had been planning on waiting a few more days, but it had been nearly a week since the kiss at the restaurant, and Allie didn't know if she could keep the secret much longer. It's nothing really. Oh, come on. I know that's not true. Just tell me. Don't we tell each other everything? Emily's eyes shot wide open. Wait, is it a guy? Allie looked away and wrung her hands together. Have you met someone? Emily was on the edge of her seat now. Allie turned to look at her. Well, kind of. Eek. Emily squealed. Who is it? Someone from work? No, not from work. Then who? I need all the details. Emily jumped up and grabbed Ollie's arm to pull her to the couch. Allie started to panic, not knowing how she was going to handle this. Just in time, the front door of the house opened and closed loudly, and Jackson's booming voice rescued her. It's me. Emily was the one to roll her eyes this time. Sorry, Jackson, you'll have to come back later. We're having girl time. Jackson entered the living room, looking every bit the knight in shining armor for saving Allie in that moment. In reality, his dark gray t-shirt and khaki shorts were casual and comfortable. What do you mean, girl time? Emily waved her hand to tell him to leave. Ollie's just about to tell me about the guy that has her walking around in a happy daze. Jackson pressed his lips together in a grin. I just might want to hear that too. He winked at Allie since Emily wasn't looking at him. No, this is a girl thing. Come back later and you can grill the steaks I bought. Actually, Allie took a deep breath and made eye contact with Jackson for a brief moment before looking back at Emily. Jackson can stay. Why? Emily groaned. I want to hear your news. I know. I'll tell you. You will? Jackson asked, the surprise showing in his voice. Yes. Allie calmly took a seat in the chair and waited for Jackson to walk over and stand beside her. Emily. Yeah. Emily looked back and forth between her brother and her roommate, waiting. She seemed to realize that Jackson was watching her instead of waiting for Ollie's news. What? She finally said. I haven't told you about the guy because you already know him. Allie reached out and took Jackson's hand. Emily's eyes went wide again, and she threw herself back on the couch with her hand on her forehead. Jackson? She practically yelled. You like my brother? Jackson? She took several breaths without moving from her spot. Jackson and Allie? My best friend? My roommate? I know, it's a surprise. It was to me too, Allie said. It kind of came out of nowhere. That part was true. Really? Emily sat back up. She pressed her fingertips to her temples, seeming to take it all in. So I guess you really did get to know each other at dinner? Allie nodded slowly. That was mostly true too. We started talking, and we've been texting and talking every day since. I'm sorry we didn't tell you yet. It's still new, and I wasn't sure if we should make a big deal about it. Jackson spoke up. Emily looked at him without speaking. Are you mad? Allie asked tentatively. Emily seemed to think about that for a minute. No, not mad. But it is kind of weird. We know. We really didn't want to make things awkward with you. Yeah. I don't know, I feel like I need a minute to process this. I mean, you, she pointed at Allie, then at Jackson, and you? Then she started to laugh. Who would have thought of that? I don't know two people more different. Allie laughed. I know, that's what I said too. You're right, it is kind of awkward. I mean, I love my brother, and Allie, you're my best friend, but it's weird for you to be dating. Emily stopped and looked between them again. Is that what you're saying? That you're dating? Jackson looked at Allie and nodded. Yes. We're dating. But we want you to be comfortable, Allie added. I don't know if I'm totally comfortable. Especially since it's so out of the blue. But I'm not going to say you can't date. So I guess we'll figure it out. Emily shrugged. Now I think I heard you say something about steaks? Jackson changed the subject. Oh, yeah, Emily waved a hand toward the kitchen. They're in the fridge. I thought you could grill them out back. Say no more. Jackson went to his sister and planted a kiss on her cheek before turning towards the kitchen. When he was out of earshot, Allie stood and went to Emily on the couch. She sat close and put her hand on her roommate's arm. Are you okay? Emily gave her a wild-eyed look. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm just surprised. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you. But I was afraid if I said something and it turned into nothing, there would be hurt feelings. Or maybe you would be upset that we were even thinking about dating, and I didn't want to upset you for no reason. But there's a reason now? Like you really actually like him? Like him, like him? Allie laughed. You shouldn't be so surprised about that. I know you think the world of him. Emily sat straight up. Oh, Allie, I do. Jackson's amazing, really. You can't show me a girl in the world that he's not worthy of. But the two of you are just so different. She held up her hands. But if you like him and he likes you, I'm happy for you. She smiled before pulling Allie in for a hug. You're my two most favorite people in the world. Allie hugged her back and breathed easier knowing Emily wasn't mad. Emily pushed back and put on a very serious look as she gripped Ollie's shoulders. But if you hurt him, I'll probably have to kill you. Allie gave a nervous laugh before Emily burst out laughing. Come on now, I don't want Jackson to mess up my kitchen. Chapter 21. So your family goes on vacation to the same spot every year? Jackson kept his eyes on the road, even though he would have rather looked at Allie. It had been 2 weeks since they had told Emily they were dating, and it felt good to have it out in the open. Especially now, as he was joining Ollie's family on their trip. She nodded. Since I was a little girl. Jackson couldn't imagine that. His mom had taken them on one trip that he could remember. That experience in a rundown beach condo with the man his mom's current fling hadn't been a good one. He wouldn't call it a happy family memory. But he pushed that thought aside as he pulled onto the interstate. What do you do in the mountains? All kinds of stuff. There's hiking and horseback riding and lots of nature areas. Then there are the touristy things like putt-putt golf and mining for fake gold. What's your favorite? It's mining for fake gold, isn't it? Allie grinned at him. I'm not exactly a nature person, but the mountains are beautiful. I love driving up to the top and stopping along the way to look out. Jackson dropped one hand from the steering wheel to reach over and lace his fingers with hers. That sounds nice. My dad likes to get in a game of putt-putt though. She giggled. He took us the first time when we were kids and it was a total disaster. Oh, really? Jackson couldn't wait to hear this. Yep. It was one of those with a waterfall and a princess castle, and my sister just wanted to play in the castle, so she cried. I lost my ball in the waterfall, so I cried. Dad ended up with 2 little girls bawling their eyes out over putt-putt and vowed he would never do that again. She left. Instead, he took us back the next year, and the next, and the next. It just became our little tradition. But my sister and I try not to cry now. Jackson smiled listening to her tell the story. He couldn't imagine what it was like to have family traditions and yearly vacations. He shook off the negative thoughts to focus on being here. I just can't believe your parents wanted me to come. Are you kidding? I think they might like you better than me. No way. They care about you so much, that's pretty obvious. I know. Allie dropped her gaze to the floor. Of course they care about me. That's what families do. But you're fun and entertaining. She left. Although, no offense, but they would also be happy with any eligible bachelor I brought home, so you have that going for you. Jackson didn't laugh. Allie, I'm not offended for me. But you shouldn't talk about yourself that way. You're amazing. And your parents would not be happy with just any guy. They have really high standards for you. Besides, he paused to wink at her. I happen to think you're fun and entertaining. I don't know about that. My sister says I'm too serious. I guess that comes from being cautious. I wasn't always that way though. Jackson took a moment to carefully look over at her. He watched as she bit her lip and looked out the window, avoiding his gaze. When did it change? He asked. She shrugged. Jackson took a few deep breaths before he urged her to go on. Tell me about it. I want to know. Allie sighed and stared straight ahead. After Derek died. She paused and continued to look away from Jackson. Jackson racked his brain for something to say, but nothing seemed right. He remained silent while he reached for her hand. Allie looked at him for a long moment before she continued. We had a lot of fun. We met my freshman year. He was a sophomore, so he was older than me, but we got along so well from the first time we met. We were together all the time, and we were always laughing, happy, and just enjoying life. She paused and let out a deep sigh. But then he was gone. It was hard enough to just keep going. Every time someone asked me to do something or go somewhere, I felt guilty. Like, how could I go out and have fun when Derek was dead? How could I just go on with my life when he wasn't here to enjoy it too? Anyway, after that I finished college and went to work at the accounting firm. I've done pretty much the same thing, week in and week out, ever since. So I guess my life is a little boring. Allie, I'm so sorry you lost him. I'm sure you had a lot of good times together. But I'm also sure he wouldn't want you to live that way. He would want you to live your life, have fun, laugh, and enjoy yourself. Allie sniffed gently. At first, I didn't want to. And now I'm not sure I even know how. Jackson grinned and squeezed her hand. Don't worry about that. I'm here now, so I can add some excitement. I don't think you're boring anyway, but maybe you just need someone to lead you back on the right path. And that's you? Allie raised her eyebrows, but her smile was clear. Yes, it is. So sign me up for putt-putt and horseback riding, or jumping the lake if that's what it takes. Allie laughed. I don't think that will be necessary. Just by being here, you're making life more exciting already. Allie felt herself settle in during the car ride. She felt herself breathe a little easier. All right, question time. Jackson spoke up. Question time? She scrunched her eyebrows and looked at him. Yep. We can take turns, but we just ask a question and you can't stop to think about it, you just have to say the first answer that comes to your mind. Allie lit up thinking of questions. All right, you go first. But get ready, because I have plenty of questions for you. Jackson laughed. Okay, first question. Best Christmas present you ever got? Oh, that's a good one. I know, that's why I asked it. Jackson wiggled his eyebrows up and down. It's an easy answer though, an American Girl I got when I was 10. American Girl doll? Yep, they have books and accessories and everything. I was completely shocked that my parents got it for me. Jackson smiled. That's nice. What about you? Best Christmas present was my senior year of college. My siblings got together and bought me a set of drafting pencils. Oh wow, that sounds nice. I know it sounds kind of nerdy. But it felt like they really believed in me, and that I was actually going to be an architect. Allie stroked his hand with her thumb. And you have? Yep. He didn't say more, and Allie wondered if he was thinking about his business. My turn. She called out, hoping to keep the moment upbeat. Let's see, where to start, so many options. Allie tapped her chin with her index finger. Don't think, just ask something. Anything. Where would you live if you could live anywhere in the world? Allie asked. Anywhere? Let's see, I've always wanted to see Europe, and Disney World sure sounds fun. No, not somewhere you want to see. Where you would live. Jackson paused as if really considering his answer. I like Atlanta, and it's been a good place to live. But I think if I'm just picking somewhere to start new, I would live in Twin Creeks. Allie tilted her head at him. Really? First answer that came to my mind. Jackson shrugged. But why? Jackson let out a sigh. Do you remember the first day we went to your parents' house, and your mom asked me if I could work in Twin Creeks? Allie scrunched her face. Sort of. I said something that day that was kind of true at the time, but has become more and more real to me since then. My brother and sister both live there, and your mom asked me if I ever thought about moving here. And what did you say? Every day. Chapter 22. Superman. No, flying airplane. A circus performer? Ollie's voice rang to the top of the log cabin ceiling as she called out her guesses. Jackson shook his head and tried not to laugh. He held his arms out to the side and turned in a circle as he jumped in the air. Turning back to Allie, he watched and waited for her to guess again. She only laughed until a buzzer went off, and Elise called out, "Time's up." Jackson and Allie looked at each other, and Jackson said, "High dive." Oh, Ollie's eyes opened wide as understanding dawned, then she collapsed on the couch laughing. I thought you were flying. Obviously, Jackson said. He sank into the couch beside her and wrapped his arms around her. With his hands on her waist, he could feel her laughter. We're not very good at this, he leaned close and whispered into her ear dot. That's all right, she put her hands over his. I'm okay with losing as long as you're my partner. Jackson had tried to keep a respectable distance in front of Ollie's family, but now he couldn't resist. He placed a kiss on her cheek, wishing he could turn her face and kiss her lips until they both stopped laughing. Allie seemed to sense it too. She turned and winked at him. Want something to drink? She rose as he reluctantly released her from his grasp. Water, he said, his mouth suddenly dry as he watched her walk away. And I think we're out of popcorn here. Don't go, it's our turn now, Julie said. I'll be right back. Oh, all right, I'll come with you, Julie said as she followed Allie into the kitchen. Elise said she would join the women, and Travis took a break to check on the baby who was napping. Jackson found himself alone in the living room with Darren. He cleared his throat as he sat up on the couch and linked his hands together, trying to look casual. So Jackson, Darren cleared his throat too. I guess it's about time I ask you about your intentions with my daughter. Jackson gave a nervous laugh, hoping he was joking. He waited, but the look on his face told him Darren wasn't joking. Well, I guess we've just been getting to know each other. But I really care about her. I like spending time with her. Trust me, I have the greatest respect for her. He paused, realizing he was talking too fast. Darren chuckled. I know that, Jackson. It's pretty obvious you care about her. And I can see you respect her too. But I'm sure you know she's lost someone before. I don't want to see someone play around with her heart and emotions. Allie needs to be in a relationship that's going somewhere. Jackson set his jaw and nodded slowly. He knew her dad was right, and he didn't want to see her get hurt either. Yes, sir. I promise you, I have no intention of disappearing. I wouldn't lead her on if I didn't see a future here. Darren nodded and seemed to accept that answer. Allie walked back in at that moment and smiled at him as she handed him a glass of water. She tilted her head at the look on his face. What? She asked. Nothing. He put his arm around her waist as she took the seat next to him. He knew their relationship had been fake at the beginning, But what he had just said to her father was absolutely real. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, pull over here, Allie said, pointing to the wide curve on the side of the mountain. They were almost at the top and it would be a great place to enjoy the view. Allie took her eyes off the trees below to look at Jackson. That view rivaled the one off the edge. She easily slipped her hand into his as he came around the car, and together they walked to the stone wall, the only thing separating them from the drop-off. This is amazing, he said, the awe evident on his face. I can't believe you've never been to the mountains before. He dropped her hand to step behind her and wrap his arms around her. I think I was just waiting to share it with you. Allie warmed all over, and she snuggled into his embrace. Even in July, the temperature dropped the higher up the mountain they went. What do you want to do after this? She asked. After this, he repeated. Yeah, when we're done here on the mountain. I was planning to spend as long as possible here. Sounds good to me. But I wasn't sure if you meant today or like life, Jackson said. Life? She turned in his embrace to look him in the eyes. Yeah, I figured you like to plan things out, so you've probably been thinking about what's next. He shrugged. I've been thinking about it. Ollie's heart started to beat faster. You have? Of course. I still haven't heard back from the firm in Twin Creeks, so I don't know what will happen. And I have to make decisions about the business in Georgia. So I have a lot to think about. Right. He caught her chin with the crook of his finger and held it as he spoke. But I know that whatever happens with the business and work, I want to find a way to make it work with you. Allie blushed and turned to look out over the vastness of the space below. She didn't have the words to say. What do you think about that? Jackson, I want to work it out too. It's hard to think about, not knowing what will happen with your job. You're right, I do like to plan, but there are so many unknowns right now that I can't make it work out in my mind. I want to be with you, but I can't plan for that when I don't know what's coming. He leaned close and kissed her forehead. I know that's hard for you. I've always been more of a fly-by-the-seat-of-my-pants kind of guy, so I'm used to rolling with the punches. But I promise you'll be the first to know when we have something to plan for. Allie sighed, wanting to be all right with that, but knowing that was against her nature. Okay, she whispered. I'll try to be patient. He grinned at her, and she knew everything would be all right, for now at least. But I know one thing I don't have to plan for, and I'm not going to be patient a minute longer. With that he pressed his lips to hers. Her arms went around his neck as he deepened the kiss. As a line of cars began to drive by, she pulled back. Jackson turned back to face the view, and when Allie did too, he tucked her into his arms. With his chin on her shoulder, they enjoyed the view together in silence. It wasn't long before the moment was interrupted when Jackson's phone rang. It's Emily, he said. Hey, what's up? Allie stared out at the mountains and only somewhat listened to the siblings' phone call. But when she caught the words breaker switch and wrench, her head jerked to look at Jackson with wide eyes. He held up a hand and shook his head, telling her not to worry. A few moments later, he said, Great. No problem. Glad to help. Is everything all right? Yeah, the garbage disposal wouldn't work. She was afraid it had died, but it had just flipped the breaker. Oh, Allie breathed a sigh of relief. How did you know what was wrong without even seeing it? He shrugged. I didn't really. Just started giving her some things to try. That was an easy fix. Does she call you a lot for those kinds of things? Allie couldn't remember Emily ever mentioning problems around the house. Yeah, sometimes. I try to be available if she needs me. Our other sister, Lacey, used to call me all the time, even though she lived in an apartment and they had maintenance people. She said she didn't trust them. Allie watched as pride flashed over his features. That's nice of you to help them. I'm sure they appreciate a big brother like that. Jackson nodded slowly. I guess I've always felt the need to take care of everyone. It was kind of hard for me when Em and I moved to different states, and I tried to convince Lacey to move to Georgia so I could keep an eye on her. But no one would. So I just have to call a lot and help from a distance. Allie narrowed her eyes. So you still worry about them? Jackson looked the other way. I try not to. But yeah, sometimes. Lacey and Graham are married now, of course, but sometimes I still think of them as little kids. Everybody says parents always worry about their kids. He shrugged. I guess I feel the same way. Allie reached out and touched his arm, and he turned back to face her. He barely lifted the corners of his mouth. Hey, she said quietly. It's all right. I know, I guess I'll always feel like I need to take care of them. Maybe so, but from all accounts, you've done a pretty good job. So maybe it's time to stop worrying. You have to trust God that He will take care of them. It's really His job anyway. Jackson leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Yes, you're right. He took her hand in his. Come on, let's go see more of this mountain. He tugged her to the car, and Allie marveled at the man before her and how different he was than her first impression of him. She felt guilty for thinking he was irresponsible when he had practically raised his siblings. But to see the look of concern on his face for each of them warmed her heart. She had her concerns the day he walked into her house, but today she would follow him to the top of the mountain. She swallowed hard and told her doubts about his job situation to go away. They weren't allowed here today. Chapter 23. Hello, Jackson's voice was full of excitement as he answered the call. He had jumped out of his chair when he saw the number for the architecture firm. Is this Jackson Franklin? Yes, it is. This is Mr. Peterson's assistant at Peterson Architecture. Yes, ma'am, how are you? I'm fine. Mr. Peterson asked me to call and let you know that they've decided to pursue other applicants for the position. He was impressed with your resume and said they would welcome you to apply for positions in the future. Jackson could hardly find the words to say. He had been so sure they would offer him the position. He felt the room spin as the realization hit him full force. A heavy sense of dread settled in his chest, and he took several seconds to realize he hadn't responded. He cleared his throat enough to say, I understand. Thank you. He didn't wait for a response before he pushed the screen to end the call. He had been standing in front of the bed in his hotel room, but now he fell backwards onto it and stared at the ceiling. Now what? He said out loud. He didn't have any answers. He only knew he had failed. Again. He picked his phone back up and called the only person he could think of. Hey, man, what's up? Cole answered. I just heard. I didn't get the job here. He couldn't be sure, but he thought he heard his friend clap in response. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. But now you can come back here and we can figure everything out. Jackson rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I guess so. Emily was starting to get excited about me moving here. There was a long pause. Is that what you really want? Man, I don't know anymore. I thought things were just getting started with this girl, and it seemed like a good idea. I just really thought I was going to get the job. Now I don't know which way is up. Come on, man, so you've had a setback, or 2. Or 5. Yeah, whatever. But I know you, man. You're not one to give up so easily. You just have to keep going and figure out what's next. I still think we could make a go of it with our company. Maybe that's what I should focus on. For a minute, Jackson liked the sound of that. A project to throw himself into. Stay busy with work on what he could control. But what about Twin Creeks? What about Allie? How could they make it work if he didn't move here? I'm all for it if you are. But if you're set on finding another job, I will support you in that. I mean, it means I'll have to find another job too, but I can roll with it. Jackson chuckled. You always do. Man, you just let me know what you decide. I'm working on the last project we have lined up, so we can make it the last one, or the first one of a new start. Good old Cole, the face of positivity in any situation. Thanks, man. I have some things to think about, but we'll talk soon. You got it. Later. Later, Jackson repeated the word and let the phone drop on the bed. He laid there for several minutes. He blew a breath out as he sat up on the bed. God, he said. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I worked so hard. I've tried the best I know how, and so far it just doesn't seem good enough. I'm losing my company, now I don't even have a job. And I'm afraid that might cost me the girl I've fallen for. What am I going to do? The bigger question was, how was he going to tell Allie? Allie smiled when she heard the tone she had assigned to Jackson's text messages. It was enough to pull her away from her computer where she was working on a monthly budget sheet. Are you busy? Jackson's message read. I'm working. Needs something? She wrote back. Not an emergency, but need to talk to you soon. Tonight? Allie could feel the crease in her forehead as she began to worry. Sure, I'll pick you up and we can grab dinner. Allie replied, see you then, can't wait. I'll be at your house when you get home from work. She let out a happy sigh thinking about going to dinner with Jackson, then tried to turn her attention back to her work. With all the tasks before her, she stayed busy the last few hours of the workday. When she shut her computer down and picked up her bag from the hook on the wall, she walked out with a pep in her step. She carefully followed the speed limit on her way home, but it was tempting to race to see Jackson's smiling face. When she walked in the door, Jackson did smile at her, but when he came to her and wrapped her in a hug, Allie immediately sensed something was wrong. She leaned back and looked him in the eyes. Gripping his arms, she asked, what is it? Nothing. Come on, let's go get some dinner. I was going to change first. No way, you look amazing. Let's just go. Allie looked down at her work clothes and his casual shorts and t-shirt. They were a mismatch for sure, but wasn't that true of their personalities too? She shrugged, deciding to let him have this one. All right. She eyed him again, hoping for some hint as to what he was thinking, but she didn't know. Jackson was quiet on the drive. He had asked if they could pick up something in the drive-thru and go to the park to eat. Again, Allie knew she was overdressed for the occasion, but she nodded and held his hand as he drove. When they had picked up a burger for him and a grilled chicken salad for her, he made their way to the park. He took her hand as they walked past the spot of the 4th of July celebration and down to the small creek where a few picnic tables Saturday. Jackson slowly ate his burger, and Allie watched him as she picked over her salad. His silence was stretching on, and her stomach was in knots waiting for him to say something. Finally, he finished and wadded his wrapper into a ball. Surely he would have to talk now. He took a deep breath and blew it out. Allie reached out and took his hand. Jackson, whatever it is you need to say, just say it. It can't be as bad as you're making it out to be. For just a moment, she thought he might be breaking up with her, and her heart began to pound in her chest. I didn't get the job, he said. Oh, Allie closed her eyes, relieved that he wasn't ending this. But then again, was he? If he didn't get the job, would he still move here? I'm sorry. I know you were really hopeful. And I really thought they liked you at the interview. Me too. Jackson's voice was quiet as he lowered his chin to his chest. Allie told herself not to say anything, but she couldn't help it. So what's next? Jackson looked up at her, wide-eyed. Next? Yeah, what's your plan now? I don't have one. I just thought this was going to happen. And now, well, now I just don't know. Allie swallowed to push down her rising fear. Will you go back to Georgia? Jackson let out a long sigh. Maybe. But I don't think it will be to keep the business going. That part is over. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. I've thought about it for weeks, and I looked over the numbers again this afternoon. I don't think there's a way to fix it. Cole wants to try, but we're just in too deep. It's time to cut our losses and get out. Allie stared at him without speaking for a moment. You're sure there's no way? Maybe if you had someone to look over the finances, and you could do some marketing and networking in the area to pick up more business. He looked at her with his eyes bulging and his eyebrows scrunched. Why are you pushing for this? Do you want me to go back to Georgia? No, I mean, not really. But I don't want you to just give up either. Give up? Jackson's voice rose, and he stood up from the table. Give up? Is that what you think? I had been trying to save the business for months before I came here, but it's just not working. He stopped as he turned away from Allie and put his hands on his hips, his feet spread wide. That's why I tried to get this job. A fresh start in a new place. But now, his voice trailed off. Allie swallowed again. She didn't know what to think. If he gave up on his business when things got hard, would he give up on her too? Would he decide one day soon that she wasn't worth it? Or if he couldn't find a job here, would they call it quits? Allie shook her head and tried to rein in her thoughts. She stood and went to him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. I'm so sorry, Jackson. I know you didn't want to lose your business. And I know this job meant a lot to you. I'm sorry it didn't happen. But you'll find something. We'll figure this out together. He turned and put his arms around her and gave her a quick kiss on her forehead. His voice was quiet, and she didn't hear any confidence in his voice when he said, I hope so. Chapter 24. Oh, I'm just so glad we can all be here together. Elise practically squealed as she walked through the doors of the church holding her husband's hand with Julie, Travis, Allie and Jackson all following behind her. Isn't it wonderful? Allie smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. In fact, it was almost painful. She could feel Jackson close behind her, but he hadn't reached for her hand, and he was awfully quiet. When they shuffled into the pew and took their seats, Allie turned and looked in his eyes to smile at him. He gave her a weak smile back, but he did reach out and take her hand for just a moment. He pulled it back and seemed to take great interest in the church bulletin. Elise was beaming as she introduced Jackson, Ollie's boyfriend, to people she knew sitting close by. Allie watched as he shook hands and smiled with each of them. She could tell he was putting on a show. When the music started, she saw the corners of his mouth drop down again. A sigh escaped her own lips as she turned her attention to the front. The lyrics to the song rolled across the screen and she only half-heartedly sang along. She had been looking forward to attending church with Jackson, but now it felt like he wasn't even here. She wished she could get through the thoughts swirling around his head and bring him back. Allie told herself she was here for God and took notes on her bulletin as the pastor shared the message. It was good for her mind to be busy. After the last song ended and the pastor prayed, Allie slipped her hand into Jackson's and smiled at him. Come on, we're going to lunch with Mom and Dad. All right, Jackson sounded less than enthused. He remained quiet through lunch, unless asked a direct question. When they finished eating and got up from the table, Elise pulled Ollie's elbow and said, Let's go to the ladies' room. She was practically dragging Allie along. As soon as the door shut behind them, Elise whispered loudly. What's going on? Allie whispered back, Why are we whispering? Elise straightened and spoke at a normal volume. What's wrong with Jackson? Did something happen between the two of you? No, of course she would think that. Nothing happened between us. I don't know, I guess he's just not in a great mood today. Allie knew if she told her mom about the job interview, the whole story would start to unravel. She couldn't risk that now. Not in the ladies' room of her parents' favorite restaurant. I've never seen him that quiet. She shivered. It really disturbs me. Allie wanted to say it disturbed her too. I'm sorry. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. She patted her mom on the shoulder. We'll wait for you out front. Outside the door, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath and blew it out. She hoped what she had said was true and it would all be fine. She made her way out the front door where her dad and Jackson stood waiting. Her dad gave her a look, and she saw that Jackson leaned against the brick column staring at his phone. She tried to ignore it. "Thanks for lunch, Dad." "Anytime, sweetheart. I hope you have a great week." "Jackson?" Allie raised her voice slightly. He looked up. "Hey, yeah, you ready to go?" She let out a sigh. "Sure." She turned back to her dad. "Please tell Mom bye for me." Jackson walked 2 steps in front of her, but he did walk to her side of the car and open the door. "Thanks," she said through clenched teeth, her tone dripped with sarcasm. Jackson went to his side and climbed in. He started the car and made it out on the road before Allie spoke again. "That was interesting." "What?" he asked, seemingly unaffected. "That whole lunch, and church this morning for that matter." "What do you mean?" She clenched her fists. "You barely spoke the whole time. My mom thinks there's something wrong between us." "Sorry. I've just got a lot on my mind." Allie let out an exasperated sigh. "I know. But I feel like you're not even here." Jackson stared straight ahead. "Maybe not." "What does that mean?" "You don't want to be here?" That seemed to get his attention. He glanced at her briefly and reached for her hand. "I do want to be here. So badly. But that's just the problem. I'm not sure how I can do that. The job didn't work out, and my business is in Georgia, whether or not I can save it. But I have a life there, and I think it's time I figure out what I'm doing with it. I just don't know what that is yet. I could help, you know." He rubbed his thumb over hers. "I know, and I appreciate it. I just need to think it over. Just give me a little time, okay?" Allie bit her lip. She didn't like uncertainty, but she did like Jackson. She pushed down the urge to make a list of ways to fix it and squeezed his hand. "All right. I'm here and ready to listen if you want to share some of your thoughts." He turned and gave her a wink. "Thanks." Allie turned her attention out the window when he didn't say more. Her insides were a sea of worry, but she told herself to breathe in and out and let Jackson have the time he needed. They would work things out. Somehow. She hoped. Chapter 25. Jackson sat in his hotel room on the edge of the bed. He wore a headset and pressed the buttons on the video game controller. He could hear his college buddies talking over the sound of the game, but tonight he just couldn't focus on it. "Dude, Jackson, what was that? You missed that thing by a mile." Michael called out. "Sorry," Jackson mumbled. After a few more missteps in the game, accompanied by a few more shouts of frustration, he decided to call it a night. "Guys, I'm out. Sorry, I'm just not into it tonight. Y'all have fun." He signed off and dropped his headset on the bed before anyone could protest. He laid back on the bed and listened to the thoughts that had been running through his head all day. The ones asking him what in the world he was doing with his life. It was only 30 minutes later when his phone rang. He wished he might hear Ollie's voice and everything would magically be all right, but he knew without looking that it was Coleman. "Hey," he answered. "Hey, dude, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Come on, I know that's not true." Cole knew him better than almost anyone. Jackson took a deep breath and blew it out. "I don't know what I'm doing, man. I didn't get the job. I don't have any other prospects. And Allie is looking at me wanting answers. I just don't have any." Cole let out a whistle. "Yeah, that definitely sounds like nothing is wrong." Jackson rolled over on his stomach as he almost laughed at his friend. "Gee, thanks for that." Cole laughed. "What can I say? Don't worry, something will work out." "Is that what you think?" "Of course it is. Sometimes things look tough, but they always work out." Jackson scoffed at him. "Maybe for you. For you too, man. I mean, look at how you lucked out with me as a friend." Jackson couldn't help but smile. You're right about that. Thank goodness you needed help with basic math functions so I could tutor you. Ha ha, very funny. Don't make me remind you who got you through your first drafting class. You don't have to. It was you, without a doubt. I was glad to help. But you figured it out, then you became the better architect anyway, so joke's on me. Jackson thought about that. You're right. I'm glad to have you as a friend, and I'm thankful that God put us together. Now it was Cole's time to scoff. Sure, God, the universe, destiny. Whatever you want to call it. Mostly, I just call it luck. But listen, this situation will be the same way. You'll find a new job opportunity somewhere. And the girl thing? Well, it will work itself out too. Just don't stress so much. Jackson sighed. If you say so. I do say so. So next time don't bail on game night, okay? Okay, I'll do my best. And really man, if you care about this girl, you just find a way to keep her. Thanks, Cole. You really are a good friend. Nah, Cole said. I'm the best friend. Jackson laughed as he said, good night, Cole. Later, man. Jackson hung up and stood up to pace the room. It felt good to get up and move. He could feel his blood pumping through his veins right along with Cole's pep talk. He could be right, except the part about it being luck. He had to believe God had put him here in this situation. Now all he had to do was figure out what to do next. But he knew Cole was absolutely right when he said he just had to find a way to keep Allie. Chapter 26. Emily, we're so glad you could join us, Billy said. Thanks for having me. She laughed. I'm not used to eating a whole meal where I didn't cook anything. Elise patted her hand. Now you'll be able to relax and enjoy it. Jackson laughed now too. Emily doesn't know how to relax. Emily punched him in the arm. Yes, I do. I'm just usually busy taking care of things. I can't just lay on the couch and wait for people to feed me. Her eyes twinkled as she teased her brother. Hey now, I've been trying to help out. Yes, you have. And I appreciate that. I'm glad Allie is having a positive effect on you. Jackson shrugged, knowing it was true. I like to think I'm having a positive effect on her too. He reached over to squeeze her hand. Honestly, I still can't believe you're dating. I've never met two people who are more different than you two are. But I guess it's true that opposites attract. Well, we are very glad that they do. Elise beamed. We just fell in love with Jackson the first time he came to our house for dinner. I'm just sorry we didn't meet him sooner. But I'm still glad he was around to help with the 4th of July preparations. I knew when he didn't complain after the 20th time I asked him to get something from the car, he was a keeper. Laughter rang out around the table. I'm at least good for being a pack mule. Jackson said. He glanced at Emily next to him and saw the confused look on her face. 4th of July? She asked. Jackson's heart sank and he felt Ollie's hand twitch under his. Yes, of course. We set up the food tables and booze every year. Oh, I wish you could have joined us, but Allie said you were working. Jackson was such a help. Emily stared at the table and spoke slowly. Yeah, I did work on the 4th of July. But Allie and Jackson weren't even dating yet. Jackson cleared his throat, his mind spinning with how he should answer. Of course they were. We didn't know for a few months. Allie was hiding it from us. Elise gave a mock stern look. I'm still trying to forgive her for that. But since we met him at the end of June, we've been so happy for them. Emily looked from Allie to Jackson, her face full of concern and anger. But I thought you didn't even like each other until the night you came to the restaurant. You were dating before that? But how? Allie didn't even know Jackson when you walked into the house that day. Jackson felt Allie pull her hand from his. He glanced at her face and the faces of everyone around the table. They had all stopped eating and stared at him, waiting for his answer. Well, everything happened so suddenly. But was it before dinner at the restaurant or after? Emily demanded. Jackson gave a nervous smile. It's all right, Em, calm down. But Emily wasn't about to back down. No, I'm not calming down. I want to know the truth. We were getting to know each other before, but it was at the restaurant where we really knew we liked each other. When was dinner at the restaurant? Darren's deep voice filled the room, his face turned slightly red. Jackson sighed, but let Allie answer. The week after 4th of July. What? Elise practically yelled. But we met Jackson before then. And you said you had been long-distance dating for months before that. How could you just know you liked each other a month ago? Silence fell around the room and all eyes weighed on Allie and Jackson. He could almost hear his heart pounding, and he couldn't bring himself to look at Allie. It's a little complicated. Let me. Allie laid her hand on his. It's my fault. I'll tell them. She took a deep breath and looked around the table. Mom, Dad, and Emily, we haven't been totally honest with you. Emily, we told you part of the truth. We realized our feelings for each other at the restaurant and have been dating since then. We didn't tell you that we had been pretending to date for much longer than that. Pretending? Elise yelled. Allie closed her eyes, and it pained Jackson to watch her. Yes. Mom, I made up that I had a boyfriend that day you said you were inviting another guy to dinner. I didn't want to be set up again. I just thought if I did have a boyfriend, you would be happy, and you wouldn't keep trying to set me up and I could go about my life. And I wouldn't have to worry about losing a boyfriend that wasn't real. She glanced at Jackson. But it didn't quite go as planned. So you lied to us? Ollie's dad asked. I just thought, Allie began, then stopped. She seemed to know that now was the time for the whole truth. Yes, I did. Jackson agreed to pretend we were dating for that one dinner. But then he made y'all like him so much, we had to go to the 4th of July festival, and then one thing led to another, and we just had to keep pretending. And now? Emily asked. Jackson cleared his throat and stepped in. The more time we spent together, the more we got to know each other, and we decided we wanted it to be real. That was what we decided at the restaurant. But then we didn't know how to tell you. You had heard Allie talk about me and knew we were so different, so we had to make it believable. This is all too much. Elise put her elbows on the table and let her face fall into her hands. So you lied to us and said you were dating. But now you're actually dating? Allie looked at Jackson and they both nodded. But how do we know that? Ollie's dad asked. Which thing do we believe? You told us you were dating for months, then you told your sister you just started, and how do we believe you? Jackson looked to Allie, who returned his gaze with the same question in her eyes. I'm sorry, sir. Really, I am. It was wrong to lie, and we shouldn't have done it. But if we hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten to know her, and we wouldn't really be together now. He paused to rub his temples. It's hard to say I'm sorry when I'm still glad it happened. But I am sorry we deceived you. I truly mean it when I say we care a lot about each other, and we're looking to the future. Allie nodded slowly as her only response. I'm not really sure what else to say. Elise spoke quietly. She stared at the table in silence for several moments. Finally, she picked up her fork and took a bite of food, which seemed to signal to everyone to go back to eating. But there was no lively conversation anymore. The air was thick and each bite Jackson took was physically painful. He didn't stay long after dinner. He walked quietly to the door with Emily and turned to give Allie a kiss on the cheek. She didn't meet his eyes as she said goodbye and shut the door behind them. In the car, Emily shut her door and punched him in the arm. Ow! He yelled, knowing he deserved worse. You're an idiot. Thanks. Why in the world did you lie to me? And why would you fake being in a relationship with Allie? You didn't even know her. Jackson rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. It didn't seem like a bad idea at the time. It was just supposed to be one time. But why? And how did you even come up with that plan without me knowing? Jackson sighed, knowing he had to come clean about more than just pretending to date his sister's roommate. I got to your house that day before you got home. Ollie's mom was trying to set her up for dinner at their house. He shrugged. She said she thought if she pretended to have a boyfriend, it would get her mom off her back. So you thought you were doing her a favor? We made a deal. She was doing me a favor too. Emily leaned away from him in her seat and her eyes went wide. What favor? I'm sorry, Em, I should have been honest with you from the start. Allie overheard me talking about trouble with my business. I agreed to do the pretend date and she agreed not to tell you what she heard. If he thought Emily looked hurt before, it was nothing compared to now. Jackson's heart plummeted to the floor as guilt overcame him. How could he have let her down like this when it was his job to protect her? She cleared her throat and seemed to push past her feelings to ask, what kind of trouble? He swallowed hard to get the words out. It's not good, Em. I'm afraid we're going to have to close the business. The contracts haven't come in the way I hoped. That's the real reason I came to town in the first place. I've been interviewing for a job here. What? Emily yelled. How could you not tell me that? Where is the job? It doesn't matter, I found out I didn't get the position. Oh. I'm sorry you didn't get the job I didn't know you were interviewing for. She paused for a minute before she said, so you want to move here? Jackson shrugged. It seems as good of a place as any. I do think I would like to be close to family. His words seemed to soften Emily a bit. I would love having you close by. She punched him in the arm again. But don't lie to me. I won't. I'm really sorry, Em. I shouldn't have kept it from you. No, you shouldn't have. You know I'm here for you, right? Jackson met her eyes, seeing the hurt, but also the love of a sister. Yeah, I know. We've been through too much together for you to lie to me, okay? He turned and looked at her. Yeah, I know. It won't happen again. All right, as long as we've got that straight. So you really like Allie though? Jackson grinned. I'm not sure like is the right word anymore. I think I'm in love with her. Then don't mess it up. Jackson nodded. He had already promised himself he wouldn't. He just had to make sure Allie was on the same page. Chapter 27. Allie wasn't sure which would have been worse, if her parents had yelled and scolded her for lying to them or the silent treatment they were giving her. When she turned from the door and went to the kitchen where her mother was cleaning, she stood at the counter and waited for Elise to say something. But she didn't. She barely acknowledged her presence. Well, I guess I'll get going, Allie said. All right. Elise didn't take her eyes from the sweet potato casserole she was covering with foil. Allie cleared her throat. Thanks for dinner. It was delicious. She didn't actually remember tasting any of her food. You're welcome. See you later. Allie turned and slowly walked to the front door. The drive home felt like the longest drive she'd ever taken. She knew she would have to face her roommate and her dearest friend when she got there. Pulling into the driveway, she saw Jackson's car and she sighed. She wasn't sure what to say to him yet either. Her emotions were up and down and back and forth, and her mind peppered her with questions. Why had she ever thought lying to her family was a good idea? And why did she think she wouldn't get hurt from it? Was being with Jackson worth all of that? Was it as real as they said? She turned off the car and sat with hands in her lap. She closed her eyes and prayed that God would give her the words. The sound of the passenger door opening caused her to look up. Hey, Jackson's voice was smooth and calming to her spirit. She wanted to lean in and fall into his arms, but distance was probably safer at this point. Hey, she said quietly. I'm sorry about all of that. His hand was on hers in an instant. "Don't apologize. We were in this together." "I know, but it was my idea, and I shouldn't have done it. I agreed to it. And like I said before, I know we shouldn't have, but I can't say I'm sorry for what's come from it." He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her fingertips. "This," he motioned, between the two of them, "this coming from it is good. Even if it wasn't a good way. I'm happy here and now." Allie sighed and dropped her gaze to her lap. "But what if they're right?" He lifted her chin with his thumb and forefinger until their eyes met. Confusion washed over his face. "What do you mean?" "What my dad said. How do we believe it now? If it was fake before, how can it be real now?" "Because it is," Jackson said simply. "Because we know each other now, and I know what my feelings are for you." He moved his hand up to stroke her cheek, and she closed her eyes briefly as she let her face fall into his hand. "But," Allie tried to speak, but Jackson interrupted her when he put his fingertips to her mouth. He leaned in and whispered, "SHH. Sometimes words aren't enough." He kept his eyes locked on hers as he slipped his hand to the back of her neck. Then he pressed his lips to hers, stopping any further conversation. Despite the distance between them in the seats of the car, Jackson put his hands around her waist, and her fingers found their way into his hair. His lips moved with hers, his passion only increasing. When he pulled away, he placed his forehead on hers and closed his eyes. "How's that for real?" he whispered. Ollie's head was spinning. "Pretty real," she said. The pounding of her heart told her it was more than she could handle. She wished she could kiss him again and pretend nothing was wrong. But it was too late for that. She needed her logical side to take over. It took longer than she wanted to get her thoughts going again, and she waited as Jackson pulled himself back into his own seat to speak again. "But Jackson, how do we move from faking to a real relationship? And now that everyone knows it was fake, I feel like I will just be trying harder to prove that it's not. What if that's just pushing something that shouldn't have been in the first place?" "Why would you say that?" "You said it," she pointed an index finger at his chest. "You said we shouldn't have done it and it was wrong. How can something real and good come from a lie?" Jackson paused, he seemed to struggle to find the words. "Because God works everything for good for those who love him. Maybe we did something we shouldn't have, and that doesn't make it right, but God can be gracious and give us something good out of it anyway." "I'm not sure that's what the Bible means about that." "Why not?" "Allie, let me tell you something. Your life seems like a dream to me. You have parents who love you and have taken care of you. You got a great education, and you have a good job. You've been taken care of your whole life. Well, it wasn't like that for me. When my dad died, I became the man of the house at 10 years old. My mom went off the deep end, and my sister and I had to step up and take care of our family. Luckily, I got into college, and I worked hard to earn money to put myself and Emily through school. But it wasn't easy. Now my business is over, and I guess maybe that's my own fault. Then I came here and I made one decision, to lie to my sister, and to fake date her roommate. Maybe it wasn't a great decision, but God seems to have smiled on me, and I found myself with a wonderful woman that I want to be with. That I care about. And I won't say that I wish I hadn't done the thing that started that, because you never would have looked twice at me." Allie put her hand on his arm. "That's not true." "Is it? Tell me you would have said yes if I had asked you out." Allie bit her lip. She knew her real answer. "Well, you wouldn't have." "I know it and you know it." "All right, I guess not. But this gave us a chance to get to know each other." "I guess that's true." "I know it's true." Jackson met her eyes and didn't look away. "But now what?" Allie threw her hands up. "What do you mean?" "Nothing has changed about the way I feel about you." "But what's going to happen? Are you moving here? You said things are working out for us, but you didn't get the job here. So what's the plan?" "You're quitting the company and then what?" Jackson's eyes flashed red. I've told you, I don't think there's anything that can be done for the company. But did you try? Did you fight for it or just give up? Jackson's nostrils flared. I did try. You didn't know me before I came here to interview for another job. But I did try. How do I know that? What about when things get harder for our relationship? Are you just going to walk away and move to another state and get another job? No, that's not going to happen. How do I know that? Jackson sighed. I guess you can't really know. But you can trust. Allie looked at him without speaking. Do you trust me? He asked. Allie wanted to say yes. I just don't know right now. Jackson turned and put his hand on the door to get out. Allie reached for his hand. Don't go. Jackson turned as he let out a huff. Is there a point in staying? So you don't trust me, because I lied about dating you when you asked me to? No, it's not that. Then what is it, Allie? He raised his voice. I don't know. I'm just not sure. She blew out a big breath. You've been distant ever since you found out about the job, and I'm just not sure you're going to stick around. He looked into her eyes and took a minute, seeming to calm himself. Allie, I care about you. I want to make this work. I believe with every fiber of my being that this is real, because it's real to me. But if you can't trust me, and if it's not real to you, there's nothing I can do about that. He watched her face and waited for her to say something else. She didn't know what she believed. It was the same question she had asked herself since they met. Which version of Jackson was real? And could she trust him? She didn't look up as she said, I'm just not sure. She sat unmoving as she heard him shut the door, even when she heard him get in his car and drive away. Chapter 28. Jackson opened his eyes as the sunlight streamed in through the window. He groaned and threw his arm over his eyes as the view of his own bedroom greeted him. He had packed up and driven back to Georgia early the day before. He had no plan, but he knew he needed to move forward. And if Allie didn't know if she wanted to be with him, then he wanted to get far away. He had sent Allie a text message to let her know. Part of him had hoped she would tell him not to go, or at least to come back soon. But she hadn't. He had stayed up the night before with Cole, discussing how to close up the business. With those plans in motion, he wanted to feel good about moving forward, but now he didn't know where he was going. Sighing, he sat on the edge of the bed and rolled his head back and forth. He glanced over to see his closed Bible on top of the nightstand. How long had it been since he opened it? He closed his eyes as his chin fell to his chest. What do I do, God? Trust me. I do trust you. Do you? He wanted to say that of course he did, but the question echoed in his heart and made him think about the words he had just spoken. I worked so hard. I've tried, what do I do? He sighed as realization hit him of how those words sounded. God, maybe I've been trying so hard because I want to do it all on my own. I didn't even tell my own sister that I was having trouble, because I didn't want it to seem like I couldn't handle it. Trust me. God, I guess I've been trying to be independent. I've been taking care of myself for a long time, and I guess I don't know how to let that go. God, help me. Help me stop trying to depend only on myself and help me to trust you. He took a deep breath. God, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've messed things up with Allie, maybe I should have told her I wouldn't lie to begin with. I'm sure you would have found another way for us to get together. But now what? Trust me, okay. He held his hand up. I really care about her, Lord. But if you want us to be together, show me the way. Let it be your plan. And about my job. Wow, there's just so much that seems to be going wrong in my life. But I know you have a plan. Please show me what it is and tell me what to do next. I'll follow you this time and trust you to take care of it. One step at a time. All right, God, I'll do it. One step at a time. What do I do now? He waited and knew what he had to do next. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be worth it. Allie didn't know how many days it had been since she'd heard from Jackson. Or from her parents. She hadn't known that day when she went to dinner how things would start to crumble. Maybe her parents weren't that mad, and maybe they would talk to her if she called or went by. She had been too scared to find out. So she just kept doing the things she could control, working out every morning, keeping her food journal, doing her best at work. Those things felt familiar and normal. For a little bit, she could stop thinking about how she pretended to be in a relationship and lied to her parents and her best friend. But that didn't keep the knot out of her stomach. Ellie? The voice startled her, but she tried to look calm as she pulled her eyes from her computer screen to look up at Molly, one of the office assistants, standing in front of her. Yes. I'm sorry to bother you, but we're out of printer paper. It's in the closet in the workroom. No, I don't mean we're out in the printer. I mean we're out. What? Ollie's face went white. That can't be. I'm sorry, but it's true. You know this is the week for our quarterly reports. Every accountant in the building sends them out to every one of their clients. It's a lot of paper. I know that. That's why I ordered more paper. I'm sure I ordered it on Monday. It should have been delivered yesterday with the supplies. Surely it's in the closet. Molly just tilted her head and shrugged. I'll check on it, Allie huffed as she pushed past her. Obviously she couldn't let anyone else handle anything. She marched to the workroom and flung open the closet door. There on the floor were 2 empty boxes that used to hold reams of paper. She gasped at the sight. With her hand pressed to her chest, she ran back to her computer and began searching for the order confirmation for Monday for the office supplies. She clicked the email and quickly searched. When she saw it, she fell back into her chair. She had only ordered their weekly amount of paper and not the quarterly report amount. She put her hand over her forehead and squeezed her eyes closed. When she opened them, she realized Molly was still in her office waiting for her to say something. I'm sorry, you're right. We're out of paper. I made a mistake on the order. I'll see how fast I can get some here. All right, Molly turned and walked out, closing the office door behind her. Allie let her face fall into her hands and the tears came with it. How could she have done that? She was always so careful and never made mistakes like that. Especially when it was this important. Why was everything going wrong now? She sat up and ran a finger underneath her eyes to keep the mascara from running. That's enough of that, she told herself. She picked up the phone to call the office supply company. In just a few minutes, she had placed another order, but it would be the next morning before they could deliver it. Allie hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Opening her email, she typed out a company-wide memo to let everyone know they were out of paper, but she was handling it, and they would have more within the hour. That done, she grabbed her keys and her purse and headed to the local office supply store. She was in and out in less than 10 minutes, her cart loaded with 2 boxes of copy paper. Back at the office, she opened her car door and stared for a minute at the boxes. She had loaded them from the cart to the car, but she knew they were pretty heavy for her to carry inside. Despite knowing she should ask for help, she pushed up the sleeves of her cardigan and gave a quiet groan as she lifted the first box from the car. She made it to the door before she had to put it down. She knew she looked ridiculous dragging the box across the floor to the workroom, but she was determined to fix the situation herself. She repeated the ordeal with the second box, then breathing heavily, she made her way to her office and collapsed into her desk chair. She only let herself rest for a moment before she sat up to type out another email. Paper is here now, was all she managed to type before sending it out. Phew, she said out loud, glad that no one could see or hear her now. She had scolded herself all the way to the store and back, but she wasn't done. You know it's because you let yourself get distracted. You shouldn't have fallen for him. If we had stuck to the plan and fake broken up, then no one would ever have known we lied in the first place. She knew that didn't make it better, but it still seemed like a better option than how she felt seeing her parents' faces across the dining room table. But this is my own fault, she reminded herself. I let him in and I let myself fall for him. And now it's going to be awkward with Emily and with my parents. She sniffed and brushed away the single tear that slipped down her cheek. Yes, it would be awkward around her friend and her family. But most of all, it still hurt that she wouldn't see Jackson anymore. At least the version of him that she liked. She would never know for sure if that was the real him, but she was too afraid of finding out down the road that he wasn't going to stick it out. She had been through enough, and she never wanted to lose someone again. Missing Jackson was hard, but she could focus on her job and her life, and the things she could control. That was the only way to stay safe. She liked being a responsible adult and taking care of things, after all, and she could be happy living that way. Maybe it wasn't really enough. But maybe it was all she could ask for now. Chapter 29. Jackson sat and spun around in the desk chair. The room was almost empty except for the desk, the chair, and a few boxes scattered around. He had cleaned out the cabinets and moved all his personal items out over the last few days. Cole stepped inside and rapped his knuckles on the doorframe. You about ready? Yeah, just thinking about the day we moved into this office. Cole crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. Yeah, I remember. We ordered pizza and cake and ate here at your desk, pretending we were high-power executive architects with our own company. Yep. I just knew we were launching something big that day. Jackson smiled at the memory. We did. What we did was big for us, Cole said. Maybe it didn't turn out quite like we thought. But it was still a big deal. And the projects we worked on here, our clients were pleased. We have that to be proud of. But it's a big market. We're small fish in a giant pond. I know, you're right. Inwardly, Jackson reminded himself that God was in control and he would trust that this was the right thing. Man, I'm sorry that I left and didn't try to figure out how to make it work with the business here. Nah, I understand. You were just doing what seemed best to you. No hard feelings. Jackson ran a hand over his short hair. But maybe if I had kept my focus here, we could have worked something out. I know you weren't ready to give up. Cole shook his head. I know I wasn't, but what is it you always call me? Eternal optimist? Jackson smiled. Yep. I just can't see that it's time to let go of something. You had to push me in that direction. But you're right. We're not making it here, and it's better to move on now. So you think you're going to go work for your dad now? Jackson asked. Not sure. I've got a little bit in savings to get me by for now. And we still have payments coming in from the last job, so I'll be okay. Jackson sighed. Dude. Cole stood up and walked to the desk to face his business partner. What? Jackson looked up. What's up? What do you mean? Jackson furrowed his eyebrows. I've never seen you like this. I know it's a disappointment to lose the business, but I feel like it's something more, Cole said, placing his hands on the desk and leaning down. Jackson sighed again. See, there it is. Cole threw his hands in the air. What? That look. Cole pointed a finger at Jackson's face. What look? Like you lost a puppy. I don't know, man. Jackson knew that wasn't true. It's the girl, isn't it? Why would you say that? There's just a lot going on right now. Yeah, but we've taken hits before. This seems like something more. The only thing I can figure is, it must be a girl. Jackson leaned his elbows on his knees and dropped his face in his hands. Yep. I thought so, Cole said, plopping down into the chair. I don't know what to do. We started out pretending we were together for her family. But it felt so right, even from the beginning for me. I just wanted to spend more time with her and get to know her. Then it really was real, at least it was for me. After everyone found out the truth, she freaked out. So now she's not talking to me, and I think it's because she feels guilty. But she says maybe it was never real anyway. He stopped and lifted his head to stare at the wall. Maybe she's right. Nah. I don't think so. If you're sitting here pining for her, where did you learn a word like pining? Cole shrugged. I've seen some chick flicks. Anyway, if you're pining for her, it's real. If you're sitting there with that lost puppy dog look, it's real. Yeah, but I've got a real bad feeling that it's over. Cole pushed away from the desk and walked to the door. Now that part one think is up to you. It's only over if you let it be. He walked out and left Jackson with his thoughts. The words struck Jackson, alone in the empty room. Was he right? Had Jackson chosen to give up on the business, and on Allie? Maybe Allie was right when she said he didn't want to fight for what he wanted. God, he prayed silently, as he had begun to do pretty often the last few days. Can that be true? Is there a way I can get her back? Trust me. The familiar answer echoed in his mind, and he hoped it was true. God, I fell for her. It was supposed to be pretend, but I fell for her for real, and I don't want to fall for anyone else. I want her. Please God, make a way. Would you please? As he sat in the silence, an idea began to form in his mind. Without warning, Cole's words jumped into his mind, we're small fish in a giant pond. Cole! Jackson shouted, but he didn't wait for his friend to return. He jumped up and made his way down the hallway. Cole, I know what we're supposed to do. Cole grinned and leaned back in his chair with his hands locked behind his head. All right, spill it. Chapter 30. Allie leaned against the open door of the refrigerator and stared at the empty shelves. Emily had been working a lot of shifts lately and not cooking much at the house. Allie sighed, thinking about how tense the house felt whenever they were both there. She had tried to apologize to her roommate, and Emily said she forgave her. But now with Jackson gone back to Georgia, Allie felt sure Emily blamed her. This is why you don't date your roommate's brother. She told herself for the 100th time. A knock at the front door startled her. She felt herself hope for the tiniest second that it might be Jackson, then she remembered that he wouldn't have knocked. She sighed again as she closed the refrigerator and padded to the foyer. When she opened the door, she was more surprised than if it had actually been Jackson knocking. Mom? Hi, sweetheart, is it all right if I come in? Of course, Allie moved to the side and opened the door wider for her to enter. She didn't meet her eyes as her mom passed, and her heart was in her throat with nerves. She whispered a prayer that this was a good sign. Elise walked through to the living room and sat down on the couch. She calmly folded her hands in her lap and waited for Allie to take a seat. Allie wanted to ask if everything was all right. Had some emergency happened that her mom had to break the silence to tell her about? She was too afraid to ask. Allie, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not hurt. I know, I'm sorry, Allie began, but Elise held her hand up and Allie stopped. I've thought a lot about what I want to say. I know it probably seems like I didn't want to talk to you, that's not true. I just wanted to have the words right when I told you. All right. Allie braced herself. I'm sorry that you felt so pressured by me to be in a relationship that you created a fake one with someone you barely knew. The pit in her stomach only grew. Could her mom possibly make her feel any more guilty? I hope you know that I've always only wanted you to be happy. Your dad and I have been so happy together, it was always my dream that you and your sister would have that too. I know, Mom. Allie sniffed. But I am sorry that I put you into a position where you felt the need to do that. Allie knew she should say it wasn't her mother's fault, but she just couldn't bring herself to say anything. I know things were hard after Derek, and I was never sure what to say. I know now that I wasn't as supportive as I should have been, and I'm very sorry. She brushed a tear from her cheek. So after a while, I still didn't know what to say, but I thought it would help if you met someone new. I never meant to try to tell you what to do or be overbearing. She wrung her hands together. It was something I could do that I thought would help. I know that wasn't the right thing, but I didn't know what else to do. Allie sniffed as she reached out to hug her mom. I know, Mom. It's okay. I shouldn't have let it bother me so much. I know you wanted good things for me. So of course, I was thrilled when you brought Jackson home. But then you told us the relationship hadn't been real, and I was so shocked. At first I thought it was because you lied to us, and that was part of it, but the more it went on, I realized it was because the two of you seemed so happy and well suited for each other. I could hardly believe it wasn't real. Oh, I don't know about that. I do. I saw the way he looked at you. Even from the first day, but the more he was around, the more I could tell that he was truly in love with you. A quiet gasp escaped Ollie's lips. For just that moment, she wanted to believe that was true. But the moment passed. Well, Mom, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Jackson's gone back to Georgia. We're not together now. So it's not real now. I don't know if it ever was. But you said it was. I know. And when I said it, I meant it. But I think I just got caught up in it. Once you pretend something long enough, it can start to feel real even if it's not. She shrugged. I think this was just one of those times. Elise sat staring at her daughter for a minute. Suddenly, she stood up and spoke loudly. No. I don't believe that. She moved closer to where Allie sat on the other end of the couch and sat again and took her daughter's hands. Allie, I have seen a lot of relationships in my time. I've had a few, and I've seen friends go through them, and I watched you and your sisters growing up. I've seen couples that seemed compatible, but maybe just didn't have the chemistry. And I've seen others who just couldn't work together. But you and Jackson? She tilted her head back and let out a laugh. You have chemistry and fireworks above and beyond. Your personalities are so opposite, but in a way that you complement each other. She patted Ollie's hand. You will find a way to work it out. Or maybe you won't, if you stay stubborn and don't let him in. But let me tell you this, Allie. That man loves you. I would bet my life on it. Allie stared at her without saying anything. Could it be true? Did Jackson really love her? Something in her heart cracked, and she wondered if maybe she loved him too. Elise just smiled and patted her on the leg. It's all right, sweetie. I know you'll figure it out. She reached out to hug her. I won't keep you. I know you have your routine you like to keep to. The words stung a little, and Allie wondered if everyone tiptoed around her need to keep everything in order. Mom, Allie said as they stood. Do you and Dad forgive me? Elise smiled and hugged her again. Of course we do. We love you. I love you too, Mom. She walked her to the door and they said their goodbyes. Allie couldn't bring herself to return to the kitchen, so she made her way back to the living room and sat on the couch again. Without planning it, she started talking out loud. At first, she wasn't sure if it was to herself or to God, but before she knew it, she was praying. God, I just don't know what I should do. I didn't even like Jackson at all at first. Then I started liking him and I fell for him. But everything fell apart. His company is dying, he doesn't have another job. How can I be with someone without a job? And even if it was real, he's gone now. What can I do about that? She stopped talking and happened to glance at the table beside the couch. Everything was neat and in its proper place, but she knew there was a notebook inside the top drawer. She opened the drawer and flipped to the page in her notebook where she had written goals for that year. Seeing the words on the page, it all began to blur and the things she had written down seemed unimportant. One word ran through her mind over and over again. Control. Everything on the list was about her control. Her routine. Her diet. Her exercise. Her budget. Her plan for her life. Everything written in nice neat boxes so she could track and measure it. God, what am I doing? she whispered as the tears began to roll down her cheeks. I've been so busy trying to manage and control every little thing in my life that I haven't even stopped to ask what you have planned for me. She sniffed and brushed at her cheeks. What had started as a desire to stay safe and be careful had turned into something much worse. I'm sorry, Lord. I know that isn't how it's supposed to work. I just wanted to be better, to have a better life and to protect myself from getting hurt again. I guess I thought I could do that if I dotted all my I's and crossed all my T's. If I looked the part and acted the part and never let anything be out of place, then I could stay safe. But that's not how it works, is it? I can't control everything, and God, I'm so tired of trying to. A soft sob escaped her lips. She closed the notebook and carried it to the kitchen. Without another thought, she tossed it into the trash. God, it's time for a fresh start. One where I stop making rules and plans, and I follow you instead. She leaned one hand against the kitchen counter and placed the other over her heart. Lord, show me what you have for me. I'll follow you. She paused and took a deep breath. I give you my schedule, and my workouts, and my job, and my plans. She swallowed hard. And God, I give Jackson to you. Only you know how he really feels about me. But he's a good man, and he was friendly and kind to me from the beginning. I promise you this, if he tells me he cares about me again, I will believe him. Chapter 31. Jackson turned his head one way and then the other, surveying the office. The room could use some paint and furniture, of course, but the entryway of the office building had great potential. He heard a noise from the hallway and called out, Cole, is that you? Hey, dude, come check out the view from the offices. Jackson smiled, glad that Cole was here. He followed the sound of his friend's voice down the hall, where two offices sat on each side. One side faced the parking lot, but the offices on the back side of the building had a view of a large wooded area. A small creek ran through the back, and a footbridge crossed over the water. Nice, Jackson said. He hadn't expected that on the property. Dude. Cole turned from the window. It's not just nice. This place is amazing. How in the world did you find it? Jackson grinned. You won't believe it if I tell you. Come on. Cole leaned his back against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. Tell me. God just showed it to me. Cole rolled his eyes. Oh, right. Okay. Don't tell me then. No, really. I was searching for apartments in the area, and out of nowhere this office building for rent comes up. I didn't even want to click on it. But God told me to, and when I saw the location and the asking price, I just knew that it was perfect. Alright, I'll just pretend I believe you. Even though Google probably heard you say office building and showed it to you. Cole mumbled. It didn't matter, Jackson didn't need his friend to believe him on that point, but he did need him to agree to the plan. But it is perfect, isn't it? Oh, yeah. For sure. Then you've got to join me. Let's do it. Cole stroked his chin dramatically, as if he was considering it before he left. Of course. You know I'm in. Jackson reached out, and the friends high-fived before Jackson pulled him into a man hug. Here's to being the big fish in a little pond. Allie kicked her heels off on the floorboard of her car. She'd never done that before, but she was tired from work and over the pressure of looking the part. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun and suddenly she couldn't take it anymore. She glanced in the mirror and saw herself. Her face looked tight and stressed. Is that what she was really like? Allie shook her head and began pulling bobby pins out of her hair. When the last one was removed, she tugged the ponytail holder out and let her hair fall around her shoulders. The bun had created soft waves, and when she looked in the mirror again, she looked free and happy. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. There was still something missing in her life, and she knew it. What she didn't know was if she would ever get it back. Jackson was the reason she was learning to let go, and he wasn't going to be around to see it. Allie sighed as she started the car and began her drive home. As she pulled onto her street, her driveway came into view, and she saw a car and a man leaning against it. Her breath came in a quick gasp. Her heart pounded at an alarming rate as she whispered, "Jackson." How could he be standing in her driveway? She could see that Emily's car wasn't there and thought maybe he was just waiting for his sister. She steeled herself against the emotion rising and told herself to just be polite. Slowly, she climbed out of the car, forgetting that she was barefoot. "Hi," she said, only meeting his eyes for a second before dropping them to the concrete. "Hey," he said. "Are you waiting for Emily? I'm sure there's a key in a plant somewhere." She tried to smile. "No, I'm not." Oh, her eyes flew to his then. He hadn't moved from his position, and he hadn't taken his eyes off of her. He leaned against the car with his arms folded across his chest, looking comfortable and sure. "So?" She let the word hang since she was afraid to ask anything else. "I came to see you, Allie." "Okay." She swallowed hard. Her ears pounded, and she had to think hard about what to say. "Want to come inside?" "Actually, I thought we could go for a drive." Allie stared down at her bare feet. Jackson laughed, and the sound lifted her spirits. "I can wait if you want to get some shoes." "Did you go to work barefoot?" She laughed quietly. "No, of course not. My shoes are in my car." "Great. Grab them and let's drive." "Actually, let me just run inside." "I'll be right back." Before he could answer, she bolted for the front door. She didn't know where they were going, but she knew she didn't want to go in heels and dress clothes. She slipped on a pair of cropped jeans and a pale pink tank top, then grabbed her sandals and was back outside in a few minutes. Jackson's face told her he was surprised by her outfit, but pleased. "Where are we going?" "Come on, I'll show you." Allie felt like she should be nervous, but she wasn't. She didn't know what he might say. This could even be his way of saying goodbye forever, but she felt a peace about it. She slid into the passenger seat and let out a breath. It felt like she had been holding it for weeks without knowing it. Now that Jackson was here, it felt like a relief. "How have you been?" he asked. "Okay, I guess. Work has kept me busy." Even as she said it, she knew she wasn't saying what she wanted to say. "I was pretty miserable for a couple weeks." "Really?" "Yeah. I missed you, Allie." She told herself to breathe. "Here we are." Allie looked up and realized how fast the time had passed, but it had only been a 15-minute drive, and now they sat in the parking lot of a small office building. She scrunched her eyebrows in confusion. "What is this?" Jackson wiggled his eyebrows at her and climbed out of the car. He came to her side and opened the door, then held his hand out to help her from the car. Allie started to pull her hand from his, but he held on. "This is the part where we move forward and see where we end up. Just one condition, don't let go," he said. He led her to the front door, then pulled out a key and unlocked it. Her mouth fell wide open. "Welcome to my new office." Jackson held the door for her as he ushered her inside. "There's nothing here," she said, turning circles in the room. "I know. There's nothing here, yet." He walked the perimeter of the room as he spoke. "But there will be a desk here for our office manager, then down this hallway will be my office and Cole's office." "Cole?" Ollie's feet followed him without permission. "Yep, he's agreed to come here and start the business anew with me." Ollie's mouth fell wide open once again. "Are you serious? I thought you were giving up on owning your own business." "I was. But God wasn't giving up on me. I spent a lot of time in prayer, and He showed me how I was trying to do it all on my own. I wanted to be this big-time architect designing fancy buildings in the big city. But the problem was, I was just a speck in the big scheme of the architectural world in Atlanta. But here, I can grow a strong foundation in a smaller city." We can design houses, small businesses, local city buildings, maybe even parks. And is that what you really want to do? Yes, it is. Maybe one day, I'll get a chance to design a skyscraper. But I don't have to do that. There's plenty of work. I just needed a different vision and a new place to make it happen. And you want that to be here? In Twin Creeks, Tennessee? He came to her then and took her hands in his. Yes, I do. For more than one reason. She dropped her gaze to the floor. Name one, she said. First of all, God showed me that this is the perfect place for our business. A smaller town, but near enough to cities of a little larger size. And I really meant what I said about moving close to family. She knew he was playing with her emotions. But she tried to pretend like it didn't bother her. But what about money? I know you said you had to dig out of the business. He dropped her hands and went to the window of his office. He took a minute before turning to speak. That was hard. I finally had to admit we were in deeper than we could handle. Cole and I talked about a plan to finish up our current projects and pay the debt we incurred. I didn't want anyone to know, but God showed me that my pride talking. Losing money is often part of a business, and I wasn't immune to that. We can sell off the assets of the company and pay back most of it. But how will you start a new business here? God also showed me it was time I learned to ask for help. Cole spoke to his father about investing, and my brother-in-law, who does business investments, is going to help us get started. We have a 10-year plan to be profitable and buy back all the ownership of the company. But we need them to start out. Allie nodded slowly. That makes sense. I can see you've really thought this through. It wasn't all me. God had to get a hold of me and change my thinking. And I needed to listen to people who know what they're talking about. We're planning to hire an office manager, so I don't have to worry as much about the business part. He stepped closer to her. But you didn't let me get to my other reason for wanting to be here. Allie grinned as she looked up at him and waited expectantly. Allie, I want to be here for you. I know we started off the wrong way. But I would like to think that if we hadn't started a fake relationship that God would have made a way for us to start a real one. I knew when I watched you color-coding your schedule on the fridge that you just needed someone to add a little adventure into your life. She laughed. I like my color-coded schedule. All right, you can keep that. But you needed to stop and breathe. And I needed someone to make me see that I wanted to take the future a little more seriously. I figure if we meet somewhere in the middle, we'll be doing good. Allie looked at him, and a small sigh escaped her lips. I can definitely say my life has been more surprising since the moment I met you. Jackson grinned. I like surprises. But I want you to know I can take responsibility and be serious when I need to be. And speaking of serious, I have something very serious to tell you. He reached out and put his arms around her waist as he stepped close. Allie, I'm in love with you. She blinked away the tears forming, unable to speak with the lump in her throat. I don't know exactly when it happened, but it's true. I have thought about you every moment I've been away, and I wanted nothing more than to come back here and make it work with you. Allie swallowed. I love you too, Jackson. I have for a while now, but I didn't let myself believe it. You were right too, I needed to relax and let go. But more than that, I realized that I wasn't trusting God with my life. I wanted to make sure nothing bad happened to me, but that's just not how life goes. And I'm ready to live again. Unable to wait any longer, she closed the distance between them and pressed her lips to his. He met her with eagerness, as he tightened his grip around her waist and pulled her close. She stood on tiptoes to wrap her arms around his neck. Jackson grinned as they parted, but kept his arms around her. Well, that was a surprise, he said. Allie laughed. I didn't plan anything about today, she said, her expression turning serious. But when I saw you in my driveway, it was the best thing I've ever seen. Allie, I'm moving here. I'm starting anew. But I want you to be part of that. I don't want to be self-sufficient anymore. I need you, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Allie bit her lip. I know that I can't control everything, and I don't want to. I want to take a chance and find out how we can make it work. Jackson's eyes twinkled as he said, Can I ask you a question, for real? Sure. Will you go out with me? For real? For a real date? Allie smiled. Yes. Really. Chapter 32. Allie stepped out of the shower and headed to her room where she had carefully laid out a dress on her bed. She dressed and brushed out her wet hair. Just when she was about to head back to the bathroom to dry her hair and apply her makeup, she heard a noise in the living room. She crept to the doorframe and peeked around the corner. Jackson, she yelled. He picked his head up from where he laid on the couch, throw pillow behind his head. Hey, I like that dress. He smiled as if he didn't have a care in the world. You're not supposed to be here yet. I'm still getting ready. That's fine, I'm in no rush. He stood and looked her over. But I was going to be dressed and put together when you got here. She cocked her head and put her hands on her hips. Did you let yourself in? He put on that crooked grin of his and held his hands up. Guilty, he said. But please don't call the cops. He crossed the room to her and planted a quick kiss on her cheek. I just didn't want to wait any longer to see you. She squinted at him, trying to pretend to be mad, but he saw through it. Admit it. You're glad I'm here. She threw her head back and laughed. Oh, Jackson, life with you will never be boring. He kissed her as she laughed. She let him take her in his arms for a moment, but then pushed him away. Go back over there. I have to finish getting ready. All right, I'll wait for you. Don't worry. I'll be right here. She made her way back to her bathroom and made a note to take away his key. Although, maybe now Emily was right that it might help for him to have a key. It made more sense now that he actually lived in town. Allie let out a happy sigh at the thought. He lived in town, and he was going to build a business and stay. She would never have imagined, or chosen, the chain of events that had led them here. But she was glad they had. 30 minutes later, she entered the living room, her hair and makeup done. She had added shoes and earrings to match her dress. Jackson let out a low whistle as he stood and made his way to her. You know, I almost said, forget it, let's just go with your hair wet and don't worry about shoes, but this was worth waiting for. He pressed a kiss to her lips. Allie tilted her chin and gave him a thoughtful look. You know, if you had said it, I might have just gone with it. Jackson gave her a wide-eyed look before bursting into laughter. Nah, I don't believe that. Allie laughed too. Probably not, but for you, I might try. I don't want you to change that much, he said. I like that you like things done a certain way. And I definitely like it when you get dressed up like this. Allie glanced over his dark slacks and blue button-down shirt. You clean up pretty good too. Only for you. I'm glad. She grinned. I love you, Jackson. I love you too, Allie. I was just thinking about how this wasn't my plan. Jackson feigned shock as he pressed a palm to his chest. Really? You didn't expect to fall in love with me the moment you saw me standing in your house? Definitely not. But I'm very glad that God has a better plan than I do. Me too. He kissed her again. Now, I say we just go and keep finding out what the rest of his plan is, for now. Allie squeezed his hand as she took it in hers. And forever. Epilogue. Coleman Sanford stood inside the restaurant door, watching out the window facing the parking lot. The room was noisy, and he was trying to stay out of the way of the family and friends. Not his family, but his best friend and business partner's family. Still, they had become like his own family since he had moved to Twin Creeks 6 months ago. They were just the kind of people who took everybody in. One glance around the room and he saw Ollie's mom and sister fussing over the table decorations. His eyes stopped when he saw Emily near the food table, fidgeting with her hands. He couldn't help but grin knowing that she was probably wishing she was in the kitchen. He only knew of a few times since he'd been in town that Emily had eaten food she hadn't cooked. Not because she didn't think anyone else could do it, she just liked to stay busy. He wanted to go talk to her, but knew she wouldn't have much to say to him. He turned back to the window and saw the couple he had been waiting on. "All right everyone, they're here," he called out. Squeals came from the women, and several of their husbands went to each of them. Cole watched as they took their wives' hands and told them to settle down. He looked down at his own hands and wondered if he would ever have what his friend was getting today. He stole one more glance at Emily, but he knew better than to even think about dating his best friend's little sister. He pushed his thoughts aside and put on a big smile as he readied himself for the job he had been assigned. The door to the party room burst open and Allie and Jackson appeared. Cole pulled the popper with a loud noise and confetti flooded the room. Cheers rang up all around the room. Allie and Jackson beamed as they turned and kissed each other, then Jackson held Ollie's hand up to reveal the glittering diamond. Cole stood back as family members went forward to hug and congratulate the newly engaged couple. Jackson found him and made his way to his best friend. "Congratulations, man." Cole reached out and shook Jackson's hand before pulling him into a manly hug as they patted each other on the back. "Thanks, man," Jackson replied. "Congrats, Allie." Cole leaned down to place a quick peck on her cheek. "Thank you, Cole, we're so excited." Emily squealed right next to him and Cole felt the shock in his ear. She leaned in to hug Allie and Jackson at the same time. "I still can't believe it." "Me either," Allie said. Cole had only heard from Jackson, but knew that the two friends had worked through their strained relationship once Jackson and Allie were officially together for real. He shook his head at the twists and turns on their relationship. From fake to not fake, to breaking up and then back together. He couldn't imagine experiencing something like that. He wasn't sure if he would ever have his own love story, but if he did he hoped it would be one with fewer twists and turns. "Let's get a picture of you two together," he motioned for Allie and Jackson to get together. "You know, on your engagement day. For the grandkids." He winked. Allie blushed as she scooted in next to her fiancé. Cole snapped the picture. "Here, let me see that," Emily said, coming close enough to Cole that he could smell her shampoo. "What? You don't think I can take a picture?" "Sure," she shrugged. "I just want to make sure it's perfect." Cole didn't need a picture to see what was right in front of him. Jackson said God had brought them together and planned their whole story. Cole wasn't sure about that. But he knew one thing, Allie and Jackson were made for each other. They were complete opposites in their personalities. Allie loves a plan, and Jackson could wing it better than anyone else. But somehow they made it work. On their own, they were two great people, but together they were just perfect. This has been Her Roommate's Brother, Book 1 in the Love Off Limits series. Written by Hannah Jo Abbott. For more books, visit www.hannahjoabbott.com. Be sure to check out the next book in the Love Off Limits series, Her Brother's Best Friend, available on YouTube and as an ebook on Amazon. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel.